Chapter 1. Special Summon Skeleton. Anonii edited. Yunhua is a university in the city of Lijiang, a junior college belonging to the second tier in the country. In a room in the boys' dormitory at the University of Yunhua, Yue Zhong is taking a look at his clothing in the mirror to finish dressing. Yue Zhong, while finished dressing, quietly thought, "What kind of trouble will that little mischievous devil give me today? Today is Sunday." In the room, there are 6 metal frame beds, but only Yue Zhong was there. The other roommates were out having fun for the weekend. Yue Zhong was preparing to go out to work as a tutor to earn his living expenses. "You mortals that look like ants. I am God. I hate to look at you weak humans living a quiet and peaceful life. From now on, I will put you all into the God and demon system. Struggle. Struggle hard. Become stronger. And use it to please me. Only continuously becoming stronger will you be able to survive. Otherwise, you will die. Now, the countdown begins. 5. A strange sound suddenly appeared in Yue Zhong's mind. As the sound appeared, his eyes froze. He felt as if time froze. The entire surroundings also became extremely slow, as if time had stopped. In his mind, he only heard the sound. 4. 1. The game officially begins. All of you ants, struggle to survive. Following the end of the sound, Yue Zhong was liberated from his bizarre state. What is this? On the inside, Yue Zhong was filled with astonishment, and he stared at the meter-long stick in his hand, which appeared out of nowhere. It made him realize what he had just heard was not a hallucination. Novice staff, new equipment. Novice level weapon. Attack of 0 to 5. Durability 100/100. Please make good use of this weapon to survive. Yue Zhong male. Level 1. Occupation. None. Title, none. Strength. 9-10. Agility. 10-10. Vitality. 9-10. Stamina. 8 out of 8. 10. Spirit. 12-10. Endurance. 10-10. Yue Zhong's mind was amazed. Strange info like this flowed directly into his head. Looking at the stick in his hand, a sense of foreboding welled up in Yue Zhong's mind, so he rushed towards the dormitory door to lock it up. He then quickly opened a roommate's closet and took out binoculars. The opposite dorm facing Yue Zhong's was the girls' dorm, so quite a few of the boys in the dorms bought binoculars to peek at the girls. Yue Zhong, with one hand holding the staff, walked towards the window, looking outside. Right now it is about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so the students that did not go out were sleeping in the dorm. Very few people were out. "Save me!" A shrill scream rang out in the street. Yue Zhong looked towards the direction of the scream and saw a scene of horror. He saw a girl wearing a white t-shirt surrounded by 8 other girls. The 8 girls were crazily biting and gnawing the white t-shirt girl. Fresh blood stained her clothes. The girl was constantly struggling and screaming, but there was no way to escape. Why is this happening? Seeing the horribly frightening scene in the distance, the inside of Yue Zhong felt like a storm. He immediately put on the binoculars to look over there. Through the binoculars, Yue Zhong can clearly see the situation. The 8 girls were attacking the white t-shirt girl, their eyes without spirit. They were like mad beasts biting at her body, constantly tearing chunks of fresh meat and swallowing it. The sense was so gruesome, it made Yue Zhong feel nauseous and overwhelmed with fear. Though in his heart he was afraid, he tried to calmly observe. The 8 girls were still biting the white t-shirt girl's tattered body. Her body was full of flesh wounds, with many missing chunks. After they finished, they stopped biting and spread out, wandering aimlessly. Their walking speed was somewhat slow, much less than the average person, but they moved in groups. If you were surrounded, there would be basically no possibility for survival. Yue Zhong looked at the slow girls while thinking, "Is this Resident Evil?" His eyes turned white. With mouths still covered with human blood, they looked so terrifying. He suddenly had a thought. These girls were acting just like the zombies in Resident Evil. Yue Zhong's conjecture was soon verified. The white t-shirt girl, who had lost her vitality and was bitten beyond recognition, slowly picked herself up off the floor. With both of her eyes deathly white, she staggered aimlessly around the street. It's bad. Zombies. Yue Zhong was cold inside. If it was really like he thought, with the entire campus full of zombies, it would be hard for him to survive. Suddenly, the sound of loud knocking came at the door. Danger! Zombies! Yue Zhong, who was shaking on the inside, immediately pushed a wooden computer desk towards the door to block the door. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the thin wooden door shattered. 2 claws pierced through the door. So much power! Yue Zhong, who was scared, backed away. Yunhua University dorm room doors were flimsy and wooden, but for ordinary people to pierce through the door without the help of any tool was not possible. The zombies' powers were far beyond Yue Zhong's imagination. The 2 claws which pierced through the door were insistently shaking, and at the same time there was the sound of the door being pushed. Yue Zhong, eyes flashing, while gritting his teeth and overcoming his fears, walked towards the door. He used his novice staff to chop at the 2 limbs. Yue Zhong attacked more than 10 times before he was able to cut off the end of the zombie's claws. Its 2 arms were then withdrawn. The moment that the zombie arms were cut off, it was accompanied by a loud noise. The thin wooden door was then smashed through by a head with a big hole and white eyes. A short-haired zombie that was a student had stuck his head in, constantly struggling toward Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong recognized at a glance that the zombie in front of him was a member of the school's soccer team. He was a classmate that lived next door to him. Su Zhang. They were acquaintances, and just 20 minutes ago they were chatting. He didn't expect that 20 minutes later, Su Zhang would become a zombie. I'm sorry, I want to live. Looking at the struggling zombie, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a complex light. He grit his teeth, and while holding the novice staff above his head, he smashed down on it with all his strength. Under Yue Zhong's full blow, Su Zhang's zombie head was cut and twisted, tilting to the side. Almost at the same time, a little black book and a black coin came out of Su Zhang's body and fell within the vicinity of Yue Zhong's reach. A white light that was invisible to human eyes flew out from Su Zhang and into his own. Yue Zhong, sharp-eyed, came forward to that little black book and black coin and picked them up. Then he took a few steps back. Level 3 Skill Book. Summon a Special Skeleton. Description. Consumes 10 MP. Summons a special skeleton from the world of the dead to fight for you. Special Skeleton's initial level is 1 with 6 initial properties of 10, 10, 10, 10 tenths, 10, 180/180. Cooldown is 10 days. Would you like to learn the skill? When Yue Zhong took the little black book, a strange sense of information quickly flowed into his mind. He immediately made the choice. Learn immediately. Before reaching level 30, you can only learn 3 active skills. Are you sure you want to learn the skill, Summon a Special Skeleton? Yes. Yue Zhong selected the option without hesitation. Currently, he was only worried about being able to survive. In order to progress into the future, he could not worry about using up the skill slots. Right now, just gaining any bit of strength was good. Those zombies have great strength. Being able to destroy the wooden door, he felt that hiding inside the dormitory was not safe. Yue Zhong must obtain the strength to live. He will worry about other stuff later. Right at this moment, the level 3 skill book, Summon a Special Skeleton, quickly disappeared into a black light and flowed into him between his eyebrows. Yue Zhong immediately considered his knowledge. In his mind, he touched a strange rune, and soon a sound prompted in his head. Summon a special skeleton? You need to consume 10 MP. Yes. He immediately made up his mind and activated the skill. Summon a special skeleton. The next moment, a bunch of mysterious incantations suddenly blurted out from his mouth. Emptiness. A giant cave appeared out of nowhere. The cave's atmosphere exudes endless death, with its scent in the air. Meanwhile, Yue Zhong felt a slight pain in his head. As a mysterious force passed through, his head felt a bit dizzy. Then a skeleton left with only bones slowly walked out from the cave. It was surrounded with a black mist, with 2 eyes flashing with magical flames. A strange human-like skeleton came out from the world of the death. Yue Zhong had a feeling of connection with it. Special Skeleton Level 1. Strength, 10, 10. Agility, 10, 10. Vitality, 10, 10. Stamina, 10 out of 10, 10. Spirit, 10, 10. Endurance, 5, 10. Have skills utilizing Bone's ability. The skeleton looked at Yue Zhong, immediately went to the zombie killed by Yue Zhong. Using its arms, it stabbed into Su Zheng's zombie body. Chapter 2. Evolution begins. A black light flashed, lasting about 30 seconds. Special Skeleton took a bone axe from the zombie's body, measuring 1.2 meters long, holding it in its hand. After the bone axe was taken from the zombie's body, it turned into a puddle, full of putrid black pus and blood. Yue Zhong watched Special Skeleton, pointing to a wooden computer next to him and said, "Cut off the table." Special Skeleton used the bone axe to chop down on the computer desk. An audible splitting sound. The wooden computer desk was split apart with one strike. Amazing! Looking at that wooden computer desk split in half, Yue Zhong was happy on the inside. To have such a powerful undead guardian, his chances to survive had increased. After testing the destructive power of Special Skeleton, Yue Zhong picked up the black coin and carefully inspected it. One survival coin. Yue Zhong took the coin and received such a message. Although Yue Zhong did not know the worth of this survival coin, Yue Zhong still carefully put it into his pocket. At this moment, from outside the door, came the sound of a fierce collision. A claw abruptly pierced through the wooden door, shaking it non-stop. Between several breaths, the door burst open. For zombies with white eyes, shoved at the door, and crawled inside the dorm room. There was a shattering sound. Yue Zhong looked outside and saw that a window was smashed by a zombie. From outside, the zombie tried to squeeze inside through the window. Yue Zhong looked at the wooden door that was smashed by the zombies. With a wry smile, called out an order for Special Skeleton. The school had to minimize cost, but they shouldn't have saved money on the dorm construction. This is shoddy construction. Special Skeleton. Kill those zombies that came in. Special Skeleton received the command of Yue Zhong, took a stride forward, and struck a blow towards the zombie's head, splitting and sending the head flying, foul blood splattering everywhere. Almost at the same time, 3 zombies rushed forward together holding Special Skeleton, while pulling and biting. Bones of Special Skeleton were ripped off by the 3 zombies one by one. Its HP continued to drop. Special Skeleton's axe holding right hand was firmly held by the zombie, unable to move. Special Skeleton and 3 zombies tried to squeeze through the narrow door. Yue Zhong stepped forward, holding the stick and striking the zombie's head. The head of the zombie holding Special Skeleton's right arm with the axe was smashed to the side. Its head twisted. A group of white light from the zombies' bodies flew into Yue Zhong's body. Special Skeleton's right arm with the axe was free. Immediately wielding the axe, the head of the zombie was cut off. Like it could smell the taste of the living, the body of the zombie holding Special Skeleton released its grip. Yue Zhong climbed over. Yue Zhong looked at the zombie's white eyes. A chunk of flesh was bitten off the face. The zombie's open mouth was full of blood. He took a step backward. These zombies are extremely dangerous. In a fight with it, just a scratch will turn you into their kind. If not necessary, Yue Zhong did not want to fight up close with these monsters. At this moment, the other zombie that broke through the window had entered the dorm and staggered towards Yue Zhong. Beyond the door, 2 zombies climb in from the hole into the room. As if it was sensitive to Yue Zhong, Special Skeleton, still fighting the zombie on the ground, suddenly used his hand to grab the zombie advancing forward. The zombie advancing toward Yue Zhong immediately fell to the ground. Yue Zhong raised the novice staff, striking the zombie's head, causing the zombie to twist to one side. A ball of white light quickly entered Yue Zhong's body. You have advanced to level 2. You have earned 2 points. Please distribute the points. The ball of white light had just entered Yue Zhong's body, when the idea immediately sounded in Yue Zhong's mind. Distribute to strength and stamina. Yue Zhong immediately said. Fighting the zombies had consumed more stamina, far beyond what Yue Zhong had imagined. He only dealt with 3 zombies, but his stamina had dropped from 8 points to 3 points. In order to fully chop the zombie's head off, he had to use a lot of effort. Just after a couple breaths, there was a warmth flowing through his body. He vaguely felt his strength increase a bit. His stamina had started to recover. Congratulations, you survived and destroyed the monsters. The God and Devil world will award you with a basic skill. Please select a skill. Skill 1, Eyes of Perception, can discern the information of monsters up to 5 level higher. Skill 2, Language Proficiency, allows you to easily master the language of any country. Listening, speaking, and writing are no obstacle. These spells do not occupy one of the 3 active skill slots. Yue Zhong, without any hesitation, immediately made a choice. I choose Eyes of Perception. A light flashed. It quickly condensed and formed a bronze-colored rune inside his mind. He concentrated and utilized Eyes of Perception, looking at the zombie. Preliminary infection level 1, these are being eroded from the infection of the virus, leaving only the desire for flesh and blood. Viral infection skill. As long as there is a cut on the skin, the virus will infect. Depending on a person's constitution, between 3 to 10 minutes, the body will be infected with preliminary infection. Beside the 3 treatment fluids, with the medical standards of this world, for at least a decade it is incurable. Sure enough, Yue Zhong's eyes thicken, even somewhat more afraid of those zombies. The remaining 2 zombies staggered towards Yue Zhong. Special Skeleton wielded his large axe and cleaved. A zombie's head was cut off and sent flying. The other zombie lunged towards Special Skeleton, and with a vicious grip, ripped off a bone from the chest of Special Skeleton. Yue Zhong took the opportunity to step forward, using the stick to strike at the zombie's head, smashing the zombie's head. What is this? After receiving the Eyes of Perception, Yue Zhong can now see a ball of white light fly out from the zombie's body and into his body. Could it be that this is what is causing my body to grow stronger? Yue Zhong stared at the ball of white light and speculated. There is no information, so Yue Zhong put this question aside, looking at Special Skeleton and summoned him. Special Skeleton, White Bones, Level 2. Power, 11, 10. Agility, 11, 10. Vitality, 11, 10. Stamina, 9, 11, 10. Spirit, 11, 10. Strength, 6, 10. Have skills, utilizing Bones ability. Chapter 3, Zombie Rampage. Amazing! Yue Zhong looked at White Bone's stats. It made him excited. White Bone's growth rate was higher than Yue Zhong. Its attributes increased by 6 points from just 1 level. Compared to an average person, it was now 10% higher. With such a powerful ally, his chances of survival has increased by a bit. Without hesitation, tolerating the stench coming from the corpses, it strongly pushed the computer desk, blankets, and pillow in the room to block the door and window. Even though it cannot withstand the zombies' attack, it can still delay them. Level 1 zombies. Besides being strong, they have a very obvious weakness, which is their slow movements. If you did not encounter multiple zombies with just a long weapon, even ordinary people can deal with them. But if surrounded by 10 zombies, you will surely die. Blocking the door, Yue Zhong let out a sigh of relief in this stench-filled room. The earlier experience made it difficult to accept. If he didn't receive the skill to summon White Bones, at this time he would have become a zombie. A zombie in such a confined environment, Yue Zhong still had difficulty dealing with it. Attacked by 3 zombies, he would simply be overwhelmed. After a slight sigh of relief, Yue Zhong immediately rummaged through the dorm to find resources he could use. He soon found a bundle of mountain climbing ropes, a mountaineering backpack, 4 packs of instant noodle, a half-eaten bag of custard pie. With the narrow room, taking advantage of the terrain, Yue Zhong and White Bones working together were able to deal with the zombies. However, there is a key issue. This boys' dormitory has 8 floors. Each floor has 20 dorm rooms. Each room has 12 people inside. A total of 1,920 boys living there. Although it was Sunday and a large numbers of people went out, the ones that stayed still numbered more than 600 people. Even if 1/3 of these people became zombies, it would be terrifying. The most important point is that the dorm rooms didn't have much food or water supplies. Yue Zhong did not know if the water system had been infected or not. Other than his water bottle, he dared not to drink anything else. Yue Zhong quickly tied the rope to the bed, then threw the climbing rope outside the window. Seeing that the climbing rope landed, Yue Zhong then pulled over and sat on the seat. Took out binoculars to look out, observing the situation outside. White Bones was right beside watching over him. At this time it looked as though the whole school was in a frenzy. Some students rushed out of the dormitory. Following in their wake were staggering zombies. Many students had a bandaged wound on their body, with a look of pain, apparently injured. A boy running did not pay attention to what was under his feet. After passing a corpse, all of a sudden, the corpse grabbed his leg, causing him to stumble. He quickly fell to the ground. Zhang Ming, save me. With a terrifying look on his face, he looked at his friend in front and shouted. Zhang Ming looked back and saw that behind the boy were the zombies. With eyes full of fear, he turned around and fled without looking back. Zhang Ming, Zhou Feng, help, save me, that frightened boy screamed loudly. Zhou Feng, 1.8 meters tall, heard the boy's anguished voice and hesitated for a moment. He turned around and glanced back, and only saw 8 zombies attacking the boy on the ground. Crazily being bitten, only the boy's wailing voice could be heard. Zhou Feng, seeing this scene, was so scared that his leg went limp. He then didn't look back, and faced forward and fled. The 8 zombies were gnawing on the boy's body. Soon the boy's cries disappeared. The rest of the boys crazily fled outside. At this point, the entire campus has become a mass of chaos. Students everywhere are frightened and running away from the zombies chasing them. There were not many people on the street, but all of a sudden there were a lot of students and a large number of zombies. From time to time there were students whose bodies twitched, then suddenly fell to the ground. When they stood up again, they had turned into zombies. The campus was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Yue Zhong was watching everything below. He was shaking on the inside. At this time on the streets below, the zombies were attracted by the students, running around everywhere. On the street leading to the small supermarket on campus, there are 20 zombies standing there on the street, blocking the way to the small supermarket and the way outside the school. 6 boys from the dormitory saw that the zombies were blocking the street leading to the gate. As if they could feel the life force, 6 zombies promptly turned and walked towards the boys. The street to the school was not very wide, with 6 zombies already having the street almost entirely blocked, only leaving a small gap. 8 zombies behind the boys had just finished eating and staggered towards the 6 people. At this time there were zombies in front and behind, blocking the way. At this critical moment, 2 boys with a look of horror, loudly shouting, rushed toward the zombies in front. Each of them, armed with a novice stick, stabbed a zombie each. Each zombie was knocked to the ground. A student took the chance to go through the gap. He was then blocked after a bit, a step too late. A big hand stretched out and firmly grabbed his arm. No! Help! Help! The student in a panic used his novice stick to hit the zombie, cutting off the arm of the zombie. The 3 remaining zombies took this chance to grab him and opened their jaws to bite hard on his neck. Ah! Help! The student immediately let a sharp scream. The 3 zombies, firmly holding the student, began eating him bloodily. The 2 remaining zombies were attracted by the smell of blood. They headed towards the student's body, lunged forward and began biting his body. The other student ran past the zombies. Not too far, he was soon surrounded by the zombies. Submerged in dead corpses, he let out a miserable moan. The remaining 4 students witnessed the scene, eyes filled with terror. We're done. One student was so scared and collapsed on the ground. Up the tree, a relatively calm tall boy. He looked at the surroundings and quickly crawled up the side of a tree. In the main campus of the University of Yunhua, there are trees and plants planted everywhere. The other 2 boys also had deft hands and feet and headed toward the trees and started climbing. Save me, Chun Gang. Give me a hand. The boy that was paralyzed on the floor, under his survival instincts, stood up. Seeing the other 3 climbing the tree, he let out a shout. He did not know how to climb trees. Attracted to the scream of the boy, the zombies within 100 meters slightly shook and began to move toward the sound. Over 10 zombies that formed an army was sufficient to tear any resistance in the university. Chapter 4: Hard Battle in the Dormitory. The first boy to climb up the tree Chun Gang heard the distressed sound of the boy below, hesitated. In just the few seconds of hesitation by Chin Gang, the zombie claws caught the boy below and viciously bit his neck. Ah! The boy uttered a cry of misery and soon was torn up by 5 zombies. The extremely piercing cry echoed in the area, brought fear to people's heart. Seeing a scene like this, the 3 students did not dare stop, rushing to climb the tree to escape. With eyes full of fear quietly watching the 3 zombies below. Dozens of zombies surrounded the tree, formed a fearsome army, blocking the escape route to the outside world. Trouble! Yue is watching the situation outside, frowning. The only exit to the outside world was blocked. To escape from here it looks extremely difficult. Those zombies' only weak point is the head, but with so much power, with only a small wound will kill a person, is extremely difficult to deal with. If they were not slow, without a firearm, even elite forces would have a very difficult time dealing with them. At this moment a violent sound came from outside the room. 2 zombies from outside pile in. White Bones was guarding the front door of the dorm, viciously strike down with the axe, cutting down the head of a zombie. You stared at White Bones, saw a ball of white light from the zombie body fly into White Bones. 1 zombie has been killed. The remaining zombie struggled into the room, but its head was soon cleanly chopped off by White Bones' axe, black blood staining all over the floor. A ball of white light once again flew into White Bones' body. You frowned, thinking, summon monsters kill seems to only able to gain their own EXP and none for the master. Seems like in order to get stronger, I have to kill the monsters myself. This discovery have cause you original plan to failed. He originally wanted to use White Bones to deal with the zombies because it was not afraid of being infected. Allowing him to be safely in the back while gaining EXP, now no longer possible. If you himself did not fight, he would never be able to get stronger. What will become the future of the world you did not know, but it was very clear to him that the wood would become extremely cruel. If he did not get stronger, even surviving is difficult. As if attracted here by the sound, 3 zombies staggered from the side of the door and crawled through the broken hole. White Bones, you take care of the 2 on the left, you ordered. Having received the order, White Bones stepped forward, swinging the axe and chopping off a zombie head. Foul blood splattered everywhere. The remaining 2 zombies, without fear, still crawled inside. In the doorway is a pile of debris. A zombie staggered forward, stumbling over the debris and fell down to the ground. White Bones, wielding his axe, mercilessly hacked the zombie head, quickly killing the zombie. The remaining zombie's face was bitten beyond recognition. Face full of holes. The white eyes zombie struggled to crawl through the hole. Heading towards you. You overcame his fears, took a step forward and lifting his novice stick overhead, smashing down on the zombie head, causing the zombie head to tilted to the side. A ball of white light from the zombie flew into his body. You, taking no chances, allow White Bones to chop off the head of the zombie. You tries to catch his breath since no zombie was left. Outside the zombies were staggering in, attempting to break in from both the windows and door. A lot of zombies. Seeing those crazy zombies crowded into the room, couldn't help but gasped. This time together there was more than a dozen zombies crowding outside his door. Those whitened eyes, zombie devoid of life, gave him an oppressive feeling. Melee combat was consuming a lot of stamina, and when fighting zombies, even a small scratch was deadly. The feeling of facing over a dozen zombies was completely different than facing 1 zombies. Fortunately, the entrance was small, allowing only at most 3 zombies through. 3 zombies crowded in front of the door were struggling to get inside. Another zombie was trying to crawl through the window. Besides those 4 zombies, the rest of the zombies were crowded outside the door. A sense of having to kill countless zombies made him weak. White Bones, the 3 at the door are yours, you ordered, and ran towards the window, his eyes flashing with a determined light, using the novice stick to smash at the zombie head, causing the head to be twisted to the side. White Bones, after gaining a level, his action is now better than in the past. It tramples the corpse of the zombie at the door, with 1 strike neatly cutting off the head of a zombie. The remaining 2 zombies squeezed through from behind their comrade's body trying to get through. The 2 zombies right after get through stumble over the debris and fell to the ground. You took the opportunity to advance forward, hitting the zombie on the head, smashing the head crooked. White Bones, with a swing of his axe, cut off another zombie's head. You haven't been able to catch his breath, but 4 more zombies were already trying to through the door and window. You gritted his teeth, advancing forward, towards the window where a zombie with his eyes bitten off, striking severely at the zombie head, smashing it to the side. A ball of white light flew into his body. White Bones, standing before the door, skillfully waving his axe and cut a zombie head in 2. The foul blood splattered everywhere. At this point, the zombie corpses and all kind of debris have clogged the door, but the zombies are still aggressively trying to break through. However, the remaining 2 zombies were stuck in the door, continually struggling. You quickly took the opportunity to advance to the left with the stick in his right hand, smashing the zombies, killing both of them. The 2 zombies' corpses got stuck in the door, foul blood flowing. The rancid stench filled the entire room, making it unbearable. The corpses crowded the entrance, with the 3 zombie corpses blocking the entrance, 2 more packing on each side. 2 zombies stick their head in. You quickly trample on the head of a zombie and use his novice stick to kill it. White Bones used his axe to kill the other one. Another zombie was trying to get through the window. It had gotten just partially through before you stride forward and smash it in the head. After killing the zombie, a ball of white light flew into your body. Voice sounded in his mind. You have advanced to level 3. Please assign the 2 stat points. Power, stamina. You, heavily panting, made the selection. Fighting the zombies had greatly decreased his stamina. There is not enough power that he wanted to knock the zombie's head crooked, so he had to use more stamina. Between his thoughts, a trickle of warmth flow through your body, began to strengthen his body. Chapter 5. Apple of Vitality. After the small stream disappear, you felt that he has become a bit stronger. The other side, White Bones with his axe hack off the head of another zombie. A faint light flashing. In its place, a chest armor condensed out of the palm-sized piece of bone. It grew another level. Its growth is fast. You took a look at White Bones and thought, each time White Bones level, his 6 attributes have increased again, while you could only increase 2 attributes. Both increased, but White Bones was 3 times of his. After leveling, White Bones has gotten even stronger. It waved its large bone axe and easily slay the remaining 2 zombies. The zombie attach seems to have stopped. All the zombies have died, and you was able to let out a sigh of relief. Enduring the stench from the corpses, you put on some gloves and looked for those black life coin. Right now those life coin were of no use, but you believe they will prove essential in the future. You, having done all this, immediately went back to sit down before the window, quietly trying to restore his stamina. Can't stay here too long. You inspected the room and frowned. Here in this small room lies more than 10 headless corpses. Foul blood flowing, foul smelling, is not a place a person can stay. After the fierce battle, your mouth felt dry and thirsty. You did not dare drink the tap water in the dormitory. He did not know if the virus was in the water. He would eventually die if he stay here. You quietly rested for 10 minutes, his stamina slowly recover from 4 points to 7 points. It took another 20 minutes for his stamina to recover to 8 points. It seems like the speed of recovery of his stamina is not a fixed value. The lower it is, the harder to fully recover. You have been observing his stamina recovery. Quietly contemplate. You stood up. Look out again. This time the calm has been restored within the campus. Students and school staff were either infected or had found a place to hide. The zombies were staggering all over the campus. Most of the zombies around the male dormitory were attracted to Chen gang group of 6, leaving a large empty area. Among the empty areas, only a few scattered zombies blankly standing there. Climb down. You looked at those zombies and order White Bones. White Bone, flashing those soul fire, put the bone axe in his back, and agilely climbed down the rope put there by you. White Bones landed, let out a sound. In the silence of the area is very loud. For daft-looking zombies suddenly turned around and walked unsteadily towards White Bones. After White Bones landing, you, carrying a big camping backpack, quickly climbed down the rope. Seeing the 4 zombies staggering over, White Bones advanced forward and, swinging his axe, cut off a zombie head, sending it flying. You quickly went behind a zombie, used the novice stick to smash its head, knocking it crookedly to the side. In the open space, one-on-one battle, as long as you do not fear the zombie virus, even ordinary humans can beat the zombie. Slow movement is the biggest weakness of the zombies. The two remaining zombies had just gotten close to you, when White Bone easily beheaded them with his bone axe. After leveling twice, as long as it not besieged by dozens of zombies, White Bones can easily slay one of the zombies. Advance in that direction. You pointed towards the small supermarket and ordered White Bones, quickly rushing in that direction. White Bone received the order from you. Holding the large bone axe, quickly rushed towards the small supermarket. You was trying hard to catch up from behind. At this time, the two sides' difference in stats has been revealed. With 12 points in agility, White Bone's speed was bit faster than you. Only after a bit has already left him behind. You and White Bones running quickly on the street generated a sound and attracted the attention of the zombies around. They soon stagger towards that direction from the side. The zombie speed was too slow, compared to you and White Bones, but dozens of zombies were chasing them from behind. It gave a feeling of great pressure. If surrounded by the zombies, you would not survive. The small supermarket in the school has 4 zombies wandering around it. Heard the running sound, stagger towards them. White Bones charged towards a zombie, swinging his axe. Soon a zombie was sent flying. 2 zombies took the opportunity to jump White Bones, clawing him randomly. White Bones brought his axe up and swinging it down, beheading the 2 zombies one by one. By the time you got to the small supermarket, White Bones had slay all the zombies around. Amazing! Looking down at the fragmented body of the corpses in front of White Bones, cannot help but envy. White Bones, being an undead, was without fear of the zombie virus. If he was surrounded by 4 zombies, there was no way he could easily slay them. The novice stick in his hand is hard enough but not sharp enough, much less sharp than the bone axe in White Bones' hand. You focused his eyes. What is that? He saw a red apple among the zombie corpses. That red apple was wrapped in a pouch, so it was not stained with zombie blood. You quickly picked up the red apple and 4 life coin, then rushed into the small supermarket. Apple of Vitality. After eating, in non-combat state, able to restore 4 points of stamina within 5 minutes. Can sell for 15 life coin. You, glancing at the apple, saw the information in his head. Nice one. You quickly put the apple in his pocket, quickly dashed into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, 2 of the employees that had become zombies was beheaded by White Bones. You burst into the supermarket to look around but did not find anything strange. Immediately rushed to the shelves with candy, chocolate, and high-calorie food, sweeping them into his mountaineering backpack. These high-calorie foods can provide him the energy needed for the day. Taking all the candies, chocolate, and biscuits, you went to stuff a few packets of instant noodles into his backpack. Also 3 large bottles of purified water. His backpack was now stuffed full. Chapter 6. Level 1 Protective Garment. So heavy. You weigh his backpack and frown, took 2/3 of the items out and put it on the ground. This small supermarket is not a place to stay long. All around the supermarket is made with ordinary glass. Cannot stop the zombies. Only those large supermarket may be able to withstand the force of the zombies. You wants to escape from the school, but having adequate strength is essential. Carrying heavy stuff will affect his stamina. Earlier, when you had level, he had increased power and stamina, all in order to be able to escape to a safe place. You picked up the large water bottle and drank a few mouthful of water, casually tossed the bottle and rushed outside. White Bones was outside guarding the entrance. 20 zombies staggered toward you, bringing a huge oppressive feeling. Looking at the group of 20 zombies, you frowned. 20 zombies huddled together. The room to maneuver is hinder. He could not force his way past. Help! Save us! At this moment, on top of the tree, Chen Gang shouted loudly. Attracted to the shout by Chen Gang, the 20 staggering zombies split it up, with 10 zombies staggering towards the direction of the 3 boys. By Chen Gang's side, a boy named Sun Yu complained. Chen Gang, are you crazy? Leading the monsters over again. Chen Gang asked. I'm not crazy. There are so many zombies below. If no one come to rescue us, how long can we stay up on this tree? You can escape from the encirclement of the pack of zombies. Sun Yu immediately became silent. The zombies are slow, but there are too many. Throughout the entire campus is dotted with these dangerous undead, making it impossible to escape. Even more frightening is that most people know, as long as the zombie scratches the skin, it will get infected and become a new zombie with no cure. After the 10 zombies separated, the pressure on you had greatly lessened. White Bone took a long stride forward, swinging his axe and beheading the first zombie, sending the head flying. You followed right behind White Bones, commanded, "Cut off their left arm, White Bones." White Bones slaying the zombies mean you cannot get any experience to get stronger. Only when he personally kill the zombies will he be able to level and get stronger. White Bones received the command, took a step forward, swinging his axe and cut down the left arm of a zombie. You came forward wielding his novice stick and firmly smashed the zombie head, breaking the zombie to the side. Amazing! Hiding in the trees above, Chun Gang saw you and White Bones working together to slay the zombies, his eyes flashing a faint praise. Back! After killing 2 zombies, you shouted toward White Bones. At this point, the remaining 8 zombie has slowly gathered around. Once surrounded, you would be killed. After the sound, you and White Bones suddenly and rapidly escaped the encirclement of the zombies. 8 zombies continue to stagger towards the 2 of them. Advancing forward, the speed of the 8 zombies can be divided into fast and slow. A zombie burst out. "Go! Its left arm!" You shouted an order. White Bones quickly stepped forward using his axe to cut off the zombie left arm. You took the opportunity to use his novice stick and smash the zombie head askew. After killing the zombie, White Bones and you retreated and once again distanced themselves from the small group of corpses. Just like this, the zombie was slain by White Bones and you working together, this small group was soon dealt with by you and White Bones. You have advanced to level 4. Please assign the 2 stats point. When after you finish off the last zombie, that nice leveling message appeared in his ear. Assign to power and stamina. You heavily panting ordered. Slaying the 10 zombies, he had used up a lot of stamina and only has 3 points left. A surge of warmth flow inside your body, and he once again gotten stronger. In front of you, White Bones had also been promoted to level 4, and its overall strength is now 30% stronger than the average person. You killing the 10 zombies has caused some commotion. The 3 zombies scatter nearby staggered towards him. Kill them, then come back on guard. You took a glance at the 3 zombies and ordered White Bones. He was very tired and need to rest and recover stamina. White Bone received the order, advance forward, using his axe and easily slaying the 2 zombies. "Hey, what's that?" When after White Bones killed the last zombie, a 30 centimeters long white box came out from the zombie body, lying quietly beside the zombie. You saw and immediately walked over and picked up the white box. White treasure box. Inside of this treasure box there may be treasure you can use, but there may be nothing. Gamble on your luck. You just picked up the box. A message appeared in his head. Without hesitation, you immediately opened the white box. A white light flashing. A white garment appeared in front of him. Level protective garment. Able to block 3 preliminary infection level 5 and under. Cannot resist the preliminary infection above level 5. Bonus: power +1, agility +1, vitality +1, stamina +1, spirit +1, strength +1. Can wear with other protective garment. No stacking of bonus. Durability 3/3. Selling to the system store will get 50 life coin. Nice one. You quickly put on the protective garment. This protective garment is the equivalent to improving 10% of a normal person. Was able to fend off 3 zombie attacks, equivalent of 3 lives. You fighting a zombie one-on-one still had to be careful. The slightest mistakes will become infected. With this protect garment, he only needs to be careful not to be surrounded by zombies. Equivalent to having 3 more lives. The white protective garment suit his body size just right. Putting on the protective garment, you glance over at the tree, put up a thumb, and retreated into the small supermarket to have a rest. Chun Gang, what does he mean? Why did he retreated into the supermarket? Sun Yu looking at you retreating into the supermarket, asked in wonder. Chun Gang speculated. Maybe he used up too much stamina. Fighting will drain your stamina, simply cannot be sustained for long. You retreated into the supermarket, was alert and observing the surrounding environment, while resting quietly. Chapter 7. Small Supermarket. You had gotten rid of all the zombies around the small supermarket. The only one left were the 16 zombies hovering around the tree. After wearing the protective garment, your stamina had reached 13 points. He only rested for 5 minutes. His stamina had recovered from 4 points to 7 points. You continue to rest for 20 minutes, but it has not increased even by 1. Fighting for so long. My body is already tired? My stamina is still too low. You frowned, quietly thought. He received high-intensity combat today, even though strengthened, his recovery is limited. I can only use this apple. You took out the apple of vitality and bit it. A stream of sweet and delicious apple juice went into your mouth, flow into his body. You finished the apple of vitality after just a couple bites. A cool stream flowing into his body and fixes his weary body. 5 minutes later, under that cool trickle of nourishment, his tired body gradually restored. Stamina rises to 12 points. Resting completed, you soon emerged from the small supermarket along with white bones. He is out. Sun Yu, seeing you emerged, immediately excited, said to Chun Gang. Chun Gang saw you. His eyes flashed a hint of excitement and worry. If you did not rescue them and choose to leave on his own, they have no way. You saw the 16 zombies surrounding the tree, waving a can of beer and threw it to the ground. Clang! The loud sound quickly reverberated in the area. The 16 zombies under the tree quickly looked back and stagger over. Let's go. White Bones. You firmly hold his novice stick next to White Bones. Receiving the order from you, White Bones rushed towards the 16 zombies. 10 seconds later, White Bones reached a zombie. Swinging his axe, a zombie head was sent flying. After easily killing a zombie, 3 zombies from one side rushed over towards White Bones. You came and fiercely smashed the stick on the zombie head, causing the head to be twisted to one side. Then kicked another zombie, sending it to the ground. You, after wearing the protective garment, has become more bold. Without the protective garment, he would absolutely not kick the body of the zombie, because the slightest mistake would cause him to be scratched and he would die. White Bones swinging his axe, casually sending the zombie head flying. After reaching level 4, the overall strength of White Bones has improved by 30%. With significantly improved combat, the most discerning was his quick reaction. You took a long stride forward, smashing the zombie head with the stick, knocking the zombie head crooked. In just a couple of breaths, 4 zombies were down from the combined effort of you and White Bones. After killing the 4 zombies, you and White Bones retreated back. The remaining 12 zombies formed a circle. They fiercely rushed to the left for an assault. The assault killed 3 zombies and then they quickly retreated again. After a few assaults, the waves of slow zombies was soon dispatched by the combined effort of you and White Bones. Amazing! Didn't think the school was hiding someone so strong. Looking at you and White Bones, whom easily kill those zombies. Chun Gang on the tree sighed slowly. Sun Yu and another boy Wang Shuang nodded. After getting rid of the wave of zombies, your stamina had decreased by 3 points, down to 9 points. After increasing his strength and stamina, his battle endurance has grown. After cleaning out the corpses, you quickly collected the life coin scatter on the ground. Seeing that all the surrounding zombies has been eliminated by you, the 3 boys agilely climbed down the tree. Hello, classmate. I am Chun Gang, a third-year student. Chun Gang climbed down the tree and came over to introduce himself to you. I am Sun Yu, also a third-year student. I am Wang Shuang, also a third-year student. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also came to your side and introduced themselves. You thanked Chun Gang, said, I am Yue Zhong. Thank you for earlier. Earlier Chun Gang had helped you by drawing away half the zombies. Thanks to that you was able to defeat the first wave of zombies. Otherwise he can only escape and not be able to get rid of all the zombies. The most terrifying thing about zombies is its personal strength, but its infection and numbers. With just 20 zombies it would be very hard to deal with, although they can be killed, the consumption of stamina and concentration. Why so modest? I still haven't thanked you for saving us. Chun Gang heartily laughed, and then pointed at White Bones and asked, You, where did you get that? Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also had a look of envy toward you because of the special skeleton White Bones next to him. They had just say how powerful White Bones was. With just one strike, it easily slay a zombie. Let's go inside and talk. This is no place to talk. You looked around, pointed at the small supermarket and said to the three of them, the zombies nearby has already been dealt with by you and White Bones, but in the school he feared there are more than 1,000 zombies. They were not yet safe. Chun Gang group of three nodded, quickly followed you into the small supermarket. Entering the small supermarket, Sun Yu took a beer, opened it and fiercely chugged it down, then let out a long sigh of relief, carelessly said, "Phew, finally survived. I was so thirsty." You glanced at Sun Yu, frowning slightly. It was still not safe. Besides communication that is need, he did not want to make needless sounds. Chun Gang took a sip of water, came to Yu's side, pointed to White Bones and continued asking, "You, how did you get this thing? Can you tell us?" Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also looked at you, their eyes full of desire. This sudden change to zombie-ridden world. Everyone know that only those that are strong can survive. You staring at Chun Gang asked, "Did you hear the voice that claimed to be God?" "I heard it," Chun Gang said. "I heard it too. I also heard it." Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also said. You slowly said, "After I killed a zombie, from the body of the zombie a skill book dropped. After using the skill from the skill book, can you summon your first skeleton?" This wasn't something to hide. In order to escape, having more power was better. Chapter 8. Ji Qing Wu. You words had hardly faded. Sun Yu eagerly asked, "You killed so many zombies, do you have any extra skill books? Give us a copy, we can also help you kill zombies." "Nope." You glimpse at Sun Yu, lightly said. Not continuing on the subject, you look at the three, continue to say, "Using the novice staff to kill enough zombies can help you get physical enhancement." You look at the hands of the three, asked, "Where is your novice staff?" "Threw it away when we were escaping," Chun Gang said, a bit ashamed. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang were also ashamed. A novice staff 1 meter long, weighed several kilograms, while escaping was trash, so would not bring it with them. Hearing that using the novice staff and killing zombie can make them stronger, Chun Gang, Sun Yu, and Wang Shuang were full of regrets for discarding their novice staff. "Can any of you three drive?" you asked. The road exiting the school have more than 30 zombies wandering. You and White Bones can slowly get rid of the zombies, but the stamina consumption would not be small. Only by taking the school bus can they smash through the zombies' blockade. "I know how to drive." Chun Gang and Sun Yu shook their head, while Wang Shuang suddenly said. Staring at Wang Shuang, you continue to ask, "Can you drive the school bus?" Wang Shuang looked at you and said, "I have only driven a car, haven't driven a school bus yet, but I think their principles should be the same." You thought for a moment, said, "It seems like that the only choice. We have to go get a school bus." Sun Yu opened his mouth and protested. "That is too dangerous. Outside is full of zombies, why don't we hide in here? As you can see, there is water and food, the surrounding zombies have been dealt with. As long as we hide here, absolutely do not have to worry about water and food. Zombies are only undead. If confronted by a modern army, they are absolutely no match. We can just wait here for the army to rescue us. Is that not better? Although you had level 3 times, but not strong to the point of not fearing any zombies. If he is faces with dozens of zombies and needs to avoid them. There are over 1,000 zombies around the campus. The slightest mistake will die. Sun Yu does not want to take big risks. Chun Gang and Wang Shuang also quiet down. People are fearful. If given a choice, who would choose to take the risks and not choose a safe place to hide. A small supermarket with water and food, with the surrounding zombies dealt with by you and White Bones, is an ideal shelter. "All right, you guys stay here, I will go out." You eyed the three, shouldered his backpack and marched outside. Even though you saved the three of them, but he did not have the power to tell them what to do. If the other side is not willing to act together with him, he will not force them. You and White Bones had just walked out of the small supermarket. A surge of fear quickly struck the heart of the three. Without a strong defender, in this zombie world, their future feel very bleak. "Had I known that, I would have learned to drive better. Out of the small supermarket, you look at the direction of the school bus parking lot. A slight smile on his face. His family was poor, naturally don't have the extra money to learn how to drive. It seems I can only rely on myself. Hopefully the key is inside. You took a deep breath. Immediately head toward the top of a ramp. The school bus had stopped at the top of the ramp. Yunhua University school bus quality is good. Can easily run through something like zombies, ordinary cars cannot do it. On top of that ramp, 8 zombies were staggering around. Heard the sound of you and White Bones' footsteps. The 8 zombies immediately staggered towards them. White Bones leading, charged forward, swinging his axe and cutting a zombie in two. You was also not weaker, quickly head forward, swing his novice staff and smash a zombie head, sending it crooked to the side. His power had increased by 4 points, had increased by more than 40%. Killing the zombies was more easy. One person, one skeleton was unhindered, soon killed the 8 zombies. You had used up 1 stamina point. You have advanced to level 5. Please assign the 2 stats points. After killing the 8 zombies, heard a soft sound. Came the sweet sound of leveling. Distribute 2 points to stamina immediately. You decided quickly. Without sufficient stamina, you cannot fight for long. Stamina, good for fighting and fleeing. If not strong enough, just fighting for a while, there is no stamina left. A warm stream surged through your body, his consumed stamina has been restored, and also had increased. Location of the school bus is near the basketball court. On the basketball court, dozens of men have been turned into zombies. When you and White Bones were fight the 8 zombies, the zombies on near the basketball court were attracted to the sound, and staggered over. You glanced at the dozens of zombies, then looked at the school bus, saw that no one was on the school bus, immediately rushed to it. Damn it! No car keys. You got in the school bus, and found out that there was no keys. Rummaging around for a moment, you quickly jumped out of the bus. At this time, dozens of zombies had staggered towards you. In addition to the basketball courts, in the nearby residential area, there are more than 10 zombies attracted to the sounds, staggered towards you. Break through it. You glance at the dozens of zombies with the desire to retreat. So many zombies. Even if he use up all his stamina to fight the zombies, it's impossible to kill them all. At the same time, a girl with smooth long black hair wearing jeans holding the novice staff in her hand rushed over from the side. Seeing the girl in jeans moving like whirlwind, swordsmanship exquisite, the staff in her hands like a snake hit the head of a zombie, causing the zombie head to tilt to one side. The zombies that were attacked by the girl in jeans was like grass scattered all around. None of the zombies can touch the girl. Follow me quickly. The girl rushed to your side and said to him, Ji Qing Wu. Could she be? You looked at the girl. An idea crossed his mind, and followed the girl rushing away. Chapter 9. Small Fireball. You, Ji Qing Wu, and White Bones, the 3 together fought while running toward a pavilion on the lake. The pavilion has a narrow pathway that only one person can pass. Surrounded by water, it was an easily defensible fortress against zombies. Fleeing to the pavilion, White Bones stood in the middle of the pathway. The zombies that was attracted to them were chopped by the axe, sending their head flying. By himself in the narrow pathway, the zombies were no match for White Bones. Ji Qing Wu eyed you, using a seductive voice, asked him, Hello there, I'm Ji Qing Wu, classmate. May I ask what is your name? You looked at Ji Qing Wu, and gave a slight chuckle. Ji sister, my name Yue Zhong. I think inside the school those that do not know you are rare. In front of the girl who has smooth glossy black shoulder-length hair, an exquisitely pretty face, tall and buxom, eyes black and white, skin white as white jade, is recognized as the most beautiful in Yunhua University, Ji Qing Wu. Over a year ago at the New Year's party, Ji Qing Wu performed a sword dance at Yunhua University. Most of the people were totally entranced by this pretty and beautiful girl. She also became the lover in most of the boys' dream at the university. It is said that many wealthy sons outside the school also came in luxury car to find her. Although you did not pay too much attention to this aspect, but because of the stunning sword dance at the New Year's party that he recognized her. You did not think that the stunning and exquisite Ji Qing Wu would have such courage to fight those zombies, and yet so powerful. Ji Qingwu glanced at White Bones and asked directly, "It is an ability that you got?" You nodded and replied, "Yes." Ji Qingwu, with a pair of big eyes, stared at you, earnestly said, "I need your help. Please accompany me in a trip to the girls' dormitory. My friend is trapped in the dormitory. Can you please go with me to save her?" Inside the girls' dormitory, there are a lot of zombies wandering around. Ji Qingwu, though powerful, cannot by herself alone kill so many zombies to save her friend. You nodded and made a request. "No problem. However, G-sister, I also have a buddy to save. So after things are more stable, I hope you can help me save him." Does not know what kind of ability Ji Qingwu obtained, but even with just her superb practical swordsmanship, it is already the best companion. With this mutated world, Ji Qingwu is one of the best companion. "Yes." Ji Qingwu nodded and replied, "Did you have a good rest here? If there are no problem, then please follow me." 10 minutes later, Ji Qingwu asked you. You stood up and said, "Good. Let's go." Yu's stamina has been restored to 10 points, is able to fight for a long time. Ji Qingwu, holding the novice staff in hand, quickly went out. On the pathway there were body of headless zombies everywhere. More than 10 zombies that were attracted by Yu, and Ji Qingwu was killed by White Bones. White Bones was faster than Yu and already gotten to level 6. His stats was once again increased. Ji Qingwu looked at White Bones, then smiled at Yu and said, "This ability of yours is really useful." White Bones is an undead with superior fighting ability. His ability to fight continuously was greater than Yu and Ji Qingwu. "Great!" Yu smiled, walking among the corpses, began collecting the life coin and see if there was an items. "This is a skill book." Suddenly Yu's eyes lit up. On one side of the pile of corpses, quietly lay a book. He immediately steps forward and picked up the book. Level 1 skill book, Small Fireball. Can release a small fireball to attack the enemy. This skill was a demon profession that a mage practiced before upgrading the skill to level 2. Can only release the skill once every 3 days, sell for 100 life coins. This skill is not suited for me. You picked up the skill book, quickly a thought flashed. Ji Qingwu came to take a look and asked you, "What is this skill book?" You raised the skill book and asked Ji Qingwu. Level 1 skill book, Small Fireball. You want it? Ji Qingwu looked at the skill book in your hand, shook her head and said, "No need, let's go." You put the skill book in his backpack, straightened the stuff, and immediately followed Ji Qingwu towards the outside. You, Ji Qingwu, and White Bones leaving the pavilion not too long, when the zombies wandering in the neighborhood immediately staggered towards the three of them. "Charge!" Ji Qingwu shouted, as if a whirlwind was heading toward the zombies in front of her. If they did not break through the 12 zombies in front, they wouldn't be able to reach the girls' dormitory. Ji Qingwu's speed was very quick. Taking a long stride forward, she put some distance from you. Apparently her agility is not low. "White Bones! Forward!" You order White Bones. Having received the command from you, an inflamed soul flashed in White Bones' magical eyes, quickly moving up, like a god of war rushing past Ji Qingwu towards the group of zombie. Raising his axe like a tornado cut down a zombie head, sending the head flying high, foul blood splattering. "This skeleton is amazing." Ji Qingwu looked at White Bones as he passed her and reached the group of zombies. A bit of surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately followed close to the side of White Bones, a novice staff in hand like a snake strike, quickly smashing into the zombie head in front. You soon arrived, using his novice staff, smashed the head of the zombie crooked to the side. The trio working together soon killed 8 of the 12 zombies blocking their way, and rushed past. "Hurry!" Ji Qingwu glanced at the 8 zombie bodies, then continued dashing forward. The zombies are encircling them. Once surrounded, the trio will die there. The apple of vitality? Great! Yu was about to leave, when he suddenly saw the vibrant apple falling next to a corpse. So he bent down and picked up the apple and quickly head forward. The trio broke through the wave of zombies and killed 6 zombies wandering around, then rushed to the girls' dormitory. In front of the girls' dormitory, 10 of the zombies standing outside quickly turned and staggered towards the trio. "What a pity!" You looked at the 10 female zombies. Their young and lively face have been bitten ragged, looking extremely wretched. Originally, these girls are supposed to enjoy their life as young university students, but now has become zombies that only know how to eat human flesh. White Bones did not have emotion like you. Came forward, swinging its axe and chopping off a female zombie head, sending it flying. Ji Qingwu like a whirlwind head into the group of zombies, using her novice staff like a snake, strike the head of a zombie, causing it to be askew. You also penetrated the group, very neatly slaying the zombies. Chapter 10. The Girls' Dormitory. The trio working together soon killed all the zombies surrounding the girls' dormitory. You quickly rushed into the security room of the girls' dormitory, took a bunch of keys and a lock, then ran out to the gate of the girls' dormitory, locking it with the lock. Outside the girls' dormitory, there are about 100 zombies walking unsteadily by. Those zombies were attracted to the commotion caused by you and Ji Qingwu. Compared to the boys' dormitory, Yunhua University girls' dormitory was built more carefully and looked better. The boys' dormitory doors are thin, tattered wooden doors, while the girls' dormitory door are made from aluminium. Therefore, the defense was better than the boys' dormitory. That is because Yunhua University had an extremely bad case of burglary. In order to protect the safety of the girls, in the aftermath of that event, all the girls' dormitory wooden doors were replaced by aluminium. In the girls' dormitory, the zombies heard the noise outside, staggered out from the rooms. Many of the zombies were stuck at the door, constantly banging against it. When the end of the world occurred, many were resting in the afternoon, so there were quite a few room door that was closed. But even so, there were still over 20 zombies that staggered out from the rooms. Outside the dormitory, nearly 100 zombies was surrounding the area. The situation was extremely dire. If completely surrounded by zombies, the trio would die by the bites of the zombies. Follow me. Ji Qingwu looked at the surrounding zombies heading towards their direction, and quickly rushed up the stairs. You and White Bones closely followed behind Ji Qingwu up the stairs. In the stairs, there were a couple zombies wandering around. Ji Qingwu, you and White Bones all rushed forward. In just a blink of the eye, slaughter all the zombies. Ji Qingwu had just reached the 3rd floor. All of a sudden, 4 zombies suddenly showed up in the stairwell, wildly rushed towards Ji Qingwu. The 4 zombies completely blocked the stairway up. Ji Qingwu is unable to avoid them. Ji Qingwu uses her snake-like strike to smash the zombie in the head, smashing it to the side. The remaining 3 zombies unabated pounce towards Ji Qingwu. She is unable to avoid them. Seeing that Ji Qingwu was about to be caught the 3 zombies, White Bones swung his axe, like a cyclone coming through, crushing a zombie head like paste. You also took a long stride forward, smashing his staff onto the head of a zombie, causing it to twist to the side, at the same time hitting Ji Qingwu, knocking her to the ground. The remaining zombie viciously clawed your left arm, his sleeve completely ripped. His left arm was almost broken by the power of the zombie. That female zombie was so close to you. He could smell the rancid odor coming from the zombie body. The female zombie with her tattered face from being bitten made you wanted to barf. He did not want to turn into that. You brutally kicked the female zombie in the abdomen. His strength from leveling erupted, sending the zombie flying 2 meters. White Bones stepped forward, with his axe chopping at the female zombie head, killing it. Right as the female zombie died, a white treasure box appeared next to its body. Ji Qingwu quickly got up from the ground, with a paled face came towards you. Her worried face looking at his injured left arm. Are you all right? The most scary thing about fighting against zombies is that with just a little scratch, the person will get infected and turn into a zombie with no cure. It's all right. I am wearing a protective garment. It can fend off the zombie attack 3 times. You pale face slowly said. This was the most dangerous moment he experienced. If he didn't have the protective garment, at this time would already be infected. Ji Qingwu with pure eyes looked at you, solemnly thanked him. Thank you for saving my life, you. This kindness, I will find a way to repay you. Go look for your friends. We do not have time. You looked at the surrounding, quickly grabbed the white treasure box and put it in his backpack. Behind them, the female zombies are walking towards them. In the rooms on the 3rd floor, there were also female zombies staggering out. Ji Qingwu, not dragging her feet, took a stride forward with an explosive strike, killed 2 zombies, before rushing to room 304, and said, "Chan Yao, it's Ji Qingwu. I'm here to save you. Open the door." "Qingwu, it's you? You came. Quickly move the stuff away." In that room, suddenly there came a cry of joy and the rustling sound of things being moved around. At this point, on the 3rd floor, the zombies were coming out more and more. "I'm going to take care of them for a bit. Watch this place." You, seeing that the zombie numbers were growing, his eyes flashed a grim look, turned toward Ji Qingwu and said, "The zombies were growing in numbers. If he didn't kill some now, it would be too difficult to take care of them later." Ji Qingwu, eyed flash with a light, came toward you with a smile, said, "I will go with you." "Okay." You nodded, along with White Bones strode forward, rushing towards those zombies. Ji Qingwu followed behind the 2. The trio together kill each zombie that was heading towards the 3rd floor. "Amazing!" A round-faced girl looked out from within, seeing Ji Qingwu, you, and White Bones continuing to kill the zombies. Her eyes flashed with admiration. There were over 100 zombies on the 3rd floor of the dormitory. After a while, the trio felt their stamina continuously being consumed, causing their body to feel heavy. You, having strengthened himself a couple times, reluctantly endured it. But Ji Qingwu was already dripping with sweat, breathing heavily, was not as powerful as before. Her speed has slowed a lot and several times came close to being captured by the zombies. "Qingwu, come over here." At this critical moment, Chun Yao's dormitory door finally opened. Chun Yao, sticking her head out, shouted loudly towards Ji Qingwu. The trio soon rushed into the dorm, quickly shutting the door. With the door shut, the 4 girls immediately pushed a computer desk, a small table, and cabinets on top to block the door. Entering the dorm, Ji Qingwu sat on a bed panting heavily, sweats like rain falling on the ground. The fighting earlier was too fierce, draining all her stamina. If he was not there to help, she absolutely could not have made it up to the girls' dorm. Chapter 11. Chun Yao. You sat on one of the girls' bed, closed his eyes, sweating profusely. Though he is stronger than Ji Qingwu, the fierce battle with the zombies has consumed most of his stamina. At this time, only 4 points of stamina left. Right now, in the girls' dorm, in addition to Ji Qingwu, there are 4 other girls. The 4 girls are very curious, looking at the Yu and White Bones standing next to him. Just a moment ago, Yu and White Bones rushed into the group of zombies, not letting them get to the girls' dorm, cause the scene too engraved in their mind. At this time, a sweet scent drifted over. A girl wearing jeans, white t-shirt, with long hair. A beautiful and vibrant girl walked over towards you with a slight chuckle. "Hello, my name is Chun Yao. Classmate, what is your name, please?" You looked up at Chun Yao, slowly said, "My name is Yue Zhong." Chun Yao is a celebrity at Yunhua University. She is herself is pretty, sweet, can sing and dance, is one of the school's beauty. Her sweet smile has charmed quite a few of the boys at Yunhua University. Chun Yao looked at you with a smile, said, "Thank you for coming to save us with Ji Qingwu." You lightly said, "You're welcome." You, hello, I am Zhang Xian. A pale skin, cute girl with a baby walked towards you to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Kai Xiao, a short hair girl that appeared very competent and beautiful, head over to introduce herself to you." A tall girl with make on, dressing stylishly and attractive, walked over in front of him, with a sweet smile said, "Hello, I'm Wang Fong. You are really powerful, even dare to fight those zombies." You, with a wry smile, "I'm not that powerful, I was forced to. If possible, you did not want to fight the zombies. Fighting with zombies are dangerous, only even a little scratch can get infected." Done speaking, you open his backpack. Inside was chocolate, candies, and drinks. He took out a bottle of water and took a big gulp. Such a long battle has caused him to sweat a lot and needed to rehydrate. Even at the most critical moment, you did not his backpack filled with supplies away. With the supplies, even if he is stuck in one place for 3 days, you can still keep fighting. Seeing that in the backpack was chocolate, candies, and drinks, the 4 girls' eyes brightly lit up. It was already late in the afternoon. In the room, the girls were fearful, constantly moving the heavy objects, using up most of their stamina, and was now starving. Just that, in the past, the 4 girls were prideful, so they were embarrassed to ask you for his supplies. "Water, chocolate," said Ji Qingwu without hesitation to you. You quickly, without saying anything, toss over a can of Coke and 4 chocolate bars to Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu was strong in this world. Someone that you can count on to fight was good. Chun Yao, with her outgoing nature, directly asked you, "We are also thirsty. Can you give us something to drink, please?" You hesitated a bit. From his backpack took out a can of Coke and 4 chocolate, gave it to Chen Yao and said, "You guys shared it. I don't have a lot of supplies." "Thank you, Yu." Chun Yao politely thanked you. Then, holding the can and 4 chocolate bars, walked towards the other 3 girls. In his mind, Ji Qingwu really is more important than us. Eating chocolate, Chun Yao looked over at you, quietly thought. Seeing you distribution of supplies, Chun Yao's sensitive mind quickly calculated the degree of importance the girl in the dorm was. High-calories food like chocolate is something these girls generally eat very little of, but now they know that it is different from before. To be able to eat and drink is already good. At this moment, outside the girls' dorm, the zombies were banging against the door, causing the entire dormitory to shake with incessant tremors. Losing you and Ji Qingwu oppression, the zombies of the entire 3 floors have gathered together and began to attack the dorm, attempting to break into the room. The 4 girls started to gather behind you and White Bones. Although the door was made from steel, but it was uncertain when those zombies would break through. Even Ji Qingwu was strong, but she can't give the strong sense of security like you and White Bones. After all, she's a girl and only one person, significantly weaker than you after repeated leveling. "Big Sis Qingwu, what do we do?" The baby-faced Zhang Xian looked at Ji Qingwu and timidly asked. Ji Qingwu frowned, striding toward the dormitory door, looked far out the window. Seeing outside the door there was no less than 30 zombies. The numbers was not small, completely blocking the way out. There was no area to maneuver. To fight in this environment was suicide. Do you have any good idea?" Ji Qingwu turned and asked you. You also came to the door to look out the window, watching the swarming zombies, and wrinkled his eyebrows. In such a crowded environment, the zombies were packed to the limit. Even the strongest out of them, White Bones, will be brought down. You quickly turned and went to the window behind him to look. In the rear of the girls' dormitory, only a couple zombies were wandering around. Observing the terrain, you then walked towards the girls and said, "From here out is not difficult, but the hard part is how to escape from the school, and the ability to live out there. Right now the whole world is full of zombies. If there are no safe havens, might as well stay here. Do you have a safe place out there? For example, self-contained villas or residential units. Villa and residential units away from the city center. Otherwise, we should not rush out." You looked at the girls and asked. Chun Yao looked at you and said, "My house is in the Garden District neighborhood. I have a set of house keys. Can we go?" "We can." You nodded. The Garden District is nearby Yun Hao University. This place was a college town. Away from the city center, only students, few others. It is an ideal hiding place. You look in the eyes of the 4 girls, with a deep voice asked, "Among you, who can drive?" "I'll drive." Chun Yao stood and said to you, "I also can drive." Wang Fong also stood up, looking toward you, demonstrating her abilities. She was very clear at this time. Only by showing her charm and capability can she have a better chance of survival. Chapter 12. Imitation Tang Sword. Driving the school bus is not a problem, right? You asked. What he needs is a person who drive the school bus. Chun Yao confidently said, "There is no problem. The key to the school bus. Do you know where it is?" You continued to ask. Without the key, even if they found the bus, it would be useless. Chun Yao quickly said, "The school bus driver Zhang Xiao room is between the general office and academic affairs office. If nothing else, at those 2 places we should be able to find him." Chun Yao was the president of the student council, so she regularly had to deal with the leaders of the school. She often take the school bus to other places, so that is why she knows the room where the driver is staying. You open the white treasure box that was inside his backpack. A light flashing. A sharp Tang sword appears in front of his eyes. Imitation Tang Sword Level 1. Attack 5 to 8. This fine sword is very sharp, can easily cut through the head of a man. A great weapon against those that are infected. Great sword. With this fine sword, dealing with zombies will be even easier. You caress the sharp Tang sword. An icy touch came from the metal of the Tang sword. You was often using the novice staff to smash the zombies. Doing that will feel the recoil. With this imitation Tang sword in hand, you will be able to kill zombies easily. You took out the small fireball skill and gave it to Chun Yao and solemnly said, "You guys should have heard the sound. I'll tell you some information. If you kill enough zombies, you will level up and will be strengthened. That special skull is one of my skill. This is a skill book level 1, small fireball. On it is how to use the skill. Chan Yao, I can give the skill book to you, but I want you to promise me that we are safe. Help me save one of my buddies." This small fireball skill to you was a second-rate skill, but if he can use it to enhance their own side strength, you would be stingy. Yu's only desire was to escape from here at this time and find his best friend. Though Chun Yao is very weak, fighting is not strong, but she was very capable and knew a lot. You would like to have such companions survive. Chun Yao is very decisive. In the eyes of the 3 other girls, were jealousy and envy toward the person that took the skill book. Yes, I promise you that once safe, will certainly help you to find your best friend. A light flashing. The skill book turned into a beam of light and entered Chun Yao's body. It's magic. The side of Zhang Xian envious eyes watching Chen Yao. This was the first time that she saw someone receive such a skill. Really? Why does she get all the good stuff? Even God is blessing her. Wang Fong watched Chun Yao absorb the skill book, eyes filled with jealousy and hate. Chun Yao was not only very beautiful and family is wealthy. In the university was the object of many boys' desire. Even though Wang Fong was a desirable girl, but in comparison to Chun Yao was far worse. She has been in envy and jealous of Chun Yao luck. Now that the world has begun to collapse, Chun Yao is also given a skill book by Yu. Increasing her chances of survival made Wang Fong even more jealous. How is it? Chun Yao, release the magic for us to see. Zhang Xian right next to Chun Yao curiously, and pestering said. Chun Yao had an eager look. She just got that kind of power, also wanted to know how strong her skill is. You quickly stopped them and said, "No, in your current state, only be able to launch a fireball a day. Must only use it in a critical time. A fireball may be able to save their life in critical moment. You would never allow Chun Yao to indiscriminately use it." Chun Yao quickly calmed down, nodded and said, "I know." You looked at Ji Qingwu and said, "Qingwu, how is your stamina recovery?" Ji Qingwu, without the slightest concealment, toward you said, 6 points. My max stamina is 12 points. It is difficult to recover. It seems that my body is very tired. You guys stay here and watch. I will take a break and promptly go out looking for the keys. Ji Qingwu, call me in 5 minutes. You finished talking, then took out an apple of vitality, eating it in a few bits, then lay on the bed closing his eyes. Doing that will make him recover better. Seeing you lay on the bed, baby-faced Zhang Xian quickly blushed and muttered in a low voice, "That is my bed." He was too tired, head touching the pillow, fell asleep. Outside, those zombies were constantly hitting the dormitory door. Besides Ji Qingwu outside, the rest of the girls were huddled next to you, scared, not knowing when the door will break. 5 minutes later, Ji Qingwu nudged you and said, "Get up." 5 minutes passed. 5 minutes already? Way too fast. You opened his eyes, look at Ji Qingwu, with a slightly wry smile said, "He has been in intense battles since early afternoon. In spite of the nourishment from the apple of vitality, his stamina was back to 11 points. You quickly stood up from the bed, removing the climbing rope from the backpack and tied to a secure pole, then release it out the window. "If you guys cannot stand it anymore, can escape from this place," you said to the girls, then quickly climbed down the rope. White Bones quickly follow suit and climb down the rope after you. You just landed. Nearby 4 zombies staggered towards him. You, with his Tang sword in hand, quickly rushed forward and swing the swords against the zombie head, instantly cutting off its head, foul blood splattering everywhere. Great sword! a sword cutting a zombie head, praising himself inside. The imitation tang sword was much sharper than the staff. You using the imitation tang sword to cut a zombie head required 50% less force than before, which means that he can use less power to kill more zombies. You with the imitation tang sword and White Bones' combined power quickly slay the 4 zombies, immediately heading toward the direction of the general office and academic affairs. Seeing you emerge, the group of zombies began to move toward his direction, chasing after him. Chapter 13. Searching for the keys. Following his assault, more and more zombies were gathering behind him, so dense that it looked extremely scary. You did not dare to stay in one place for even a moment. He and White Bones continued to charge forward, quickly killing the zombies that was in their way, not even having the time to pick up the life coins that were dropped by the zombies. You have been promoted to level 6. Please assign the 2 stats points. When you sword cut off a zombie head, a clear voice sounded in his minds. Assign 2 points to stamina. You without hesitating said it. At this time, his speed was far superior to those zombies. What he lacks the most is his stamina and the ability to fight the zombies for an extended time. A small stream flowing in Yu's body, he once again have strengthened his body. After obtaining the enhancement, you let out a sigh of relief. Continue to rush towards the direction of the school building. On the way there, with White Bones leading, wildly killing any of the scattered zombies that got in their way. A person and a skeleton quickly cleared a path to the school building. The main members of the university were mostly students. In the vicinity of the general office, the zombies has now become few. You just entered the building, when 3 zombies staggered towards him. You wielding his long sword in hand, brilliantly beheaded the zombie, sending the head flying. White Bones fast like an arrow shot forward, with an axe easily cut off the zombie head. After the last zombie head fell to the ground, a white pair of shoes came out, falling next to the zombie body. You quickly stepped forward to pick up those white shoes. Level 1 Enhanced Footwear, Agility +3. Wearing this enhanced footwear will make your actions more agile. Durability 20/20. You receive the information from his sense. Quickly put on the pair of enhanced footwear. After putting on the white pair of shoes, felt as if his body was somewhat lighter. Yu's agility has reached 14 points at this time, 40% more than an average person. You putting on the enhanced shoes along with White Bones head forward. Help! Save us! Right after you pass the school business offices, from the financial office, came the sound of a cry for help. You quickly head toward the financial office to take a look. He saw that 4 men and 1 woman standing in that office, a total of 5 people. If you trust me, then follow behind me. You took a look and said to the people inside the financial office, continues to run in the direction of the general office. On this level, the only zombies left were the school staff. Following behind him basically is not dangerous. What now? Zhao Zhen, a guy with glasses, said to the handsome young man beside him, dressed in brand names clothes, with an elegant and fashionable look, holding a wooden staff. Zhao Zhen, looking at you direction, blinked a few times immediately after made the decision. Follow him, staying if no one rescue us will only die. Zhao Zhen is a very decisive person. After making the decision, quickly opened the financial office door, stepped out the door and look out. Amazing! Outside the door, Zhao Zhen saw you with the Tang sword in hand. Between a couple breaths, beheaded 2 zombies. The remaining people also followed behind Zhao Zhen and rushed out the door. Immediately follow you. Too strong. When was such a fierce man hidden in our school? Zhao Zhen, seeing you beheading the zombies so smoothly, was filled with shock. Zhao Zhen was the president of the University Student Union. He had met all the influential men in the university, but he had never seen you before. So amazing! The people who rushed out of the financial office looked at you easily killing the zombies. They were filled with joy. As long as they follow this fierce guy, their chance of survival will increase a lot. You rushed into the general office. Allow White Bones to continue to kill the zombies ahead, while he entered the general office. Upon entering general office, a plump figure, face and body bitten in many places, staggered towards you. Found it! You was filled with joy. He recognized that this fat man was the school bus driver, named Zhang Xiao. He took a step forward, A sword with a hint of chill directly cut off the head of Zhang Xiao. After killing Zhang Xiao, you put on a pair of rubber glovers and searched the corpse, finally pulled a set of 3 keys. With keys in hand, you then quickly rushed out of the room, fled outside. At this time, White Bones wielding his bone axe killed all the zombies. Zhao Zhen group were huddled on the side quietly watching all this. You looked at Zhao Zhen, in a deep voice said, "I'm heading to the girls' dorm. Do you have any plans?" The girls' dormitory from this office was only a few hundred meters away, but the road has many zombies. You by himself was fine, but with so many people cannot rush to the girls' dorm. Zhao Zhen with a very look towards you said, "Fellow classmate, I am Zhao Zhen, is the student president at Yunhua University. What's your name, please?" You said, "My name is Yue Zhong." Zhao Zhen speculated, "Why do you want to head to the girls' dorm? Your friends are there." Yue Zhao slowly said, "That's right. There are many zombies on the road leading to the girls' dormitory. Alone, unable to ensure the safety of all of you." There were 5 members in Zhao Zhen group, basically no combat ability. If sprinting toward the girls' dormitory, about half will die by the bite of the zombies. Zhao Zhen quickly said, "I know that we will be stuck here in need of assistance. I believe you are going to leave this school. Before you leave the school, I hope you can come and take us with you. As long as you are able to do this for me, in the future I will kindly repay you." You nodded. "If I have spare capacity, we'll come back. Finally, I will tell you this information, killing enough zombies, you will be able to level and get stronger. After leveling, you can strengthen yourself. If you have the courage to fight the zombies, you can become stronger and evolve. I'll go first." You left after finishing the sentence, rushed out quickly. Zhao Zhen, you believe his words? After you left, the guy wearing glasses asked Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen stared at the hands holding the novice staff, slowly said, "Should be credible. Otherwise he wouldn't be so strong." Chapter 14. Fleeing the campus. Listening to the word of Zhao Zhen, the heart of the 5 people were moved, but the thought of a melee battle with zombie, everyone became silent. Close fighting was too dangerous. As long as the zombies scratched them, they would be infected and die. Real life and online games are different. People only have one life. If dead, there is no more chance. There is no resurrection. Go back. Zhao Zhen hesitated for a long time, finally slowly said to the 4 others, and went into the financial office. Even though knowing the way to get stronger, but to gamble with his life, Zhao Zhen was not mentally prepared to do that. The remaining 5 hesitated and then went into the financial office. If not cornered, few people would be willing to risk their lives to choose the path to become stronger. Leaving the financial office, you began to fully speed towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. Group of zombies staggering around over toward the side. You grasped the imitation Tang sword and broke through the zombie group. Even though he had no training in martial arts, but his agility, no zombie could block him for a moment. With the help of White Bones, you beheaded 7 zombies, broke through the surrounding zombies, and came back to the girls' dormitory. You climb up the rope and got back into the girls' dorm. You're back. Seeing you return, the cute baby-faced Zhang Xian immediately stood up, with a delighted smile on her face. In addition to Ji Qingwu, the rest of the girls all smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. You was not gone for too long, but under the threat of the zombies that surrounded them, there was no sense of security. Ji Qingwu also looked at you and then walked over, using those big gorgeous eyes to stare at him. "Did you get the keys?" "In my hand." You sat on one of the girls' bed, took out a bottle of water and drank it, although you left for just a short time, but it was full of intense fighting and also rushed back. His stamina consumption was great. "Let's go." When his stamina recovered to 9 points, you stood up and said to the 5 girls in the dorm. You looked at the 4 girls and said, "When you guys get down on the ground, you need to stay behind me and Ji Qingwu. Do not run around, and do not push or shove each other. I have to say this advance, if you run around, I will not be able to save you." Outside there was a large amount of zombies. If these girls ran into a group of zombies, you cannot save them. Got it. The 4 girls nodded politely. At this time, if they did not listen, then they will die. With his statement finish, you quickly climbed down the rope, in a short time reached the ground. Zhang Xian came close to the rope, looked down and hesitated for a moment. She was not a sporty girl. Even if there is a rope, she wouldn't necessarily be able to climb down smoothly from the 3rd floor. If you aren't going, then let me go first. Don't waste time, Zhang Xian. Wang Feng pushed Xian to the side, quickly climbed down the rope. Although a bit wobbly, Wang Feng grit her teeth and climbed down. Next, Chun Yao skillfully climbed down the rope, more smoothly compared to Wang Feng. Not bad. You praised her. There are few girls that can neatly climb down the rope like that. Chun Yao gives the impression that she is kind of fragile, delicate, and charming beauty. Did not think she could have been so dexterous. Chun Yao looked at you and confidently said, "Don't look at me like that. In fact, I'm a fitness beauty that exercise regularly, but of not as great as Qing Wu." You smiled and didn't say anything. The short hair Kai Shao soon climbed down from the rope. Finally, once again, it was Zhang Xian's turn. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the rope, wobbly climbed down. Below, Wang Feng urged, "Hurry up. Zhang Xian, you're the only one left." Although there aren't many zombies left near the girls' dorm, but if they left the dormitory, there are a lot of zombies. If careless, would be surrounded and kill. Urged by Wang Feng, Zhang Xian in a hurry, quickened her pace, suddenly slipped, and her body fell down. Finished. Feeling the wind howl, Zhang Xian felt despair. In this world, with a fracture, the survival rate would greatly plummet. At this point, you shot forward like an arrow, very quickly embraced Zhang Xian that was falling. A couple of hundreds-pound of body falling from the 2nd floor of the building. Even though you was strengthened, the collision made his chest felt tight. Zhang Xian got out from you embrace, with a hint of blush on her face. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, you." At this time, Wang Feng felt some jealously watching this scene. This small girl is really crafty. After the 4 girls were down, Ji Qing Wu very quickly climbed down the rope. Just when the 5 was ready to leave, a girl on the 3rd floor suddenly stick her head out the window, hands holding a piece of white paper. On the white paper was, "SOS? Please help us." "What now? Go save them," Zhang Xian asked you. The other girls looked at you. Their heart is also very tangled. If they choose not to save them, they will have an uneasy conscience. But if they save them, they themselves will be in danger. You shook his head, bluntly said, "No, it is already difficult to protect ourselves. Must find a secure place. After that, if we have the spare capacity, then we can save them." You and Ji Qing Wu have to protect the 4 girls while rushing to the school bus, which is already very difficult. A few more girls is too much. You guys there, if I have spare energy left, will save you. In the meantime, you will have to defend yourselves. You said loudly to the give above, then looked at the 5 girls and said, "Go! Ji Qing Wu, me and White Bones will charge ahead. I will leave these 4 fishes in the net to you." *1. After saying this, you and White Bones led the way toward the school bus. "Hurry!" Ji Qing Wu urged the 4 girls. Everyone knows that now is a critical moment. The 4 girls followed tightly behind you, rushing forward. Ji Qing Wu is circling around the 4 girls, protecting them. *1. Basically what he is saying is that with him and White Bones in the front, and Ji Qing Wu circling around, the 4 girls are the small fishes and they are the net. Chapter 15. Escape. On the 4th floor of the dormitory, a girl watched as you guarding the 4 girls departed. Eyes red, tears falling down. She covered her mouth to suppress herself from making too much noise. You and Ji Qing Wu commotion cause when they entered the dormitory was loud. Seeing you bringing along a group of people to escape gave her a glimmer of hope to escape this zombies-infested dormitory. Your departure was equivalent to taking her hope to escape away. Naturally, she couldn't bear it. If the conditions had allowed, she would have burst into tears. "Kiki, don't cry. He said we'll come back, did he?" A long-haired girl came over next to Lin Qi to comfort her. Lin Qi said in a low voice, "Zhang Li, but it's so dangerous here. I'm afraid he will not come back." Zhang Li comfortingly said, "Don't worry, that guy name is Yue Zhong. I know him. He is a very trustworthy guy. He said he would come back, most likely will be back." Just need to patiently wait for him. Lin Qi curiously asked. Really? Zhang Li, you know him? Zhang Li gave a chuckle. Of course. His jobs are introduced by me. *1. So tell me about him. Lin Qi pesteringly asked Zhang Li. In this dangerous environment, she needed something new to distract her attention. Zhang Li pulled Lin Qi over and whispered to her things she know about you. Good. After departing the girls' dormitory, Yu and White Bones wasted no time in heading towards the school bus, the 4 girls following right behind him. Yu and his party had just headed out, when the zombies immediately staggered towards them. Looking at those faces, body-bitten and torn zombies, the 4 girls were scared, making their legs weak, reducing their speed. Not everyone seeing that swarm of zombies can remain calm. If you hadn't killed so many zombies, he definitely would not be so calm. Run faster. Don't stop, Ji Qing Wu shouted. The zombies in front have been killed by you, but the pressure was greater for Ji Qing Wu. Guarding the 4 girls was not a simple task. If a zombie got past and the girls did not have the will to fight would be kill. Hearing Ji Qing Wu shouted, the 4 girls were afraid to slow down, continue going forward. When sprinting, all of a sudden Zhang Xian accidentally stepped on a pebble and slipped, falling to the ground. Wang Feng quickly stepped over Zhang Xian. Seeing you still running, chase after him. Surrounded by zombies, she didn't want to put herself in a dangerous situation because Zhang Xian. Help me, I hurt my foot. Zhang Xian struggled trying to stand up, while crying loudly, pleaded the women for help. Chan Yao hesitated, then looked at Kai Xiao. Both girls immediately went over to Zhang Xian and helped her up. The trio moved forward with difficulty. Thank you, Chen Yao, Kai Xiao. Zhang Xian, with a red nose, tears falling down, said, only in moment of crisis can you see who is your true friend and who's fake. Zhang Xian weighed nearly 60 kilograms. With Chen Yao and Kai Xiao supporting her, the trio speed didn't slow much, but after 10 meters they were already tired and out of breath. I'm here. You guys follow my skeleton. Quick. You returned from the front and took Zhang Xian from Chen Yao and Kai Xiao, in a deep voice said to them. You be careful. Chen Yao and Kai Xiao both heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 looked at you and said. Then the 2 of them ran after White Bones. Put this on. Then get on my back. You gave the backpack to Zhang Xian, then turning his back to her and said. Zhang Xian quickly grabbed the backpack and then climbed on Yu's back. Zhang Xian just got on Yu's back when he felt his body heavily sank down. If his power had not been increased several times, with Zhang Xian and the backpack full of supplies on his back, it would be very difficult to move. Hold on tight. If you fall down, there is nothing I can do. Finish saying that, you took a deep breath and rushed straight towards the direction of the school bus. Zhang Xian holding you tightly, with the generous and warm back, she felt a sense of security in her heart. It would be nice if he was my boyfriend. At this moment White Bones had been promoted to level 7, with his physical fitness 60% higher than an average person. It wielded the axe clearing the road of zombies, scattering the corpses everywhere. Yu's body having been strengthened several times, isn't much slower than the girls, soon rushed inside the school bus. After getting on the bus, you put Zhang Xian aside, took out the keys and threw it at Chen Yao. Quickly drive. Zhang Xian from Yu's back sat down. Suddenly in her heart felt a sense of loss. Got it. Chen Yao quickly put the car key in, then started the bus. The 2 of you take care of Zhang Xian. You looked at Kai Xiao and Wang Feng said. Then let's sat on the school bus, breathing a long sigh of relief. A series of fierce fighting, his stamina is down to 6 points. He must seize every minute to rest and recover his stamina, so he can cope with any possible battle. Kai Xiao nodded and went over to Zhang Xian, while Wang Feng just watched Zhang Xian awkwardly. Just a moment ago, at the moment of crisis, she did not stop to save her friend but rather chose to flee. Ji Qing Wu sat directly across from you, holding out a small white hand, said, Water. Yu with a wry smile dug out from the backpack a Coke and gave it to Ji Qing Wu. Where do we go now? Going to my house. After starting the car, Chen Yao looked at you and said, No, Go to the small supermarket ahead. We need to get supplies first. Without supplies we cannot survive. Wang Fong, you come over here for a minute and explain the process of driving. You came near Chen Yao, looked at Wang Fong and said, he had to learn how to drive and operate a vehicle, so even if he was alone, he could drive a car and escape. Okay. Wang Fong immediately was glad to go to went to Yu's side, started to explain the role and use of the apparatus. In fact, the hardest part of driving is the rules of the road. How to start the car, stop, accelerate, and braking are not difficult. Wang Fong saying all this, you started to understand a lot. But of course, with you driving skills would only a killer on the road. But he quickly learned how to start, stop, and brake. Chapter 16, Dispute. The school bus sped forward, running over countless number of zombies that got in the way. I'm not leveling. I cannot level when using a vehicle? Seems like it's necessary to understand the rules on how to level up. You looked at the zombies that was knocked flying. There was even a zombie with its head smashed open from being run over. There was no ball of white light coming from the zombies' corpses. You frowned and thought. Originally, you was looking for strong heavy vehicles such as Hummers, road rollers, and other heavy-duty vehicles that can easily kill the zombies. But it now appears that the plan was wide off the mark. The school bus quickly arrived at the small supermarket. Chun Yao, you wait here, ready to start the car. Wang Fong, Kai Xiao, you two come carry the supplies. Ji Qing Wu and I are responsible for being on guard. You quickly made the arrangement, then immediately jumped out of the bus. Ji Qing Wu also very elegantly jumped down from the bus. Wang Fong, Kai Xiao, the two eye one another, ran down the bus toward the small supermarket. Wang Fong, the supermarket is blocked. Wang Fong and Kai Xiao, prior to entering the small supermarket, found that the small supermarket was blocked with all kinds of debris. White bones, break it here. Just looked at the small supermarket, then pointed his finger towards a pole in the corner. White Bones swung his axe. The axe smashed the pole in the corner. Sound, bang, bang. A very loud sound rang out. Countless broken glass and dust fell down, revealing a big hole. This small supermarket is surrounded by glass, could not withstand the force of destruction. Therefore, it was why you did not choose it as a stronghold until help come. White Bones, wielding his axe, severely cut down a couple times. Then around the small supermarket, the glass shattered all over the floor. The supermarket within was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Chun Gang, is it you? At the same time, there was a sound of surprise coming from Chen Gang in the supermarket. Chun Gang, Sun Yu, and Wang Shuang, soon all three of them came out. Sun Yu, Ji Qing Wu. Hello, my name is Sun Yu. I am a third-year student. Seeing Ji Qing Wu, Sun Yu eyes lit up brightly, quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Ji Qing Wu looked over Sun Yu, then lightly said, Ji Qing Wu, hello. Chun Gang at this time come over to Yu's side, looked at the school bus, very passionately sigh. Chun Gang, you really are amazing, actually brought the school bus here. With this, we can be sure to escape from the school. You ignored Chen Gang, but walked toward Kai Xiao and Wang Fong, with a deep voice ordered. Go get the supplies, giving priorities to water and food. Kai Xiao and Wang Fong swiftly went into the supermarket and started to carry supplies. Sun Yu, seeing you, ordered the two, took a step forward, accusing him. Sun Yu, you're not a gentleman. How can you allow the girls to do this kind of heavy labor? You are a man. Shouldn't you be more proactive to move the supplies? Now you get the girls to do this heavy labor, while resting here. Don't you know that is a disgrace? Wang Fong, Kai Xiao, the two people immediately stopped and looked at you. You glanced at Wang Fong and Kai Xiao, dismissively said, this is our group's business, you are an outsider and should shut up immediately. If they think what I'm doing is inappropriate, they can leave now, I will not stop them. Wang Fong, Kai Xiao, if you guys think that I was not right, then you can stay here and get along with the three of them. I definitely will not stop you. Kai Xiao, with a contemptuous look at Sun Yu, said, Kai Xiao, Sun Yu, you should shut up. You, in order to get us out, not know how many zombies he had to kill. He is also a person and will get tired. We can't fight against the zombie directly, but we can still do menial labor. If you have the skill, then go kill the zombies. Finished speaking, Kai Xiao strode into the supermarket and continues carrying supplies. Wang Fong ridiculously looked at Sun Yu, marched into the supermarket. In her view, Sun Yu in this world, if he did not change from a spoiled child, would not survive for very long. Chun Gang face paled, stared at you. Chun Gang. You do not mean to take us out of here with you? You looked at Chun Gang, coldly said. Of course, when I ask you if you are willing to help me get the school bus or stay here and wait for help, you do not want to wait here and wait for the military to rescue you? Then you can slowly wait for it. I think that the government should be able to send someone to rescue you, the survivors. This vehicle of mine is too small, not for too many people. Not wanting to contribute, not wanting to take risks but want to share the fruits of labor, those are the kind of people you hates the most. Especially Sun Yu, a spoiled child, did not understand this. Sun Yu's face was completely paled, shouted in a loud voice, Sun Yu, how can there be someone so selfish? Shouldn't we be helping each other? If I want to get on, what are you going to do? The school bus is not it is the school property. After finishing, Sun Yu ran toward the bus. You immediately came forward and slapped him in the face. Sun Yu fell to the ground with a swollen face. You look at Sun Yu with disgust, with a deep voice shouted, there isn't just one school bus. If you want a school bus, go get it from the mouth of those zombies. I took this school bus from the mouth of the zombies. You did not contribute anything. I'm not going to let you get on this bus, disappear. Along with Yu's words, White Bones stepped forward with an axe like a thunderbolt cut down in front of Sun Yu. The strong wind from the axe scared Sun Yu, making his face white with fear. Seeing White Bones beside you, Chun Gang, Wang Shuang, and Sun Yu are all afraid to say anything. The current world have changed, calling the police no longer work. They will not be able to gain additional help. Ji Qingwu, you watch them. I will go fight a fierce battle. Tell them to move quickly, we do not have much time. You eyed the trio, look over at Ji Qingwu and said, already a group of zombies were heading over from the front of the school. Drawn by the sound of the school bus engine, they staggered over. Ji Qingwu waved the novice staff in front of the trio, then said to you, Ji Qingwu, leave this place to me. You be careful. Afterwards, you and White Bones immediately rushed out from the school bus. After charging in the group of zombies, you was like a tiger, with the imitation Tang sword in hand, cut down the zombies' head, beheading them one by one. White Bones swinging his axe, killing zombies like he was harvesting vegetables, as if unhindered. Balls of white light flow into White Bones and you body non-stop. Chapter 17, Stand Strong. Chun Gang. So amazing. He is even stronger. Chun Gang eyesight is good. With a look he could tell that you was different than he was a couple hours ago. He was stronger. You, the apple of vitality. You killed 5 zombies. Suddenly in front of him, from a zombie the apple of vitality dropped. He was overjoyed and quickly picked up the apple and put it in his pocket. After killing 2 more zombies, you and White Bones retreated back. The numbers of zombies was too great, the killing was endless. Even though they are strong, in reality there are only 2 of them. They cannot not stop the group of zombies for too long. Are you good? You quickly ran back to the school bus, toward Ji Qingwu asked. Ji Qingwu pointed to the trio and looked at you said, Ji Qingwu, good. I let them 3 help move the supplies. In exchange, we will take them to a safe place. You took a look at the trio, seeing them carry a bunch of packages and putting them in the corner of the bus. Seeing you get on the bus, the trio just looked at him, not daring to say anything. At this time on the school bus was filled with packages of various supplies. Wang Fong and Kai Xiao were panting sitting in their seats. They have never done such heavy labor before. You loudly said, You, quickly drive. Chun Yao stepped on the gas. The bus accelerated forward, running over all the zombies in front. The school bus rushed out of the school. Everyone seeing the scene on the street. On the streets, everywhere was the rustling sound of the zombies, The cars that was not parked on the roadside have crashed into the side of the shops. Even some of the restaurant were on fire, the whole store lit, smokes rising toward the sky. The school bus just got out of the school. Soon there was a horde of zombies staggering towards them. They were attracted by the sound of the school bus engine. There was a strange glint in Chen Yao's eyes. She fiercely drove the school bus towards the zombies and running them over, sending the zombies flying everywhere. You watching the hordes of zombies on the street and thought, fortunately, we got the school bus. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to get through. The wandering hordes of zombies are everywhere on the streets. Even you and White Bones would not be able to get through the streets. Chun Gang Trio looked at the packed streets of zombies. In their hearts was filled with fear, as if the whole world was filled with zombies and no longer any people. Before, the people walking through the streets were like ants walking through. Now besides the zombies were just more zombies. Chun Yao drove the school bus sped all the way through, running over countless zombies heading into the garden district. Alteration of the world took place in the afternoon. At that time most of the people were not home in the garden district. Even at home they were in their room and few people would be outside. Chun Yao, after driving into the garden district community, ran over a bunch of zombies, then stopped at a block of apartments. Opening the door, White Bones got out of the car. Swinging his axe sent a zombie head flying. You also got off, swinging his tang sword, beheaded a zombie. Ji Qing Wu, get off! Ji Qing Wu looking at the students on the bus and said. The four girls and the trio very quickly got out of the bus. Outside in this community there was not many zombies, only a few, and soon was killed by you, White Bones, and Ji Qing Wu. The 7 students saw the trio easily getting rid of the zombies. You, give me the keys. After getting rid of the zombies, you went over to Chen Yao, holding out his hand, and said. Chun Yao very quickly fished out the handful of keys and gave it to you. After you got the keys, quickly opened the locked steel door of the apartments. Right after the steel door opened, for zombies staggered toward them from inside the steel door. The 7 students, seeing the torn and bitten zombies, were too scared and took a step back. Almost no one does not know about Resident Evil. As long as they are bitten by a zombie, they would become one. They didn't want to become a zombie. White Bones, wielding his axe like a whirlwind, charged towards the zombies. In a short moment beheaded 3 zombies and sending their head flying. You, body slightly bent, sword from the bottom up, directly beheading a zombie head and sent it flying. You looked at everyone, said something, immediately rushed into the building with White Bones. You, carry in the supplies, then go upstairs. I will go cleared out all the zombies. Quick, don't dawdle. Ji Qing Wu, I leave their safety to you. Take the stairs. Ji Qing Wu, okay. Ji Qing Wu nodded in reply. Chun Yao's apartment was on the 5th floor. You and White Bones followed the stairs up. On each floor they quickly clean up the stairway of zombies. After killing 12 zombies, they cleared the zombies from the stairway up to that floor. You opened the door to Chen Yao's apartment, then ordered White Bones. You, White Bones, immediately go upstairs. Clear up the zombies you meet on each floor. Receiving Yu's order, White Bones, dragging his large axe, quickly ran upstairs, started clearing the zombies inside the building. You then walked into the room, sat down on the sofa, breathing a big sigh, began to have a rest. Today, fighting all the way, his body was very exhausted. If he was not strong-willed, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this time his stamina has been reduced to 4 points. Having sat down, he did not want to get up. One after another, Chun Yao Group quickly moved the supplies from the bus into the room. After Chun Yao Group entered, you just looked at them. Without any movement, he was too exhausted, and couldn't care about being a gentleman. Soon, under the effort of the group of 6 people carrying, the apartment quickly filled with a variety of supplies. They continue moving the supplies till dark. Soon the 7 finish moving all the supplies to the apartment. After closing the door, all of them were really relieved. You, I will go search the building. With his stamina back up to 7 points, you stood up from the sofa, looked at Ji Qing Wu and said, Ji Qing Wu, you be careful. Ji Qing Wu said to you, she was also very tired, in need of a good rest. Wang Fong, be careful. Wang Fong also said. You nodded, quickly walked out. Chapter 18. White Leather Gloves. You got up and left the room. There are no life coin. Why is this? Is it after a while? Something that did not belong in this world will disappear. You went up the stairs. Along the way there were zombie corpses everywhere. But there were no black life coin near their body. This made him frown. Hesitating a bit, you took out a life coin and threw it on the ground and stared at it. After 20 minutes, the black life coin turned into black smoke and disappeared in the air. You puckered his eyebrows, thinking, sure enough, items that does not exist in this world. If it leaves the body of the owner will disappear in 20 minutes. You inspected the area going up, only seeing the corpses of the zombie everywhere. All the bodies he saw were killed white bones. This building have 8 floors. Yu's inspection did not find any zombies left. All the zombies have been killed by white bones. White bones, because of all the fighting, had advanced to level 8. It was now 70% stronger than an average human. On the 8th floor, you went straight to the door of an apartment. Is there anyone inside? If you are, please tell me. I will leave immediately. If you do not answer, I will use force to break in. There was no movement inside. White bones, do it. You ordered white bones. White bones with his axe as big as a human head strike at the door, cutting a deep hole with chip flying out. Several more axe strike and the door was quickly chopped up. The door just opened. Out of the room, a torn and bitten-faced little zombie girl, a middle-aged male zombie, and a female zombie staggered toward you and white bones. Attack them! You shouted with a sword slash, beheaded the middle-aged male zombie, sending his head flying. White bones with a vicious hit, as if like a tank, hitting the little girl zombie and female zombie, knocking the 2 zombies to the ground. You came over with a slash cut of the little girl zombie head. Hold her. White bones was about to kill the female zombie when he got Yu's order. It could only use its bony hand to hold the female zombie. You slashed down, cutting off the zombie head. Right after the zombie head was cut off, a white treasure box dropped out. Yu's eyes brightly lit up, quickly picked it up and opened it. A white light flashing. A rune-engraved white leather gloves appear in front of him. Level 1 white leather gloves. After equip +2 power. Can withstand attack from monster below level 5. Durability 10/10. You quickly wore the white leather gloves. He soon felt a warmth flowing through his body. His power has been increased. You searched the room for a bit, did not find any zombies. Walked towards another apartment. The room was heavily damaged by Yu, with the zombies beheaded. Is anyone inside? Please tell me and I will leave immediately. If you do not respond, then I will break in. Man, there is. Don't break my door. Please leave immediately. On the 3rd floor of the building, he heard a man's voice. You, without hesitation, immediately walked out toward the lower floor. The 8-story building, each floor has 4 apartments. You found that there were 6 families that were still alive, but everyone was wary of him. He just spoke to them and was immediately driven away. The world have transformed today. Home is the only safe place. Everyone toward strangers has a great deal of caution. You destroy all the apartment that did not have people and cleaned it up, and was able to advance to level 7. System message. You have been promoted to level 7. Please assign the 2 stats points. When you killed all the zombies on the 6th floor, a voice rang out in his head. You hesitated a bit before making his choice. You assign 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. After killing all the zombies in the building, you dragged his exhausted body back to Chen Yao apartment. Chun Yao, you are back. Seeing you return, the girls immediately smiled with joy. They were worried that he would die in the mouth of the zombies. Even more worried that he would be gone for good. Chun Yao, I prepared dinner for you. Chun Yao took a big, steaming bowl of noodles topped with meat and ham toward you, smiled and handed the bowl to you. The smell of the food drifted to his nose. The bowl filled with meat and ham, the smell drifting to his nose when his stomach growled loudly. The food was too enticing. Is this tap water? You took the bowl of instant noodles, controlling his greedy hunger, looked at Chen Yao and asked. Chun Yao understood Yu's concerns. Quickly replied, Chun Yao, no. It's cleaned water. You took the bowl of instant noodles and began to eat with eager. He was really hungry. The instant noodles he used to eat was simply not as delicious. Wang Fong looked at you, with regret was thinking. Wang Fong, why didn't I think of that? If I only done this for him, wouldn't his affection increase for me? You, Ji Qingwu, you want to let those 3 guys into the group? After dinner, you rested a bit, eyed the trio and then said to Ji Qingwu, the 4 girls is already cumbersome if coupled with the 3 incompetent guys. Even if Ji Qingwu is very tough with exquisite swordsmanship, it is impossible to protect them well. You did not want to protect the trio that only know how to complain and not willing to contribute. He still has a lot to do. At this time the trio tensed up, staring at Ji Qingwu. In this world, without strong people protecting them it is impossible to survive. Ji Qingwu is silently thinking. Chen Gang said to Ji Qingwu very seriously. Chen Gang, Ji Qingwu, now look at this world. Shouldn't we help each other and together to survive? Please let us stay, and we will protect you. Chapter 19 Wang Shuang joins. Ji Qingwu has not responded, but asks you, why did you want to clear up all the zombies in the apartments? In the room, the other's gaze turned to you. You slowly said, I believe that these zombies will evolve. Currently they are only level 1, but I think they will not always stay like this. If they continue to evolve, they will become more dangerous. If those zombies are only this at this level, so long as humans have a firm footing, they could easily completely destroy the zombies, and once more re-establish order. Sun Yu, looking a bit pale, retorted, no way! In the TV shows, zombies are not like this. How can they evolve? Sun, you can see the world it is today. The streets are full of zombies. Not even a shadow of the living. If those zombies evolve, then it would be difficult to destroy the zombies and restore order. You glimpse at Sun Yu lightly said, I have only stated my speculation, not necessarily the truth. Chun Yao interrupted, worryingly asked, do you have to leave? The girls looked at you. They have seen Yu's strength. Without his protection, their future is bleak. Even though there are a lot of supplies in the apartment, however, these supplies will one day run out. If you left, they will not know what their future will be like. You look at Chun Yao, earnestly said, I have to find my best friend. After finding my best friend, I want to go home for a bit. We can only stay together for a couple days. The girls in Chun Yao's dorm were quite beautiful, especially Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu. They were the most beautiful at the school. For Yu, however, his best friend and his parents are the most important people. He cannot just stay here and protect these girls. Hearing what you said, beside Ji Qingwu, the girl's eyes were dark, filled with a layer of haze. At the same time, Wang Shuang, who has been silent, suddenly said, let me come with you. I want to follow you, whether it is to find your best friend or to go to your home. Maybe you need a person to drive. I can also do all kind of heavy physical work. The non-combat heavy physical work you can just give to me. You stare at Wang Shuang, asked, Are you sure you want to follow me? My family lives in the southern city Nanning. From here is not close. I do not know what kind of danger we will encounter. As I said, if I guess correctly, those zombies should be evolving. Above all, do not know what kind of danger lurks. Those girls that were going to leave with you fell into silence. Nanning City is too far from here. What the world have become, no one know. They are not prepared to go through these danger. Wang Shuang confidently said, I decided to go with you. Good. You nodded in agreement, allowing Wang Shuang to join his team. You also need someone to help drive the vehicles carrying supplies so that he is freed from the logistics and can concentrate on fighting. Wang Shuang and me. Are you going to let both of them follow you too? You pointed at Chen Gang and Sun Yu, while asking Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu glanced at the duo Chen Gang and Sun Yu, with that alluring voice emphatically said, Chen Gang and Sun Yu, you two are now safe. Would you take your supplies and leave? One more person, demands for supplies will be more pressure for others. Also, the girls here are beautiful. The world have started to collapse. Law and order no longer applies. Ji Qingwu was not sure if these boys are not perverted. Sun Yu face paled, loudly shouted, Why are you guys like this? My father is in charge of Jiangnan district. Everyone raised their eyebrows. For this spoiled son you frown even more. Wang Fong contemptuously sarcastically said, What about your father? Tell him to send someone to save you. Come on, Sun Yu. Chun Gang shook his head, pulling Sun Yu, picked up 2 big bags of supplies and walked outside. He did not want to stay here and be humiliated. Reading Yu's intent, White Bones took a step towards Sun Yu. Wait for me. Sun Yu, seeing White Bones wielding his axe, was frightened. Immediately picked 2 big bags of supplies and ran out. When Chun Gang and Sun Yu just left, Kai Xiao stepped forward and shut the door tightly. Where am I sleeping tonight? You asked Chen Yao as the door was tightly shut. Follow me. Chen Yao looked at you and smiled sweetly, took him into the master bedroom. Upon entering this master bedroom, one filled with faint fragrance, 6 or 7 stuffed animals on the bed, neat and clean. The room full of femininity appeared before Yu's eyes. Chen Yao's eyes flashed with coyness. Looking at you said, This is your bedroom. This was Chen Yao's bedroom. This was the first time that she brought a boy into her room. White Bones, stay alert. Don't let anyone enter the room. You issued a command, then lie on the big bed, and immediately fall asleep. Today he was too exhausted. Chen Yao saw that Yu did not even take off his clothes and lay on her clean white bed. She felt slightly upset, but seeing White Bones coming over with his axe, she immediately left the room. With the existence of the special skeleton, in this room, beside Ji Qingwu, everyone was afraid. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Yu lying on the bed opened his eyes. He always wake up every day at 7 to exercise and to go to class. Sleep really is the most effective way to recover. Yu opened his eyes and saw that his stamina has been completely restored. Yu opened the bedroom door and stepped into the living room. Above the couch in the living room, Wang Shuang was lying there fast asleep. Get up. I have something to say. Yu immediately went to the other 2 rooms, knocking at the door while saying out loud. Chapter 20. Searching for Qiyang. Under the urging of Yu, beside Ji Qingwu, the 4 girls took about 10 minutes before coming out, gathering together in the living room. Yu, staring at Ji Qingwu with a deep voice, said, Ji Qingwu, we are safe here for the time being. In accordance with the agreement between us, could you come with me to find my best friend today? Ji Qingwu lightly said, Yes. Yu also said, How about you guys? Are you going to stay here or go and fight with me? We must make it clear in advance. Today's fighting will be more intense than yesterday. Other than Wang Shuang, the other girls were silent. Fighting zombies with just a scratch will be infected and becomes one. Even men don't have the courage to fight, not to mention girls. At the same time, Chun Yao eyes flashed with a firm decision. I will fight with you. I also want to get stronger. Chun Yao, like ordinary girls, is also afraid to fight zombies, but it was very clear to her, in this world the most capable person is relying on oneself. Even as there is a strong desire to depend on someone, must still show their worth. Wang Fong, blinking several times, then said, I will stay here to take care of Zhang Xian. She is still not well, still needs someone to look after her. Even if I went, I would just be a nuisance. Hesitating a bit, Kai Xiao also said, I will also stay here and take care of Zhang Xian. Yu then said, Good. You have to shut the door except us. Absolutely cannot let anyone in. Finished talking, Yu then strode out of the room. Ji Qingwu, Chun Yao, and Wang Shuang followed behind Yu and went out. Accompanied by a loud sound of the engine, Chun Yao drove the school bus outside. On the streets, the zombies is wandering everywhere, as a school bus is rushing through. Those zombies immediately staggered toward the school bus. As the zombies got near if like a tank, the school bus hit the zombies and sent them flying. Chun Yao, while driving to Yu, said, Yu, there is only half a tank of gas left. Yu asked, Is enough left to reach Zhonghai University then to the gas station in Jiangnan? Chun Yao confidently estimate, There is no problem. Yu quickly said, Then go to Zhonghai University first. Chun Yao nodded and then drove the school bus toward Zhonghai University. Unlike Yunhua University, Zhonghai University is a first-rate school in the nation, has turned out quite a few celebrities, is among the most famous universities. Zhonghai University is also extremely bustling. No matter what time it is, there are people coming and going in. So the number of zombies is several times as much than in other regions. Chun Yao drove to this area. Seeing numerous zombie swarm, the school bus is soon surrounded. Upon hearing the school bus engine, the zombies staggered over. Chun Yao gritted her teeth and drove through the zombies. Those zombies, one after another, was run over, with a continuous stream of impacts. If it was an ordinary car, at this time it would have been blocked by the zombies and swallowed by the swarm. Hitting countless number of zombies, the school bus finally arrived at Zhonghai University. Ji Qingwu looked up at you, asked, "Where's your best friend? The campus is so huge. Do you know where he is?" You quickly replied, "The library, swimming pool, the boys' dormitory, the gym, and supermarket. If he is still alive, it should be in those 5 places." Wang Shuang curiously asked, "You? What is your best friend's name?" This is Zhonghai University. Compared to Yunhua University, has a lot more zombies. This place, even if it is you, entering it is a great deal of risk. Wang Shuang is envious of Yu's best friend. Having a friend like you that would risk his life to save him. Yu with a chuckle. "His name is Qiyang, is one of my best buddies." Between the conversation, Chun Yao have driven to the small supermarket in Zhonghai University. "You guys stay here. I will go take a look," you said, then quickly with white bones rushed off. Around the small supermarket was more than 10 zombies. They quickly head over and surround the duo. You looked at the 10+ zombies, then together with white bones charged towards them. At this time you was no longer like an ordinary boy that was full of fear when faced with the zombies in the dormitory. After continuous fighting and strengthening, Yu's strength has greatly increased. Yu and white bones rushed into the group of zombies, immediately decapitates the zombies like they were blades of grass, easily clearing the zombies that got in their way. At this moment, elegant black hair flashed by Yu's side. It was Ji Qingwu rushing into the group of zombies and began fighting. The trio, working together, quickly finished off the group of zombies. Yu, looking at Ji Qingwu, said, "Thank you. You're welcome. Leave this place to me, you go take a look," Ji Qingwu said, then rushed towards the zombies on the side. Chun Yao, driving the school bus, have ran over a large number of zombies, but still a large number of zombies were heading towards the school bus. Ji Qingwu must cleared up the zombies around the school bus. Otherwise, they will be surrounded. You came to the small supermarket and loudly yelled, "Is somebody in there? Someone say something." From the supermarket, there came a surprise sound. There are people here. You are here to save us." You yelled in a loud voice, "Qiyang, are you there?" "I am Yue Zhong," you shouted twice in succession. But inside the supermarket there was no reply. The supermarket's door soon opened. 4 men and 3 women came out from inside. One guy wearing glasses, who appeared to be gentle, asked you, "You are here to save us, right?" You glanced at the 4 men and 3 women, said, "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm here to find my friend Qiyang. If you want to get out of her, I can take you. But after getting out of here, you all have to depend on yourself in the future. There are zombies outside, you stay here, and there are water and supplies to support you. But get out of here. Just a question of food will make you crazy." You, in order to live in this apocalyptic world, have encountered many difficulty. If he brought these people with him, just worrying about their food issues will make it difficult for him already. Don't even mention trying to get stronger. After listening to Yu's cruel words, the 7 people were dazed and confused. But suddenly a girl with short hair said, "I know where Qiyang is. I can tell you, but you have to take me with you." Chapter 21. Second-degree protective garment. You glanced at the girl with short hair, said, "What's your name?" "My name is Chun Qing," the short-haired girl quickly replied. You told her, "Okay, I will take you with me. Where is Qiyang?" Chun Qing then said, "He is at the girls' dormitory." When the world changed, he protected Wang Qian and Zhang Xian to retreat to the dormitory. "Good, you will go with me." You, hearing the information, quickly walked out the door. Chun Qing quickly followed behind you. Hesitating for a bit, the guy with glasses and the rest did not follow you. You have made it clear that he cannot always protect them. They also did not want to leave the small supermarket. Yu and Chun Qing just left the small supermarket immediately frowned. He saw Ji Qingwu fighting with 8 zombies. Among the 8 zombies there was one that was 2 meters tall and massive, with speed comparable to the average person, did not feel like the slow zombies. Power evolved, infected being L1 level 10. With greater power and steel-like skin. Skill viral infection, the infection can turn life forms into infected being. You frowned. Not good. Shouted loudly to Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu, be careful. That guy is a level 10 power-type monster. Ji Qingwu with the novice staff strike at the zombie's head like the quick strike of a snake, causing those zombies' head to be twisted to the side. Then quickly rushed toward the L1 zombie, striking at the L1 zombie neck. This strike normally would break the neck of the average zombie, but when it striked the neck of the L1 zombie, its head just shook a bit. That massive L1 zombie opened his giant hand and chopped at Ji Qingwu. The distance between the L1 zombie and Ji Qingwu was too close. Even with Ji Qingwu agility and speed would be unable to avoid. Seeing Ji Qingwu certain death, when she suddenly between the short distance, explode twice as fast and leapt backward, evading the zombie-killing blow. I reckon this is Ji Qingwu's skill. You thought, then rushed toward the L1 zombie. After evading that killing blow by the zombie, Ji Qingwu maintained her crazy speed, while continuing to strike the zombie in the head. The L1 zombie defense is far beyond Ji Qingwu imagination. Its head have been smashed dozens of by Ji Qingwu but still without any damage. But waving its claw around, it still could not catch Ji Qingwu. White bones like an arrow shot towards the zombie. Holding the axe it strike the L1 zombie like a cyclone. The zombie hold up its right arm to block. White bones' power is far greater than Ji Qingwu, and his axe was extremely sharp. The L1 zombie right arm was cut off by White Bones' strike. White Bones then swing at the zombie's neck, embedding his axe in it, but could not cut it off. The L1 zombie vital point has been damaged and immediately began to rage, taking a step forward, threw a punch at the right arm of White Bones. The fist knocked the axe-wielding right arm of White Bones. Such great power! Seeing the scene made you tremble. After passing through the continuous strengthening, White Bones is physically very strong. The zombie with just one punch broke off White Bones' arm, which is extremely terrifying. If the punch was thrown at a human body, it would immediately kill them. Wrap him up, you order White Bones. White Bones rushed forward, with its left hand grabbing the axe. Without a weapon, even White Bones is no match for the L1 zombie. The zombie punched White Bones' left arm. At this time, Ji Qingwu from the side rushed forward, striking the head of the L1 zombie. The blow causing the zombie body to be slightly crooked, causing the punch to miss. You took the opportunity to charge forward, holding his sword high, severely slashing the top of the zombie neck. Accompanied by a sound like 2 metals striking each other, under that tang sword slash, the L1 zombie was beheaded. The L1 head fell to the ground, and immediately a big ball of light from the zombie's body flew into you. You have been promoted to level 8. Please assign the 2 stats points. The light entering Yu's body, when the message sounded in his head. Assign 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. You ordered. Stamina allow you to be able to fight longer, while agility can improve his reaction time and overall speed. If there are power-type zombies, then there must be speed-type zombies. You need to be faster in order to cope with the evolved zombies in the future. After being promoted to the next level, you looked at the L1 zombie's body. Close to the L1 zombie's body was a skill book and a bronze treasure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and a black life coin with a value of 100. You quickly picked up the skill book near the body. Level 1 skill, Overwhelming Power. After using this ability within 30 seconds, plus 10 power. Using this skill will consume 5 stamina points. Cooldown time none. You quickly grabbed all the items into his abdomen, then quickly rushed to the school bus. Ji Qingwu, White Bones, and Chun Qing also immediately follow behind him, onto the school bus. You looked at Chun Qing and said, Chun Qing, go to the passenger seat and show Chen Yao the way. Chun Qing went to the passenger seat and showed Chen Yao the way. At this time Ji Qingwu walked to Yu's side and asked, what kind of skill book is it? You throw the skill book to Ji Qingwu and then ask, Overwhelming Power. Do you need it? In the earlier battle, Ji Qingwu also helped to fight the L1 zombie. You didn't want to be greedy and not distribute the loots. Ji Qingwu looked at the skill book then threw it back to you. I need a good sword. This skill is not suitable for me. The skill overwhelming power consumed too much stamina. For Ji Qingwu is too much of a burden. Using this skill, she might as well get a good sword. Earlier Ji Qingwu could not damage the L1 zombie cause her weapon was too crappy. You did not demur. Immediately open the bronze treasure box. This is the first time he had seen a bronze treasure box. Opening the bronze treasure box, a bronze color light flashed. A white protective garment appeared in front of you. Second degree protective garment, all stats +5. Able to withstand small caliber bullets and infections under level 20 times. Durability 20/20ths. You seeing the second degree protective garment attributes, eyes lit up, immediately said, I want this piece of equipment. 1. The skill is actually power enhancement, but that sounds so boring so I changed it to overwhelming power instead. Chapter 22, Shadow Step Skill. Okay. Ji Qingwu glanced at the second degree protective garment, with no objection. The main effort to kill the L1 zombie was you and White Bones. Also Ji Qingwu did not want to clash with you over the second degree protective garment. You opened a white treasure box. A white light flashed. The white treasure box soon disappeared, leaving nothing behind. This treasure box actually have nothing? You frowned and quietly thought. You did not hesitate to open another white treasure box. A light flashing. An imitation Tang sword appeared in front of him. Ji Qingwu saw the imitation Tang sword. Her eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Took the sword in hand, loving the sword and not letting it go. This imitation Tang sword, I want it. Ji Qingwu has long envied the imitation Tang sword in Yu's hand. If she had the right weapon, she would not have been that helpless against the L1 zombie. Good. You had no objection. Ji Qingwu with that exquisite swordsmanship and imitation Tang sword in hand will increase her battle potential at least doubled. Ji Qingwu caressed the hand of the sword, seized the life coins but did not look at the survival skills book 1. I just ant this imitation Tang sword. Others are owned by you. Okay. You put his items into the backpack and promptly switched to the second degree protective garment. We are here. The school bus stopped at the girls' dormitory. Chun Yao shouted. Let's go. You without any hesitation, and with White Bones rushed out of the open door. You just got off. In front of the dormitory was over 20 zombies heading their way. White Bones led the way, holding the axe like a whirlwind rushed into the group of zombies. Axe flying, a zombie head flew high. None of the zombies were a match for White Bones. After you put on the second degree protective garment, his stats are comparable to White Bones. He also immediately rushed into the fray of zombies. Joining the fray, you was sprinting like a ghost in the midst of zombie swarm. With a wave of his hand, cut off a zombie head. So amazing. He is so much stronger than yesterday. Inside the school bus, Chun Yao watched you, full of surprised thoughts. When will I be able to become as strong as him? Wang Shuang see one man, one skeleton fighting amidst the group of zombies. Seeing you beheaded a zombie, his eyes full of envy. Ji Qingwu soon joined the fray. The more than 20 zombies that occupied the front of the girls' dormitory was soon annihilated by the trio. Qiyang. Where are you? I am Yue Zhong. Slaying all the zombies in front of the girls' dormitory, you loudly shouted. Inside dorm 206 of the girls' dormitory, a tall and very handsome-looking guy heard Yu's word. His eyes lit up, briskly rushed towards the window and loudly shouted, You, I am in dorm 206. Ji Qingwu, I leave this place to you. You sang the sentence, then rushed into the girls' dormitory with White Bones. The sound from the school bus was very loud. The surrounding zombies were attracted to it. If no one stayed to protect the bus, it would soon be surrounded by zombies. After leaving Ji Qingwu, you and White Bones quickly rushed towards the stairs. Killing 6 zombies that blocked their way, you and White Bones rushed up the stairs to the second floor. Just at this moment, a diminutive, blue-gray skinned zombie like a ghost rushed toward you, a claw aiming for his body. You use all his power to jump back, then rolling down the stairs. So fast. You quickly stood up, filled with horror. The zombie speed was much faster compared to him before he put on the second-degree protective garment. The zombie speed is too fast. If he did not wear the second-degree protective garment, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Power evolved infected being S1 level 10. It has frightening speed. Skill viral infection. The infection can turn life forms into infected being. A strike that force you to retreat. The ghost like S1 zombie soon entangled with White Bones. The S1 zombie is very fast. A claw gripping White Bones' body. Removed a piece of bone from White Bones' body. The body of White Bones is made from bones, with no armor covering the body. The bones can be easily removed. White Bones' left hand swinging the axe, but it did not cut that extremely fast S1 zombie. You quickly shot toward the zombie like a fast arrow. After several steps you was standing in front of the S1 zombie, a sword with a cold light slashing toward the zombie. The S1 moved its body slightly to the right, evaded you killing strike, then swung a vicious claw toward you. A light flashing in your eyes, ruthlessly kicked the zombie in the body, sending the zombie flying a few yards away. White Bones took the opportunity and stepped forward, an axe swinging toward the zombie. The S1 zombie, as if a monkey, quickly twisted its body, evading the strike from White Bones. You took the opportunity to cut the S1 zombie. The zombie was in mid-air, unable to dodge. Yu's sword cut off the zombie's head, foul blood splattering everywhere. After decapitating the zombie, Yu was out of breath. If he did not have the protection from the second-degree protective garment, when fighting the S1 zombie he would have gotten infected. After killing the S1 zombie, a white ball of light flew from the zombie body into Yu's body. While on the ground, a skill book and 2 treasure chests dropped. You have been promoted to level 9. Please assign the 2 stats points. After the wild ball of light went into his body, that sweet message sounded in his head. Distribute 1 point to agility, 1 point to stamina. You quickly distributed. Level 2 skill book, Shadow Steps. After activating Shadow Steps within 30 seconds, agility plus 30. Using this skill will consume 15 stamina points. Cooldown time, none. You without any hesitation. This skill is very suitable for me. With this thought in his mind, the skill book soon turned into black light and entered his body. The black light condensed in his body, becoming like lingering smoke that resemble a rune. You put the remaining 2 white treasure box into his backpack. Continue to rush up to the 2nd floor. Zhonghai University is a first-rate university. The students' dorms are the standard 4 rooms. Each floor with 10 dorms. The number of zombies on each floor is not many, and soon was cleared up by Yu and White Bones. Qiyang, I'm here, open the door. Yu, after killing the zombies, went to the dorm 206 and shouted inside. 1. The Chinese character say power when describing the zombie may be a typo from the author. I'm not sure since it's an agility-based zombie lol. Chapter 23 Qiyang. Soon, the dormitory's door opened wide. Qiyang, holding the novice staff, quickly walked out. You're still alive. You watched Qiyang, a slight smile on his face, took a step forward and punched Qiyang in the shoulder. Qiyang, with a handsome face and trace of a smile, looked at you. You buddy, thank you very much. It's you Zhong? Long time no see. I'm Zhang Ecchian. Do you remember me? Just then from inside the dormitory, a pretty girl with long black hair and oval face walked out, with laughter towards you. You looked at Zhang Ecchian, softly said, Zhang Ecchian, hello? Qiyang is handsome, very studious, is also very athletic, was pursued by many girls in high school. According to Yu's knowledge, Qiyang once had 10 girls confess to him, and 2 girls pursuing him went from Leijiang City to the university. Zhang Ecchian was one of those 2 girls. Even after entering college, Qiyang's popularity with girls did not decrease. But being friends with Qiyang, you knows that Qiyang did not like any girls at his side. Soon from the dormitory 5 girls came out. Let's go. This is no place to talk. You said this, then immediately rushed downstairs. Qiyang took up the rear guard to protect the 6 girls. Yu and White Bones quickly rushed downstairs and saw in front of the school bus was Ji Qingwu struggling to kill all the zombies that attempted to get close to the school bus. More than 10 zombies was killed by her imitation Tang sword. But more zombies were coming over, giving people a sense of hopelessness. With the advancing zombies under pressure, Ji Qingwu killed the zombies while constantly retreating, trying to buy time. You, seeing this, together with White Bones, rushed forward to kill the zombies that were approaching, temporarily stopping the advancing zombies. Qiyang along with the 6 girls quickly rushed into the school bus. "We are good. You!" After everyone got on the school bus, Qiyang immediately shouted toward you. "Retreat!" You looked over at Ji Qingwu and said. Then along with White Bones quickly rushed toward the school bus. Ji Qingwu conveniently decapitate another zombie, then immediately rushed to the school bus. Chun Yao quickly start the school bus and accelerated out the campus. On the street, the school bus continuously running over the zombies, sending some of them flying, causing the school bus to constantly shakes. "Where are we going?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Chun Yao stared ahead and asked you. You quickly replied, "Go to the Lake District's gas station." You looked over at Qiyang and asked, "Qiyang, what level are you?" The eyes of perception can discern information of monsters up to 5 levels higher, but cannot see human information. Qiyang immediately replied, "Level 4. You took out the level 1 skill book Overwhelming Power and threw it to Qiyang. "Take a look at the skill book and see if you can use it or not." Qi took the skill book and glanced at it, then threw it back to you. "Not suitable for me." You took the 1st degree protective garment and threw it to Qiyang. "Put on this protective garment. Items that dropped from the zombies are adaptable. It can automatically transform to suit the wearer's body." Qiyang quickly put on the 1st degree protective garment that previously worn by you. His increase in power was not small. At the time that Qiyang was putting on the protective garment, you quickly open up the 2 white treasure box. One of the box released a white light and then disappeared. Out of the other box came a silver shield. 1st degree white shield, able to withstand the attack of monsters level 15 and below. Power +1. Durability 20/20. You grabbed the shield and waved it around a couple times. Finding that it was not heavy, weighing only a few pounds, is a defensive weapon. "Qiyang, take this shield." You threw the shield to Qiyang. You have the 2nd degree protective garment, so he did not need the shield. Qiyang accepted the shield, did not say anything. He is not a man of many words, but he is your most trusted best friend. When they were young, Qiyang and you holding iron bars once fought with 8 well-known hoodlums. That experience is the most dangerous fighting of their life. If the cops did not arrive quickly, they would have been dead. You took a look at the 6 girls and asked Qiyang in a low voice, "Is one of them your girlfriend?" You asked Qiyang softly, but the 6 girls that accompany Qiyang pricked up their ear to listen. Of the 6 girls, the face of Zhang Xian and Wang Qian were most pretty and graceful. The 2 of them were the ones pursuing Qiyang. Qiyang firmly said, "No. If he didn't like, then he didn't like. He was never ambiguous." Hearing what Qiyang said, the 6 girls' eyes were gloomy. The school bus speeding forward, hitting countless zombies, soon arrived at the Lake District gas station. At this moment in the gas station, there were no other vehicles, only a few zombies wandering around. You and his party quickly got off the school bus and cleared the zombies around the gas station. After putting on the protective garment, Qiyang holding his novice staff on one hand and the shield on the other hand, very calm and careful, started killing the zombies. After filling up, you and his party quickly got back on the bus. "Where are we going next?" Chun Yao, after starting the school bus, running over some zombies, asked you. You quickly replied, "Jinhu Road, Garden District." The school bus ran over countless zombies, finally arrived at Jinhu Road. Jinhu Road is an extremely busy road, with a lot of zombies now occupying it. The school bus just entered Jinhu Road, when countless zombies quickly poured over. Whenever there was a collision, the zombies were sent flying, but in that group of zombies, there were 3 zombies that suddenly leapt on top of the school bus. S1 zombie. This place have 3 S1 zombies. He was shaken up and loudly shouted, "Everyone be careful." You just having said this, with a huge bang, in an instant 3 school bus windows were shattered, 3 Saiyan figure leapt in the window. Shadow steps activate. In that moment that the windows shattered, Yui's flashed with a light, activated the shadow step skill, pressed down on his feet. A ghost-like zombie head appeared before you, with one slash cut off the head of the S1 zombie. Chapter 24. Infected. The two other S1 zombies also enter through the broken windows, one zombie lunging towards Chen Yao, while the other zombie heading directly towards the group of girls. Ji Qianwu, who had been sitting beside Chen Yao when the S1 zombies broke through the windows, had activated her skill high speed. Then, a sword slash with a mysterious trajectory cut into the S1 zombie's body, completely cutting it into two, causing foul blood to be splattered. The last S1 zombie jumped into the group of girls, immediately causing a huge panic. The 6 girls were wailing and trying to escape to the surrounding area. The S1 zombie opened its hand and caught a petite girl, then opened its mouth and bit the girl in the neck. Ah! Save me! Help me! The girl's eyes were filled with fear, sending out a shrill, screaming sound. The rest of the girls, upon seeing the S1 zombie, all fled and hid and had now let out screams of fear. The S1 zombie, after biting the girl it caught, moved like lightning, pouncing towards a cute, small girl with a round face. Help me! Help me! The round-faced girl, now screaming in fear, frantically tried to escape the cramped bus. All the other girls retreated away from the round-faced girl. Only Qi-yong with a calm face holding the novice staff was ready to take on the S1 zombie. The S1 zombie, seeing Qi-yong charging forward, released the round-faced girl. The zombie pounced at Qi-yong as if it were a cheetah, with a claw swiping at Qi-yang's head. The S1 zombie's speed was too fast. Qi-yang's level was too low. It was impossible to avoid the attack of the S1 zombie. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He swung the novice staff, smashing it against the zombie's body. Seeing that Qi-yong would be caught, a shadow flashed by. A sword filled with a cold light slashed at the zombie's head. One slash, decapitating the head and sending it flying with blood, splattering. Yue Zhong with a kick, sent the zombie's body flying a few meters away, smashing against the bus wall. Just after killing the 3 S1 zombies, the school bus had crashed into a nearby clothing shop. Along with the numerous sounds of shattered glass, the entire school bus rocked and then came to a stop. When the S1 zombie rushed towards Chen Yao, she was frightened and panicked, so she could not control the school bus. Everyone on the school bus lost their balance because of the collision, with 3 girls hitting the seats and knocking out. Yue Zhong with a roar, shouted, "Quickly drive! Chen Yao!" Countless zombies were surrounding the school bus. If they were completely surrounded, then they all would die without a grave. Chen Yao was also aware of the danger, suppressing the discomfort after the impact, immediately reversed out from the clothing store and accelerated towards the garden district. Yue Zhong then quickly pulls out a rope from his backpack, then ties up the girl that was bitten by the S1 zombie. The girl cried out in fear. "Yue Zhong, what are you doing? Why did you tie me up? I am hurt, you need to save me." The people that were not knocked out were looking at the girl's neck with pity in their eyes. Yue Zhong watched the girl and slowly said, "All those bitten by the zombies will be infected and become zombies. You only have 20 minutes left. Those infected cannot be cured. This is the most brutal fact when fighting against zombies. If caught by a zombie, even just a scratch can turn you into a zombie. This was why people feared fighting against zombies. Immediately executing an infected person, this is the most sensible approach. But the world just changed. Yue Zhong could not immediately kill a person who did not turn into a zombie yet. The girl, hearing what Yue Zhong said, pleaded with a loud cry, "Help me! Please, help me! I don't want to die." Seeing the girl cried out in a loud voice, the rest of the girl were fearful and sympathetic, but no one dared to go near her. Yue slowly said to the girl, "I'm sorry. I'm not able to help you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Know that she will die 20 minutes later, cause her to have a mental breakdown. She loudly wailed, her mouth just muttering the phrase. Yue Zhong turned and walked towards the bodies of the 3 S1 zombies. The 3 S1 zombies only dropped a skill book, 7 treasure boxes, and 3 survival coins worth 50. Level 1 skill book, minor injury healing. Using this skill can cure the patients who suffered minor injuries. Each usage will consume 4 MP. Yue Zhong took the minor injury healing skill book, then hesitated a bit. This skill book is a healing skill. Currently, the hospitals are deserted. Even a minor injuries can claim a person's life. Having this healing skill, he can deal with more emergencies. But then he will be missing a powerful fighting skill. Yue Zhong with a slight smile tossed the skill book to Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu, do you want the skill book? Ji Qingwu took a look at the skill book, then tossed it back to you. Don't need it. The other people are watching Yue Zhong with hope in their eyes. They already know that a skill book represents a kind of ability. The world has changed, but one thing has not changed. The people with abilities can live better, while those without abilities cannot even afford to protect their own lives. Under the stares of the others, Yue Zhong put the skill book in his backpack. Each skill book is extremely rare. He will only give the skill books to people who he believes can become his teammate. Yue Zhong then began to open the white treasure boxes. White lights flashing. 5 of the treasure boxes were empty. The last 2 treasure boxes dropped 2 pairs of first-degree enhanced footwear, agility +3. The 2 pairs of enhanced footwear were given to Qiyang and Ji Qingwu. The school bus soon arrived at the garden district. Even though there were many people in the building, the majority of them were in their office. There were not many zombies outside. Qiyang, Ji Qingwu, I'll leave these zombies to you guys. After saying this, you quickly rushed towards the stairs. Qiyang and Ji Qingwu, the duo escorted the girl that was bitten off the school bus and started killing the zombies roaming around the building. Yue Zhong and White Bones arrived at a floor in the building, then killed 7 zombies blocking their way while heading towards room 604 in the building. Yue Zhong constantly knocked on the door of room 604 and loudly yelled, "Lu Wan, are you alive? It's Yue Zhong. I'm alive. Big brother Yue. Don't leave." Soon from inside room 604 came the surprised cry of a girl. Chapter 25, News of Gathering. After a while things moved and a voice sounded inside, and then room 604 door opened wide. A girl with a ponytail, tiny chest, and full of youthful vitality was a cute girl about 15 years old. Lu Wan saw you, and threw herself into his arms and cried out, "Big brother Yue, I knew you would save me." You patted Lu Wan's shoulders and asked, "Aunt and Uncle Lu?" Lu Wan is Yue's tutoring student. Although usually Lu Wan is very mischievous, but the two get along well overall. Lu Wan's parents also look after you, and never owed wages. Thanks to a good salary of a home tutor, you can live a quiet college life, and do not need to look for other jobs. Lu Wan raised her teary face and said, "I called their phones, but nobody answered." Lu Wan was so adorable. Compared with the usual naughty little witch is completely different. When the world changed, most people have been turned into zombies. Lu Wan was hiding inside looking out the window at people being bitten by zombies. The phone calls couldn't get through, and no one picked up the calls, so she was very afraid and helpless. Now seeing you, her heart calmed down slightly. You quickly said, "You should come with me immediately. This is not a place to stay for long term. Big brother Yue, wait for me. I will come immediately." Lu Wan quickly went to her room to get her backpack, put on a baseball cap, and wore her sneakers, then ran to Yue's side. "Let's go." You did not say much. Then with Lu Wan rushed downstairs. After rushing downstairs, the two got on the school bus. Then you said to Chen Yao, "Now get out of here. Go back to your apartment." At this point Qiyang and Ji Qingwu have cleared the surrounding area and returned to the bus. Chen Yao started the school bus without saying anything, then sped away, running over countless zombies to head home. You, after getting on the bus, took a look inside, did not find the girl bitten by the S1 zombie. He did not know if she had already become a zombie and was killed by Qiyang or Ji Qingwu. The ride back was without incident. This time they smoothly returned to Chen Yao's home. Good news! Longhai City has established an enclave of survivors. The survivors nearby have gone there. Back home, immediately Wang Feng excitedly said to you and his party, "Very good. Very good. Now we are saved." Listening to Wang Feng's words, the dark clouds that hung over everyone's hearts have dispersed, and their hearts are filled with joy. You was no exception. After the world changed, everyone's hearts was filled with confusion. Fear and anxiety lingers in all their hearts. Despite the usual complaints about the government, in such despair, hearing the official news is undoubtedly an invigoration to them. A strong institution capable of maintaining order and allowing them live a quiet and orderly life, they would not have to lead such a precarious existence. After the great news, you immediately asked Wang Fong, "How do you know this news?" Wang proudly took out a radio to show off. "I heard the broadcasting on the radio. The end of the occurred 2 days ago, Longhai City, which was able to make that kind of response. This mayor actually has some capability." You quietly thought. The Chinese government efficiency is obvious. Within 2 days they are able to reassure the public and prepare the enclave for survivors. Longhai City mayor's capability was far beyond Yu's imagination. Wang Fong said to Yu, while looking forward to his reaction, "Yu, how about we go to Longhai City now?" Listening to Wang Fong's words, all eyes in the room fell on Yu. Without the help of Yu, their probability of reaching Longhai City was very small. In the room, most of them wanted to immediately leave to Longhai City. Yu frowned, in a deep voice said, "No, going to Longhai City is no problem, but I want to be prepared. Weapons, supplies, and vehicles are necessary. Without them, I'm not going to Longhai City. Anyone that want to go, can go. I will not stop." Ji Qingwu looked at everyone and lightly said, "Yu is right. Before we are prepared, reaching Longhai City will be difficult. The school bus, after several collisions, is banged up and does not know when it would break down. With one S1 zombie you can handle. If at the same time they encountered several S1 zombies, L1 zombies, or even other special zombies, the team simply cannot resist." Wang Fong with an embarrassed laugh. "I just suggested, since you feel that it is inappropriate, then forget it." You took out the minor injury healing skill book and handed it to Lu Wan. Lu Wan, immediately learn the skill book. "Okay." Lu Wan nodded and took the skill book. With a thought, the skill book turned into a white light and entered her body. You asked, "How is it?" "Good." Lu Wan nodded. You brought Lu Wan over to Zhang Xian and said, "You go help Zhang Xian treats her injuries." Zhang Xian rolled up her pant leg, revealing a swollen calf. Lu Wan reached out and touched Zhang Xian, then swollen calf. A white flash of light from her hands flew out into the calf of Zhang Xian. Under that white light's effect, Zhang Xian's swollen calf returned back to normal. Even the naked eye can see. When the light disappeared, Lu Wan quickly went over to you, gave me a sweet smile and said, "Good, but I'm so tired." You took out a lollipop and handed it to Lu Wan. "Candy." Lu Wan took the lollipop and with a mischievous smile said, "Big brother you are like a strange uncle." Translator note. She is basically saying he resembles a pedophile. LOL. In a safe place, Lu Wan had also recovered some of her personality. You shook his head and looked at the lively Lu Wan. The worries eased from his mind a bit. Since the end of the world, he has been under enormous pressure. Fearing the unknown, he can only choose to get stronger, just so he can get a little sense of security. You walked to the front of Zhang Xian and asked, "How is the result?" Zhang Xian felt her feet, then stood up, her eyes filled with joy. "Great! My injury is completely healed." You seeing Zhang Xian's joyful look, a glimmer appeared in his eyes. This ability to cure minor injuries was far beyond his expectations. The battles will be more severe in the future. What will happen nobody knows. With this skill to treat minor injuries, in the future his team will be able to get stronger. Chapter 26, Thugs. You looking at Ji Qingwu asked, "Ji Qingwu, I want to go to the police station to get some weapons. Are you coming?" It is a collaborative relationship between you and Ji Qingwu. The two have already worked together to save Qiyang. Ji Qingwu no longer owed him anything. Although Yu has gotten a lot stronger, however, firearms are necessary weapons for him. Regardless if the enemies are zombies or people, firearms are very effective. "I'm going," Ji Qingwu said, then turned and looked at Chun Yao, said, "Yao Yao, you should also go." Chun Yao, inconsistent with her weak appearance, imposingly nodded, "Yes." You quickly said, "Wang Shuang, Xuanhuan and Qidian, we are going. At the same time, Zhang Xian plucked up the courage to say, I want to go. Yu glanced at Zhang Xian, thinking for a moment, then said, You should stay here. For this operation, we cannot take you. The operation this time is to get firearms and equipment, so must be brief. Zhang Xian has no skill, so she would only be a burden. Listening to Yu's words, Zhang Xian felt a pang of disappointment, silently returned to her seat. Yu's party quickly got on the school bus and sped towards the police station. When the school bus traveled on the road for a while, you saw over a dozen weirdly dressed individuals, riding modified motorcycles, machete, and a baseball bat in hand. Their hair dyed yellow, screaming in the street. When the world changed in the late afternoon was when traffic flow at this road was little, so there aren't many zombies. On this road, you did not see any zombies. Those dozens men saw the bus, immediately drove their motorcycles after the bus. Several modified motorcycles soon rushed ahead in front of the school bus, blocking the way. Stop! I said to stop. A motorcycle rode along the side of the bus with a baseball bat and machete, while constantly banging and swearing at the sides of school bus. You seeing Chen Dao slowing the school bus down, frowned and shouted, Don't stop! Hit them! Hit them! Chen Yao loudly retorted, No! Someone will die. They are still alive, not zombies. I do not want to become a murderer. Saying this, Chen Yao stepped on the brakes and stopped the bus. It has only been 2 days since the end of the world. Chen Yao's ideology has not changed. She has yet to experience the cruelty of this world, nor understand the old order has collapsed. She did not hesitate to run over the zombies, but cannot run over real-live humans. Seeing Chen Yao stopping the bus, you frowned. With an idea, he covered white bones up with a large canvas. When the school bus had stopped, those motorcycles also stopped and parked next to the school bus. Then 7 young men armed with machetes came over. Boss, these 3 chicks are fine. A guy with dyed yellow hair, wearing nose rings, about 10 years old, and very rebellious-looking teenager saw Lu Wan, Ji Qingwu, and Chen Yao. In his eyes flashed a hint of lewdness. He said and licked his lips next to a man, 1.8 meter tall, fat, and armed with machetes. The guy that appeared to be the leader looked at everyone. In a deep voice said, I am the eldest of bikers, Wang Zhiguang. Put away your weapons and get out immediately. I have something to tell you. Qiyang and Yu looked at each other, then looked at Chen Yao. Both quietly put their weapons in their backpack. Yu and Qiyang, both protecting Lu Wan, got off the bus. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu also walked out. Getting off the school bus, over 10 gang members on motorcycles surrounded Yu's group of 6. At this moment came the roaring sound of the motorcycles. Those bikers only looked at Yu's group, while laughing. That girl is good. Looks like we will be able to have a good and pleasurable time. Damn. The office worker was no fun at all yesterday. I didn't have enough fun before she jumped. The 3 girls. Which one do you prefer? That little one. Delicate skin and soft flesh are most satisfying to play with. The bikers continues to check out the 3 girls without restraint, bringing chills to Chen Yao and Lu Wan. Lu Wan can sense the malice in the eyes of these bikers. She was afraid and hid behind you, although she is mischievous, but she know the severity of a dozen thugs armed with machetes. Fighting thugs with weapons is not easy. Yue Zhong and Qiyang eye each other, and just stood there quietly looking at the situation. What do you want? Yu and Qiyang did not say anything. This kind of quiet pressure made it hard for Chen Yao to breathe, so she could not help but said out loud. A biker lewdly laughed and said, Want you to lick Big Brother? Ha ha! Ha ha! That biker's words had hardly faded. Following came a sound of unbridled laughter. Chen Yao with a flushed face loudly scolded, Scoundrel! We are scoundrels. Wait a bit. Big Brother will let you know the benefits of Big Brother. You will see if it is or isn't. One biker laughed out loud. Yes, brothers will take turns to let you taste the benefits. Or with 4 people together. Ha ha ha. Those bikers continue to say obscenities to Chen Yao. Order have collapsed. There are no police to arrest them. and they can indulge in their inner darkness. You coldly stared at Chen Yao. See, those are the people you want to protect. Chen Yao guilt by you, heart full of grieves. Her eyes red, tears fell to the ground like pearl. Wang Zhiguang, with lewdness flashing in his eyes, cried out in a loud voice, "You 3 girls! Now take off your clothes! Take it off! Take it off!" Those biker gangs of thugs, one by one, their eyes were covered in a layer of madness, cried out in a loud voice. Under the roar of the biker mob that surrounded them, Lu Wan and Chen Yao hearts are filled with fear. Lu Wan tightly gripped Yu's clothes. Since childhood, she have never seen such crazed people. "Are you going to take it off or not? If we are not happy, when we are tired of you, we will chop off your hands and feet to feed the zombies." A young guy with crimson eyes, face twisted, oppressively said. These biker gangs of thugs has taken a few lives, and in the collapse of order in the world, they have started to go wild and cruel. Big brother Yu. Lu Wan was afraid and pulled on Yu's clothes. The thugs were violent and frightened her. Yu patted Lu Wan in comfort and said, "Don't worry about it. I am here. They won't be able to lay a finger on your hair." 1. When 1 is just a nickname for Lu Wan. 2. Yes, it said the kid looked like a 10 years old. Chapter 27. Slaughter. "I'm sorry, Yu. I was wrong. Looking at those murderous thugs that are like wild beasts." Chen Yao, with tears of remorse, apologized to you. Wang Zhiguang glanced at Chen Yao, frowned, then murderously shouted towards you. "You 3 men, throw your backpack over here. Otherwise, I chop you to death." Wang Zhiguang gave an order, and those thugs pointed their machetes and bats at Yu's group. All of a sudden, a very tense situation. More than 10 men armed with machetes and baseball bats standing together gave a heavy sense of oppression. Yu, with coldness in his eyes, slowly said, "Put down your weapons now and leave immediately. F*******. Altogether. Chop those 3 little F***********. Killing intent appeared in Wang Zhiguang's eyes, loudly shouted the phrase, then led the way, armed with machetes rushing towards you. Under the leadership of Wang Zhiguang, the rest of the thugs charged towards Yu's group like beasts with crimson eyes. "Damn you!" Yu pulled out his sword from behind, rushed forward, with a slash like a streaking meteor, strike at Wang Zhiguang's body. Yu's current agility and power was far beyond the average person. Wang Zhiguang did not have time to react, and his head was whisked into the sky, blood splashing everywhere. The headless body continued moving forward a few steps, then fell to the ground. Human blood splattered on Yu's body. He had killed the first human. Time seems to stop as the thugs are watching the scene in disbelief. Wang Zhiguang was capable of being the leader of these thugs based on his fighting ability, fearlessness, and extreme ruthlessness. Even 4 or 5 zombies are no match for Wang Zhiguang, precisely because of this that those biker thugs would serve him. They simply did not think that Wang Zhiguang would fall from one strike by Yu. After decapitating Wang Zhiguang, Yu took a step forward and cut off the arm of 2 thugs, flooding spraying from the separated arms. At the same time, white bones previously hidden under the canvas rushed out. With a swing of his axe, a thug's head flew off immediately, blood splattering everywhere. Quickly escape. Seeing Yu so daring, the biker thugs fled. They are motley crowd without special training. With the leader dead, there was no point in fighting. Don't run away. All together. Kill their boss for revenge. A thug with crimson eyes yelled loudly. Yu, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, stepped forward and decapitated the thug with a sword slash. The blood splashing everywhere as the limp body collapsed on the ground. The thug died, and rest of the biker thugs fled, unwilling to fight Yu. "Fuck! Go die!" 2 thugs, loyal to Wang Zhiguang, got on their motorcycles, shortly after drove towards Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu, trying to hit them. Looking at the 2 motorcycles about to hit her, Chen Yao was filled with fear. Frozen by fear, she was unable to move even an inch. Just as Chen Yao was about to get hit by a motorcycle, Ji Qingwu pushed Chen Yao to the side and evaded the collision. But Ji Qingwu was mercilessly hit by another motorcycle, causing her to spew a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Qing Wu! Chen Yao suddenly uttered a shrill scream, then crawled on the ground towards Ji Qingwu, not knowing if she is alive or dead. On the other side, following Yu's order, White Bones rushed over. Swinging his axe, cut down the motorcycle thug in half. Blood and guts spilled all over the floor. Ah! The thugs who had been cut down suddenly was still alive, and as his upper body fell to the ground, let out a sad cry. Seeing the thugs getting cut in half by White Bones, the thugs no longer dared to mess with you. They all got on their motorcycles and quickly fled. While Lu Wen was watching this horrible scene, her face paled, started vomiting. Although she is known as the Little Witch, but where would she see such horrors? Killing zombies had already made her sick, but now killing people. Qiyang looked at the bloody scene. His face is a little pale, but he is mentally strong, so was not very shaken. After routing the biker thugs, you now went over to Ji Qingwu's side. Chun Yao helplessly grabbed you, crying and said, "Boo! Who? You, I beg you, help Qingwu. Please save her life. Boo-hoo. It's all my fault. I caused her to be this way." "Quiet!" You frowned and shouted. Chen Yao immediately covered her mouth, sobbing in a low voice. You reached over Ji Qingwu towards her nose and checked, then immediately said, "She is not dead. When come here, use your minor injury healing on her." Lu Wen walked over with a paled face, put her 2 hands of Ji Qingwu's body, 2 white lights pouring from her hands, merged with Ji Qingwu's body. After a while, Ji Qingwu with a paled face slowly opened her eyes. "Very good. Qingwu, fortunately, nothing bad happened to you." Seeing Ji Qingwu opened her eyes, Chun Yao hugged her and cried out loud. Seeing Chun Yao holding her, a hint of softness appears in Ji Qingwu's eyes. You frowned and said, "Chun Yao, you need to quiet down for me. I have something to ask Ji Qingwu." Chun Yao immediately stopped crying, but still held Ji Qingwu. You looked at Ji Qingwu, in a deep voice said, "You have multiple injuries? You are not able to fight? Lu Wen's skill have not completely healed you?" Ji Qingwu's body moved slightly. Pretty soon her eyebrows furrowed with a faint tone said, "My injuries are not light. I estimated that there are several bone fractures. If there are no doctor, I'm afraid I cannot fight within a month." Hearing Ji Qingwu words, Chun Yao inside felt a sense of fear. Without protection from Ji Qingwu, she did not know how to survive in this world. Wang Zhiguang and the thugs showed her the cruelty of the world today. Ji Qingwu, after saying that, with those beautiful eyes staring quietly at you to see his reaction. With the end of the world, no one likes to take a burden around. Chun Yao stands beside Yue Zhong. A firm face said, "I will replace Ji Qingwu and fight. I will be driving and cooking. No matter what you say, I will listen. Please don't abandon us." "Who said anything about abandoning you? I just want to ask so I can make the right judgment. Go drive." You frowned, went to Ji Qingwu's body, picked her up and onto the school bus. Chapter 28. Firearms. Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief, wiped her tears, then quickly went to sit in the driver's seat. You ordered, "Go to the police station." Chen Yao immediately started the bus and drove towards the police station. To Qiyang, you said, "Qiyang, you stay here to protect them. I will go in and look for weapons. If anything is wrong, immediately call me." The other person that was capable of killing an S1 zombie was Ji Qingwu. Because of Chun Yao, she was injured with broken bones and cannot fight. You could only tell Qiyang to stay and protect Ji Qingwu. Qiyang picked up Ji Qingwu's imitation tang sword and replied to you, "You can rest assured." After the explanation, you, White Bones, and Qiyang quickly got off the school bus, then fiercely started killing the surrounding zombies. After killing more than 10 zombies outside the school bus, you and White Bones then quickly rushed in the police station. Just having entered the police station, 5 tattered-faced zombies wearing police uniforms immediately head over towards you and White Bones. You charged forward, between the flashing light of his sword, decapitated 3 zombies. The remaining 2 zombies was easily slayed by White Bones. After killing the 5 zombies, you walked over to their bodies, and with gloves took the pistols from their waists. Out of the 5 zombies, only 3 of them had pistols. Yu was able to get 3 Type 54 pistols and 15 rounds of ammunition. Yu then put the pistols and ammunitions into his backpack. Compared his unreliable shooting skills, it was easier to kill the zombies with his sword. Yu shortly after went to find the firearms storeroom. Firearms and ammunition storage room is the police department most heavily guarded room. Each one equipped with steel doors and anti-theft system. Stand in front of you is a tightly closed steel door. You took a look at the tightly closed steel door, then ordered White Bones, "Destroy this door for me." White Bones received Yu's order, fiercely swung the axe to strike the door. White Bones had been promoted to level 9, so it was 80% stronger than an average person. Hitting the door at full force was extremely scary. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out. The axe hitting the steel door formed a large dent, revealing a deep axe mark. With 8 consecutive axe strikes, White Bones was able to split the steel door, then pushed it open. "Don't move. Get your hands up." The steel door had just opened, when from inside a delicate sound rang out. You looked straight ahead, seeing in the storage room was a woman in police uniform. Her chest rising, looks very beautiful, is about 25 years old. The police officer was armed with the Type 54 pistol, aiming at him. When you eyed the woman officer, that policewoman also carefully looked at you. When she saw White Bones, her eyes flashed a hint of disbelief. Skeletons that only appears in magical stories is impossible to see in this world. "White Bones, grab her." You quickly moved to the side, ordered White Bones. White Bones received the order and marched towards the policewoman. His right hand, fast like a meteor, caught the policewoman. Bang! Bang! Crisp sound of gunshots sounded. The female police officer fired several shots at White Bones without hesitation. The bullets hit White Bones and just slipped past his bones. White Bones' body just trembled a bit, and soon with a bony hand grabbed the policewoman's right hand, took her pistol, and then forced the female policewoman on the ground. Sounds of gunshots dissipated. You came in from the main entrance. "Who are you?" "This is a police firearms storage room. You are trespassing without permission, have committed a crime." On the ground, that female police officer stared at you and said, You walked in front of the policewomen, waved his hand at White Bones. White Bones then quickly let go of the policewoman that it suppressed. "My name is Yue Zhong. I'm sorry, but the world have ended, and I need to be armed with weapons in order to survive. Beyond that, I don't have any malicious intent." "Officer, what's your name?" "My name is Su Ru Shui." "What is this?" Su Ru Shui stood up, pointed to White Bones standing beside you, and asked. You asked, "Did you hear the voice that claimed to be God?" "I heard it." "Did you?" Su Ru Shui's facial expression changed. She thought that she was the only person who heard the strange voice. You explained, "That skeleton was obtained by me in the magical system of the gods. It is one of the skills." Su Ru Shui's eyes flashing with eagerness asked, "How do you get that kind of ability?" "This special skeleton is not afraid of being shot, and have extraordinary fighting abilities." Su Ru Shui also wanted get this magic ability. You casually says, "If you dare to kill zombies, after obtaining the corresponding skill book, you can obtain this skill." "You are the one safeguarding the firearms?" You asked Su Ru Shui. Su Ru Shui shook her head and said, "No. Can you give me the pistol?" "No." You outright refused. He can't just let someone who had just threatened him with the weapon have it back. The level 2 protective garment can withstand small caliber bullets, but it cannot protect everything. If it hit him in the head, he would die. "Destroy the safe." You looked at the safe in the room and ordered White Bones. White Bones immediately swung his axe, smashing the safe's lock. The safe's lock broke after 3 hits. You opened the gun safe, revealing row upon row of guns. Type 54 pistols, Type 79 submachine gun, Type 85 sniper. Good stuff, really good stuff. You stared at row upon row of guns in the safe with a surprised look in his eyes. Guns represent power. Only those with power will have a greater chance of survival in these last days. You, after several strengthening, is now unafraid of ordinary zombies, but he is only one man after all. so his power and effectiveness is limited. In addition, melee combat consumes a lot of stamina. With firearms, he will be able to survive better. You quickly packed the firearms up, carrying some on his back, and some on White's bones. You looked at Su Ru Shui and asked, "Are you going to stay here, or come with me?" "I'll go with you," Su Ru Shui said without hesitation. Stay here and die, she didn't want to die. Chapter 29 Mission. You and White Bones carrying the guns, along with Su Ru Shui quickly withdrew to the school bus. Lots of guns. Lu Wen rushed over, looked at a pile of guns, picked up a Type 54 pistol while toying with it. Wang Shuang looked at the pile of guns, his eyes glinting a strange light. The old world order has collapsed before the new world order is established. Having guns mean having power. Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu were to the side watching. Seeing those guns, both their eyes lit up. The bullets! Qi Yang took a Type 79 submachine gun, playing around with it, then asked, "Not enough hands. Could only take that much at once. Watch her, don't let her touch the guns. I'll go find the bullets." You finished saying, then rushed off the school bus with White Bones. You soon found the ammunition storage room in the police station. White Bones broke the ammunition storage room's lock with his axe. A rotten-faced zombie dressed in police uniforms staggered towards you from inside. You decapitated the zombie with his sword. Then a ball of light flew into his body. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. You have 2 stats points. Please assign you points. Distribute 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. You quickly made the choice. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. You have gained 1 skill point. Please select the skill to upgrade, or you can retain it. Skill point. You eyes lit up, immediately made a choice. Immediately upgrade, summon a special skeleton skill. From within you, a flash of white light surged out of his body into White Bones, forming a rune. The rune on the skeleton, absorbing the white lights, began to transform. On the skeleton, many esoteric runes appeared. When after the runes formed, a black light emitted from between Yu's eyebrows, fell upon White Bones. Absorbing the black light, White Bones begins to change. Its bones began to change from all white to cyan. Your special skeleton has evolved and acquired a new skill. Please select the skill to acquired. Skill 1, Reinforced Bones. This ability allows Special Skull's bones to become harder, difficult to damage. Skill 2, Bone Manipulation. This skill allows free manipulation of the special skeleton's body, so its attacks will become more bizarre. Select Skill 1, Reinforced Bones. You thought for a moment, then made the choice. Currently, the most important thing missing on Yu's team is a strong shield. White Bone's skeleton body is not very strong, and if surrounded by a group of zombies, all the bones can be removed easily, thus losing the battle. After you made the choice, a black light flashing. On top of the chest of White Bones, many mysterious black runes appeared. The moment when the runes formed, White Bones' body turned an eerie metallic sheen. Special Skeleton White Bones, Level 9. Power, 23, 10. Agility, 23, 10. Vitality, 23, 10. Stamina, 16/23, 10. Spirit, 23/23, 10. Strength, 35, 10. Have Skills 1, Utilizing Bones. Skill 2, Reinforced Bones. After upgrading, summon a special skeleton skill. White Bones not only acquired the skill of Reinforced Bones, its 6 stats also got an extra plus 5 points. It was now more than twice as strong as an average person. After the upgrade to White Bones, the sound in Yu's mind did not stop. You have already promoted to level 10, is now qualify for a novice mission. Mission Summary. Searching for Novice Village. The world has changed. In order to better evolve, the system in each of these cities have established a Novice Village. Novice Village belong to the safe area. Does not have mutated monsters. Also have a job change system. Having a job enables you to become more powerful. If you are first entrant to Novice Village, the system will give you a generous reward. The piece of information sounded directly in Yu's mind. Novice Village? It seems that I have to change the plan. You quietly thought. He originally intended to prepare by getting their hands on firearms and head to Longhai City. The novice mission have made him change his mind. Only the fastest to adapt to this world will get the greatest abilities. You right now just want to be able to live a better life. You took a look at the zombie's corpse on the ground. Wearing gloves, searched the body for a bit and found a set of keys. You picked up the keys and tested it on the ammunition safe and soon opened the safe, exposing the inside were various ammunition boxes that were stacked neatly. Finally, you looked at the boxes of ammunition and has a satisfied look. With the ammunition, he has a better chance of surviving in this world. You and White Bones transported the ammunition several times, and soon all the ammunitions was carried to the school bus. Qi and you each on the back carried the Type 79 submachine gun. Body covered with magazines, looks like militants on television. Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wan is each assigned a Type 54 pistol for self-defense. Wang Shuang also got a Type 54 pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition. Please give me back my pistol. I'm a policeman. I won't hurt you. Su Rushui looked at Yu's people, frowned, and requested. Without a pistol, she didn't feel secured. Lu Wan seized Yu's arm and rocking like a baby said, "Big brother Yu, give it back to her. Big sister Rushui is not bad. Without pistol, what would she do if she encounters zombies?" You looked at Su Rushui and said, "Jiangsu officer, I can give you back your pistol, but I warn you, if you point your gun at us, then we will show you no mercy." Su Rushui approached you and said, "As long as you don't break the law, I will never point the gun at you." Yue Zhong stared at Su Rushui, shook his head, still threw the pistol to her. Su Rushui in the past would be a good police officer. But in these last days, with such principles without power or protection, surviving would be difficult. "Where are we going next?" Chun Yao asked you. You thought for a moment, in a deep voice said, "Go back to school. I promised the survivors of the girls' dormitory, if there is spare capacity, I will go save them." "Okay." Chun Yao immediately started the school bus and sped away toward the school. On the way there, the school bus hit a zombies. Because the school bus had too many collisions, it was beaten and bumpy. Not good. Seems like we need to look for a new vehicles as soon as possible. You looked at the beaten school bus, frowning slightly. If the school bus continues with these impacts, soon it will be scrapped. After all, the school bus is not a tank, and the extent of China's school bus cannot be as strong compared to the US. Chapter 30. Rescue. The school bus was speeding down the road. You took out 2 sweet buns from his backpack, giving one to Qi, and then quickly eating the other one. After fighting all morning, he was hungry and tired. Lu Wan to you said, "Big brother Yu, I'm hungry too. Also give me a sweet bun." You took another sweet bun from his bag, then gave it to Lu Wan. Lu Wan sat next to you and began gobbling down the sweet bun. Seeing them eat the sweet buns, Su Rushui swallow a mouthful of saliva. She has not eaten for more than a day. Su Rushui hesitated, then said to you, "Please give me a little something to eat. I have not eaten for a day." You looked at Su Rushui, then took a can of 8 treasures kanji from his backpack and tossed it to Su Rushui. "Thank you." After Su Rushui politely thanked you, immediately opened the can. Not caring about her image, started gulping down the food. She felt that from childhood till now, this was the most delicious kanji she have eaten. The school bus sped towards Yunhua University. Hearing the sound of the school bus, the zombies outside the university began to stagger towards the school bus. Running over dozens of zombies, the school bus finally stopped at the girls' dormitory. The zombies surrounding the girls' dormitory, hearing the sound, staggered over. Yu and Qi took out their Type 79 submachine gun and switched off the safety, then pointed it at the zombies and started shooting. Under the fire of the 2 submachine guns, the surrounding zombies were mowed down. After they stopped shooting, the bullet-ridden zombies either stood up or crawled over toward you and Qi. Only by damaging the zombie's brain can you kill them. Yu and Qi fired hundreds of rounds of ammunition, but only killed 5 zombies. Their marksmanship cannot compare to trained soldiers. I'm not getting any EXP using these heated weapons. You watched those zombies standing up again, and frowned. Even though his marksmanship is terrible, but under the intense fire, several zombies dropped and did not get up again. However, he did not see the ball of white light going into his body. Also, the zombies that were killed by the bullets did not drop anything, not even a survival coin. When you use the novice staff and imitation tang sword to kill zombies, at least a survival coin worth $1 will drop. Stop shooting. Qiyang, let's go. You immediately stopped firing and said to Qiyang. Qiyang nodded, picked up the tang sword and together with you, headed toward the zombies. White Bones have become unrivaled after his strengthening. Before you and Qiyang broke into the group of zombies, White Bones with his axe in hand was like a whirlwind dancing in the group of zombies. The head of the zombie that got hit by White Bones' axe was instantly smashed open. Monster. Extremely scary. On the school bus, Suru Shui looked at the unrivaled White Bones. Eyes opened wide in astonishment. Amazing! When did you skeleton get so strong? On the school bus, Chun Yao watched White Bones wading through the group of zombies unhindered. Her eyes flashed a touch of disbelief as White Bones wantonly slaughtered the zombies. She has seen how powerful White Bones was before, but its power was still acceptable compared to an average person. However, its strength was far beyond ordinary humans. The dozens of zombies around the girls' dormitory was quickly eliminated by White Bones, Yu, and Qiyang. White's Bones killed more than 20 zombies, while the rest was killed by Yu and Qiyang. Dozens of zombies meagerly contributed a few dozen survival coins and an apple of vitality. Qiyang stayed behind and guarded the school bus, while you head towards the dormitory and rushed up the stairs. Inside a dorm room on the 4th floor, various items were stacked in front of the door to block it. For girls were crowded on a bed, eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Throughout the room was silence, as if there is no one living there. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. The 4 girls clearly understood that the zombies could tell where they are by sounds, so they dare not talk too loudly. Channing, a girl whispered, asking, Zhongli, I'm hungry, is there anything left to eat? Zhongli, with a wry smile said, that last piece of chocolate, did we not divided it this morning to eat? Zhongli, are you saying we are going to die? All of a sudden, Lin Qi said this while looking at Zhongli. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Zhongli comforts, don't worry about it. We will be saved, soon someone will come and save us. You said he'd be back for us, didn't he? We need to believe him. Having said this, but in fact, Zhongli did not have any hope. After all, now that the world has become like this, wanting someone to risk their life to rescue someone was a slim probability. Now whoever saved me, I will be his girlfriend. A beautiful girl named Yuaning with long black hair, oval face, big beautiful eyes, tall and busta said. Yuaning was the most beautiful girl of the musical department at Yunhua University. She usually have a lot of pursuers, but her standards were also high and did not have a boyfriend, like a lofty proud white swan. Translator note. Basically saying she have really HIG standards. Zhongli teased. To be our swan princess boyfriend, I don't know who could be so lucky. He. Ying. Didn't you say that you did not want a boyfriend while in college? Inside the dorm room, that suffocating atmosphere was broken. Several girls in that moment forgot their fear and laughed quietly. At this moment, suddenly came the sound of impact of a zombie hitting the door. The 4 girls suddenly shut up, without a word, eyes filled with fear, while holding each other, their body trembling at the thought that the zombie would smash through the door. If the dormitory doors was smashed, they would all become food for the zombies. Shortly outside came the rumbling sound of the school bus engine. That sound of the zombie in front of the dorm room quickly disappeared. There are people. Someone came to rescue us. Hearing the school bus engine sound, a surge of joy welled up in the 4 girls. They immediately rushed to the window next to the bathroom to look outside. It's you, Zhong. You came back to save us. Far away, Zhongli saw Yu's figure in the school bus and was suddenly moved to tears. 1. This is the 8 treasures kanji/porridge. Chapter 31. Dead person. Great. This time we are saved. After seeing the school bus, Yuaning cried out. Trapped in the girls' dormitory, seeing no chance of survival, if not dying of starvation or thirst, then will die from being eaten by a zombie. With this reality, if it was not for the girls encouraging each other's, it would have made them go crazy. We will be saved. Lin Qi and Chuning holding each other, crying tears of joy. At the same time, the zombies outside the door headed toward the girls' dorm room, began to strike at it violently. The 4 girls closed their mouth, did not even dare to move, standing together quietly. Looking at the door with fear in their eyes, the door represented their escape and survival. After striking a while, those zombies' strikes suddenly disappeared. The 4 girls felt relieved, when all of a sudden, the dormitory door moved. The door was pushed open along with the large pile of debris. A body full of open sores, skin black, 2 meters tall, and bringing a feeling of endless oppression. It was the L1 zombie, which appeared in front of the 4 girls. The door and debris could stop normal zombies, but it could not stop the powerful evolved L1 zombie. We are finished. Seeing the 2 meters tall, sinister-looking L1 zombie, the 4 girls' faces were paled from fear. They all know that this time they cannot escape death. Chuning, with very little courage, was trembling from fear and limp on the ground. Normal zombies do not have vision, only instinct, sound, and smell to find prey. With the evolved L1 zombies, whose sight has been restored, stared at the 4 girls with its vicious eyes. The 4 girls were so scared that they could not move at all. Join together. Just block it. You will come and save us. Zhang Li gritted her teeth and said to the other 3 girls. Afterwards, she grabbed a metal pail next to her and threw it at the L1 zombie. With the metal pail flying at it, the L1 zombie did not dodge and continued forward. The metal pail hit the zombie's body, but it did not have any effect at all. Watching this scene, the 4 girls felt even more fear. Yuaning and Lin Qi gritted their teeth, grabbed the soaps and shampoos, throwing it at the L1 zombie. However, it did not have any effect. The zombie quickly strode toward the 4 girls and grabbed Chuning, who was limp on the floor. It opened its jaws and bit hard on Chen Ying's neck, biting though her throat, causing the blood to float out immediately. Chuning's eyes were dilated and full of pain, but she continued to struggle in the hands of the zombie. Seeing this horrible scene, the girls lost their will to fight and moved towards the window. Jump out. Falling to our death is better than being eaten alive by it. Zhang Li looked decisively and cried loudly. Lin Qi and Yuaning are afraid to look out the window, hesitated a moment, and didn't dare to jump out. After the L1 zombie took a few bites of meats from Chen Ying's throat, immediately stood up and stared coldly at the 3 girls. Looking at the bloody mouth of the zombie, the 3 girls were filled with despair. At this point, you finally arrived at the dorm room, with a body movement fast like a cheetah, rushing to the L1 zombie, with a sword fast as lightning slashing towards the zombie's neck. Your speed was far above the L1 zombie. It did not have time to react, and its head was sent flying with a sword slash. Yu's single strike beheading the zombie was etched into the eyes of the 3 girls. At this moment, still tainted by fresh blood on his body, Yu in the eyes of 3 girls was very cute. Come with me. Yu glanced at the 3 girls and said. He then picked up the survival coins and 3 white treasure boxes, did not stay, and immediately rushed out. He continues to look for the survivors in the dormitory. After all, he said he would come back to save them. The 3 girls nodded, then followed quickly behind Yu. Yuaning had something to say, but Yu did not look at her. After the world changed, Yu has been in a constant state of tension, his nerves on edge, forcing himself to do all kinds of preparations. He still had a great sense of fear for what will happen in the near future. The 3 girls had just gotten out of the dorm room when they saw the terrible scene. In the dormitory hallway was full of bodies of headless zombies and their head. Watching the zombie disgusting corpses, the 3 girls were nauseous and had an upset stomach. Wait a moment. Hold on. Seeing Yu quickly running out the 4th floor, Yuaning anxiously cried out in a loud voice. This is her only chance of survival. she didn't want to give up. You looked at the three girls and frowned. Come on, keep up. You scolding caused Yuaning to felt grievance. With eyes reddening, tears falling down. She grew up being admired by everyone, with a beautiful face and intelligence that was pursued by countless guys. This was her first time being so ruthlessly scolded by someone. Translator note: was hard to translate this. Zhong Xing Peng Yue translates to, all the stars revolves around the moon. It basically means that she grew up as the center of attention and was pampered by people. The sentence structure was just weird. She grew up as. At the same time, Zhongli walked over to you and said, do you remember me? You stared at Zhongli, thinking for a moment, face down, revealing a trace of a smile. Big sis Zhongli, thank you for that time that you introduced me as the tutor. The tutoring job to Lu Wan was thanks to Zhongli, so you has felt grateful to her. If it wasn't for the tutoring job, Yu's college life would have become very hard. Li was relieved, smiles and says, no, that is your own skill. If you couldn't get the little witch to accept you, I would not have of much help. Big sis Zhongli, you have not eaten all day. This is a can of 8 treasures kanji. You go ahead and eat that to fill your stomach. You quickly took out a can of 8 treasures kanji from his backpack and gave it to Zhongli. Yuaning and Lin Qi stared at the can of 8 treasures kanji in Zhongli's hand, with their eyes opened wide. The both of them were hungry for more than a day. Zhongli gave you a look of in need of help. You once again opened the backpack and pulled out 2 small pieces of bread and handed it to Yuaning and Lin Qi. You first eat this. Once we go back you can eat a delicious meal. Yu's backpack of emergency supplies was for him. He will not easily give it to anyone. If he was stuck in a dangerous situation, the emergency supplies would allow him to survive 7 days or so. Thank you. Taking the 2 palm-sized bread, Yuaning and Lin Qi thanked you. In his mind, am I not important as Zhongli? Yuaning ate her bread, while feeling unfairness in her heart. She was like a goddess and looked much more beautiful than Zhongli. However, Yu was treating Zhongli better than her, which makes her somewhat resentful. Chapter 32. Differences. In the girls' dormitory, in addition to the 3 girls, you also found 9 girls while searching the remaining dorm rooms. This dormitory can hold hundreds of people, but only 12 survivors. The rest of the people, if they didn't turn into zombies in the beginning, then they are devoured by the zombies. You took the 12 surviving girls back to the school bus. After sitting down, said to Chen Yao, go to the general office building. Chen Yao did not ask, immediately started the school bus and headed toward the general office. There were not many zombies around the office building. You then rushed to the front of the building. After getting off the school bus, you quickly went to the accounting office. At this time, the accounting office's door was close, with not even the slightest movement. You shouted towards the accounting office. I'm you. Zhao Zhan, are you still there? I'm here. From the accounting office came a sound. Then the door opened wide. Zhao Zhan, with a surprised look on his face, stared at you. He really did not expect that you would come back to save them. He had thought that you would not come back at all. Zhao Zhan, with a look of gratitude toward you, said, You. Thank you very much. You, not being too modest towards Zhao Zhan, urged, Come on. Zhao Zhan is also very decisive. Quickly replied, Yes. Zhao Zhan took his group and followed you, quickly heading towards the school bus. Chun Yao watched Zhao Zhan's group of people getting on the bus and asked you, Are we heading back? You quickly replied, No. Go to the small supermarket at the intersection. We need to get more supplies. Shortly after, the school bus stopped in front of the small supermarket. Being attracted by the sound of the engine, the surrounding zombies staggered over towards the small supermarket. There were dozens of zombies. Zhao Zhan, looking at the dozens of zombies, his eyes flashed with fear. Do we really need to stop here? There are so many zombies. The guy with glasses, Chun Yi, also echoed the sentiment. Yes, we could wait a few days to find the supplies. It is too dangerous here. Chun Yao, drive. We have to leave here at once. Chun Yao ignored Chun Yi while looking at you. She was fully aware of who is the indispensable member of the group. Chun Yi, seeing his words having no effect, felt a bit awkward. Yue Zhong frowned, just lightly said, "Open the door." Chun Yao immediately opened the door. Yu, towards White Bones, ordered, "Take care of them." Receiving the order from Yu, White Bones alone rushed towards the group of zombies. Yu looked at all the people on the bus and ordered, "Everyone except Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu and Lu Wan, immediately head down and transport the supplies." Wang Shuang, hearing Yu's words, immediately responded by getting off the bus and rushed toward the small supermarket. He was fully aware Yu's personality. If they did not act, the first to be abandoned in the future is someone that is useless. Except for Wang Shuang, the rest were silent. Surrounded by zombies everywhere, there was dangers on the street. They don't have courage to leave the safety of the school bus. Yu frowned, then glanced at Zhang Lai. His voice became cold. "You don't have to transport the supplies, but people that don't transport the supplies do not eat. In the future, you will also have to find your own supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, even you have to labor in order to survive." He simply cannot afford to take care of a bunch of people that were not willing to do anything. Zhang is also very intelligent, responded, "Come on, Ying, Chi, we will go transport the supplies." With that, Zhang Li quickly jumped off the school bus and rushed toward the small supermarket. Yuaning, pouting, stared at Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wan. Feeling resentment, got off and ran toward the small supermarket. She also knows that now isn't the time to disobey you. "Everyone come help transport the supplies. Right now we are like a rope twisted together. We must closely unite and work hard in order to survive." Zhao Zhen was trying to persuade his people in the bus. Then, with his team of 5 people, got off the bus and joined the ranks of those transporting the supplies. Under the leadership of Zhang Li and Zhao Zhen, the rest of the girls in the bus hesitated, eventually got off the bus, and joined the ranks of those transporting the supplies. You told Qi Yang to stay on the bus and guard the firearms, while he got off the bus to keep watch. Amazing! Zhao Zhen, while transporting the supplies, took a glance at White Bones and filled his heart with shock. Seeing White Bones wielding his axe killing dozens of zombies, each swing killing a zombie, not one zombie could withstand White Bones' strike. "If I have this ability, it would great." After seeing that White Bones' power was beyond the average human, Zhao Zhen's eyes flashed with a burning desire to become Yunhua Student Union President. Zhao Zhen is not a stupid man. He very clear that the world has changed, and only gaining power can one survive this post-apocalyptic world. In order to get stronger, he needed to risk his life and fight the zombies. However, he did not have the courage. Under the efforts of all the people, most of the supplies in the small supermarket was moved on to school bus. "Drive home." On the school bus, you said to Chun Yao. Chun Yao started the school bus and immediately drove away. All the way without incident, they safely returned to Chun Yao's apartment. After all the supplies were transported to Chun Yao's apartment, under her arrangements began to eat. The various firearms and ammunitions that they brought back were stored in Yu's room and was guarded by White Bones. Zhao Zhen, holding a can of 8 treasures kanji, sat down beside Yu. With an earnest face asked, "Yu, the next step? What's your plan?" "Now head to Longhai City Enclave." Zhao Zhen learned about Longhai City Enclave from the other people. Listening to the words of Zhao Zhen, all the survivors in the room look at you, their eyes full of hope. Most people are eager to go to Longhai City Enclave formed by the government, rather than staying in a place where zombies are everywhere. Yu, after eating an apple of vitality, lightly said, "No, I would like to stay in Leijiang City for some time." Translator note: should I change it to Thunder River City? How can you be like this? Because of you, the rest of us have to stay with you in Leijiang City, which is full of zombies. Why don't we have a show of hands? According to a democracy, the vote is stay in Leijiang City or go to Longhai City. Agree to stay in Leijiang City? Raise your hand. The guy with glasses, who looks very handsome and capable, who follows Zhao Zhen and the girl Li Mani, said with dissatisfaction, and was the first to raise his hand. Chapter 33: Teams. For a short moment, there was silence in the room. Besides Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, Wang Shuang,
Qiang, Zhangxian, Wang Fong, and Kai Shao, the rest of the people raised their hands. Few people were willing to stay there. Seeing so many people raise their hands in response to the proposal, Li Mani with a look of satisfaction said to you, "More than half agreed to leave at once. Proposal approved." "Good." You nodded. Seeing you nodded, those people who raised their hands were relieved, but your next sentence caused their hearts to fall from heaven to hell. You look at the eyes of the others, then lightly said, "You people can leave now. I'm not stopping you. You can bring 5 days of supplies with you." You had saved these people because he had promised to save them, but to them it was not enough. In peacetime, when you save people, they will turn around and blame you, not to mention in this post-apocalyptic world. He also did not want to take a bunch of people that harbored dissent towards him and struggled with them in this post-apocalyptic world. Translator note: Fan Yaoi co-equals to make a false countercharge. Basically what Yu is trying to say is that even though he saved them, they turn around and accused him of being selfish because he wanted to do his things. Listening to Yu's words, the others turned very pale. The outside world is full of zombies. They are just ordinary people that have not been strengthened, so even taking a step forward is difficult. While procuring supplies was even harder. Zhao Jin stepped forward to Li Mani's rescue. "You, enough joking. Li Mani didn't mean any harm. She just wants you to listen to everyone's opinion." "I'm not joking. I take this opportunity to tell you clearly." You looked at everyone with a serious expression, said, "Whoever wants to leave, I will not stop you. You can take 5 days of supplies, then leave and fend for yourself. If you want to stay, the guys must obey my commands to join and fight zombies, while the girls must do the logistical work, such as transporting supplies, cooking, cleaning, and so on. The girls would need to fight when necessary. This team does not need people that do not contribute." You then lightly said, "I have cleared the zombies in this building. If you choose to leave, you can choose a room to stay in. But I will say this clearly, I have done what I can for you. If in the future you do not have supplies, do not ask me, as I will not give any to you." A pretty and petite girl named Zhang Xian frowned and said to you, "Is it not a man's duty to protect women? You are too petty and do not act like a man. Haven't you heard of the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility?" Translator note: LOL, Spider-Man quote. Zhang Xian is an only child, is pretty, and pampered from childhood. She had more courage at this time as she was in a safe place. You looked at Zhang Xian, lightly said, "Let me ask you, many refugees in Africa have nothing to eat. Is that not sad?" Zhang Xian blankly said, "It is sad." You looking at Zhang Xian continues to ask, "They are so poor. Why don't you sell your family's assets and donates to them? In the past, if you just sell all your family's possessions and donated it, you can save the lives of hundreds or even thousands of African refugees. You have the ability to save them but refuse to help. Then what is that call? You spent hundreds of dollars on a bottle of cosmetics, which can buy how many kilograms of rice and save how many African refugees, so why do you not save them? Let's just talk about the countryside and not someplace far away. There are still many people that cannot read because of a lack of money for school. Since you are so noble, why don't you donate half of your living expenses to help them? Perhaps your dinner can help pay for a student to learn to read." Zhang Xian was not mentally prepared, so she was speechless when asked a series of questions by you. You lightly said, "After all, you are but a hypocrite. If you cannot do it, what right do you have to force someone else to do it?" "I admit that I cannot do that. I'm just an ordinary guy, and I'm not great enough to sell all that I have to save some stranger. Before this, you and I were just strangers. After saving you, what right do you have to demand that I protect you? You can find someone that will dedicate themselves to protect you guys. I'm sorry, that is not me." Zhang Xian was silent. Yu's attitude was very clear and without room to maneuver, while she could not refute Yu's reasoning. Zhao Jin thought for a moment, then looked at Yu and asked, "Yu, could you please give us some firearms and ammunition? As long as you give us some firearms and ammunition, we can fend for ourselves." Lu Wen gave Zhao Jin a contemptuous look. "You really are thick-skinned. We had to risk our lives to get those firearms and ammunition. Why should we give them to you?" Zhao Zhan did not say anything else, and just stared at her.
Yu outright refused. No way! I cannot give you firearms and ammunition. Without firearms and ammunition, how could we survive out there? You are just going to let us die. Yuni, the guy wearing glasses beside Zhaozhen, said. Yu, in a deep voice, said, killing zombies can give you experience. I've already told you. As long as you have the courage to fight the zombies, you will gain experience and get stronger. That is all I will say. I ask that you make your choice immediately. Stay or leave. Yun-Yi, Li Mani, and 2 other students looked at Zhaozhen. Rather than believing in Yu, who saved their lives, they were more willing to believe Zhaozhen as they were friends. Zhaozhen, with a determined face, quickly stood up, looked around, and very passionately said, Yu, thank you for saving me. However, I cannot agree with your idea. Men should protect women by nature. Everyone, I will leave as soon as possible and go to Longhai City. If any of you want to come with me, then I promise you, I will risk my life to protect you. I will not give up on anyone and bring all of you safely to Longhai City. A lot of the girls had a strange light in their eyes. To them, Zhaozhen was a true man with his inspirational words, handsomeness, and being the student council president. The 12 girls of the girls' dormitory soon split into 2 halves. 6 girls chose to stay with you, while 6 girls wanted to leave with Zhaozhen. Those girls were reluctant to stay there another day. You, compared to Zhaozhen, did not speak as well and was not a gentleman. It has not been long since the end of the world. The girls' naivety has not been changed by the cruel world yet. After collecting the supplies for 5 days, Zhaozhen took his team and left. Why did you not leave? You looked at Zhang Xian with curiosity and asked. Zhang Xian was one of the girls that questioned him. He thought she would follow Zhaozhen and leave too. Zhang Xian looked at you and said, if Zhaozhen had the courage to fight the zombies, at this time he would not be here. They have no weapons and have no power. Following them is like looking for death. Only those naive girls would be persuaded by his sweet words and trust his promises. Chapter 34. Power Leveling. Assist in Leveling. You quickly said, okay, now Qin Yao, Lu Wen, Wang Shuang, Zhang Xian, Wang Fong, and Kai Xiao, you all come with me. The rest stay here and listen to Qi Yang's order. Yuan Ying, worried, asked, where are you going? Yes. You, where are we going? Wang Fong also nervously asked. She did not want to leave the safety of the house. You replied, to help you get stronger. It is already afternoon. You didn't want to waste any time. He guessed that the zombies are somehow evolving and getting stronger, so he didn't want to waste too much time. Hearing Yu's words, that he would help everyone gain experience to advance to the next level, all their eyes lit up. At this time, almost all of them want to advance to the next level, to become strong like Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang, so that they can survive and live easier in this world. Yuan Ying, extremely excited, said, I want to go. Other girls also loudly said, I want to go too. You, take me to go get stronger. Quiet, you shouted and frowned. The girls immediately fell silent. Yu Zhong surveyed all the women, in a deep voice said, there is no problem if you want to come. However, I alone cannot protect so many people, so when something unforeseen happens, I will not be responsible. The rest of the girls were silent. They were well aware of the dangers when fighting zombies. Without Yu's protection, they would die, let alone advancing to the next level. With the plan set, you brought the others downstairs and to the school bus. Where do we go? Chun Yao asked you. You thought for a moment and said, Nebula Avenue. The number of zombies there should be low. Translator note, it's actually Xing Yun Avenue, but I'm going to change the name of some of these places so it'd be easier to remember. Nebula Avenue is a commercial street, but it did not prosper. So the surrounding buildings are old, run down, and deserted. The school bus arrived at the area. They saw only a little more than 10 zombies lurking in the street. The streets were littered with wreckage of vehicles that crashed into the guardrail. 1-1, get off. When the school bus stopped, Yu and White Bones jumped out the bus. Lu Wen had faith in you. Your words had hardly faded when she also got down. Wang Fong, with jealousy in her eyes, looked at Lu Wen and thought, Yue is really good to this little girl. What is their relationship? In this post-apocalyptic world, there were dangers everywhere. Without the protection of someone strong, it would be difficult to survive for someone weak like her. Wang Feng, seeing that Yue was focused on Lu Wan, became jealous. Being attracted by the sound of the school bus's engine, the zombies on the street staggered over. Yue Zhong ordered White Bones, "Go and cut off their limbs for me." Having received Yu's order, White Bones rushed forward with his axe, like a cyclone cutting the zombies. After getting the skill-reinforced bones, White Bones had become very powerful. Normal zombies was no longer able to pull out the bones of White Bones. It was now more than twice as strong as an ordinary man, so slaying ordinary zombies had become really easily. Before long, more than 10 zombies had their limbs cut off and fell to the ground. Yue handed the first-degree protective garment to Lu Wan and said, "Go! Cut off those zombies' head. You will be able to gain experience. This is a protective garment, so put it on." Lu Wan took the piece of protective garment and, sensing its properties, in her heart, felt braver and said, "Great! I have to change my clothes. Can you turn around?" Lu Wan looked at Yue with baby eyes. She felt very embarrassed if you saw her changed her clothes. Yue, staring at Lu Wan, seriously asked, "You know it is very dangerous. If I don't see you, and while you are changing your clothes, something bad may happen. We don't know what kind of abilities the evolved zombies will have. Are you sure you want to let me look away? Can't you just put this protective garment over your clothes?" Lu Wan glanced at Yue and shook her head. "Big brother Yue, you really do not understand a girl's mind. It's no surprise that you don't have a girlfriend. Come on. Telling you these things is a waste of effort." Hesitating a bit, Lu Wan listened to Yue and wore the protective clothing over her clothes. Lu Wan, holding the imitation Tang sword, walked over to the zombies that had its limbs cut off. The zombie with its limbs cut off by White Bones was still alive. The zombie, sensing that Lu Wan was nearby, started to constantly struggle, opening and closing its mouth. Seeing the struggling zombie, Lu Wan was startled and quickly took a few steps back, with a pale face. The zombie's appearance was too scary. Once hurt by the zombie, you would turn into a zombie, which is why all the people feared them. Few people can muster up the courage and fight the zombies in melee. If you had not reached a dead end, it would be difficult for him to muster up the courage and fight the zombies in melee. After a while, Lu Wan realized that the protective garment can resist the zombie's infection, which caused her fears to settle down. Watching the limbless zombie lying on the ground, she stepped forward and slashed at its head. Lu Wan's sword slashed fell on the shoulder of the zombie, the sharp sword embedded in the bones of the zombie. That zombie immediately struggled, scaring her so bad that she was trembling and wanted to throw the sword away and escape. Seeing the zombie unable to chase her, the fear subsided in her heart. She was a girl that never even killed a chicken before. Asking her to kill a zombie was too difficult. Lu Wan watched the zombies on the ground, took a deep breath for a moment, then continuously slashing at the zombie's head. Slashing 6 times in a row, she eventually cut off the zombie's head. A ball of white light from the zombie body flew out into her body. "Big brother Yue, I killed a zombie." After killing the zombies, Lu Wan proudly said to Yue while looking a bit pale, "That is great. Well done." Yue rubbed Lu Wan's head and praised her. "Hee hee." Lu Wan smiled sweetly at Yue's praise. The fear in her heart has lessened. "Why didn't I get promoted?" After calming down, Lu Wan curiously asked Yue. You said, "Continue to kill zombies. You have to kill more zombies in order to raise your level." "Okay, I will go kill more." Lu Wan nodded, holding the imitation Tang sword, walked towards those limbless zombies on the ground. Killing the first zombie had lessened her fears of zombies, while increasing her courage to fight. It's always difficult at the beginning, but then it would get easier. Lu Wan, with the sword, continues to kill the zombies. After killing the 12th zombies, her face had a look of surprise, loudly cried towards Yue. "Big brother Yue, I was promoted. I got the stats points." Yue has been observing Lu Wan as she beheaded the zombies. After hearing the surprise sound from Lu Wan, he quietly thought, "With the help of others, it takes 4 times as many monsters to level up." Chapter 35. a sense of crisis. Finished speaking, came over to you and asked, "Big brother Yu, what stats should I increase?" You quickly said, "Spirit. You should increase spirit. You are mainly responsible for the rear support, while I will be responsible for the front." Lu Wan is not suitable for combat. You decided to have her train as a priest class or a healer. The only girl that you saw that dare to fight the zombies was Ji Qingwu. A healer is crucial in this post-apocalyptic world. Doctors are scarce, medicines are scarce at this time. A healer will make the team's survival much better. Okay. Lu Wan quickly chose to assign to Spirit. She also didn't want to fight those nasty zombies. That's the riskiest thing. You said, "You're tired. Go rest. Give the sword to Wang Shuang and tell him to come out." Got it. Lu Wan quickly ran to the school bus. Did you level up? As Lu Wan got on the bus, Wang Fong came up and hastily asked. Lu Wan said proudly, "Yep." Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, Wang Shuang, and Wang Fong had hint of envy in their eyes. They also want to level up and grow stronger. Without leveling up, they felt inferior. Chun Yao fortunately was able to learn the skill Small Fireball, which equivalent to an ability. It can also be considered having level up. Wang Shuang, you said to go out. Lu Wan handed the imitation Tang sword to Wang Shuang and said. Wang Shuang face lit up, accepted the sword and then got off the bus. He also wanted to level up and grow as strong as you. Wang Fong looking at Lu Wan wearing the protective garment revealed a hint of desire burning in her eyes. Lu Wan, we should have a talk. Can you lend me that protective garment for a moment? Wang Fong is very smart. She saw that you has been wearing the protective garment, followed by Qiyong, and now Lu Wan is wearing it. Obviously this protective garment is a great piece of equipment. Lu Wan hesitated for a moment, took off the protective garment and gave it to Wang Fong. This is amazing. Can fend off zombies' attacks twice. This is the equivalent of 2 lives. This Lu Wan really is important to you. Who is she to you? Wang Fong wearing the protective garment immediately felt different. Her body was light by bit. Her thoughts was full of jealousy. Let me and Zhang Xian try it. Kai Xiao stared and said to Wang Fong. Wang Fong see Kai Xiao and Zhang Xian and remembered the escape scene with a guilty conscience, took off the protective clothing and handed it to Kai Xiao. This is amazing. Seems like you really value this Lu Wan. Kai Xiao and Zhang Xian wore the protective garment and thought. Killing those limbless zombies is not a difficult thing. The psychological pressure compared to killing a normal zombie was completely different. With the help of you, Wang Shuang killing 12 zombies soon also level up. Wang Shuang, after leveling up, immediately asked you, "You, what stats should I choose?" You said, "Agility. You should put all your stats point into agility. When your agility is more than 13 points, put it into power and strength. When fighting zombies, reaction time is most critical. As long as you are not hit, they are no match for us." Wang Shuang is also one of the fighting force that Yu is developing. Yu's team fighting force is currently only Yu, Qiyong, and Ji Qingwu. This fight force is just too weak. Okay. Wang Shuang did not hesitate to immediately assign the stats points. Wang Shuang's stamina was much more than Lu Wan. You helped Wang Shuang to kill the zombies until Wang Shuang was promoted to level 3 before they stopped hunting. Beheading zombies was hard labor. Especially Wang Shuang, with the help of you, had to kill a lot more in order to advance to level 3. Afterwards, Wang Shuang was too tired and headed back to the school bus. Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, and Wang Fong with Yu's help advanced to level 2. You also urged them to assign the points to agility and stamina. Chun Yao also advanced to level 2. Following Yu's advice, she assigns her points to spirit. Chun Yao was also a focus of you to train. After everyone had level up, it was getting dark. You did not dare to fight the zombies in the dark, and quickly returned home. You are back. Come and eat. Back home, Yuan Ying and Zhang Lu greeted with a smile on their face, while looking at you and said. A girl immediately went into the kitchen and brought out a tray of dishes. Dinner is stir-fried vegetables, white rice, beef cooked with potatoes, stir-fried ham with tomatoes and eggs. The group of people sat around the table and began to eat. The girls' appetite was small and the meal was not lavish. But each of the girls ate 3 bowls of rice before putting down their chopsticks. Especially for Zhongli and Yuaning, who was trapped in the dorm room for a couple days. It has only been a couple days since the world ended, but for them it was so long. After the meal, Zhongli immediately started clearing the dishes. Yuaning and Lin Qi hesitated for a moment but also started helping. The rest of the girls then woke up, rushing to gather up the dishes. Translator note: woke up as in from their relaxation, not from sleep. Ji Qingwu looked at the girls and lightly said, "Take turns to do it. First is Zhongli, Yuaning, and Lin Qi, then substitute." Hearing Ji Qingwu say that, the other girls immediately stopped and circled around Lu Wan and Wang Feng, then started asking them about the leveling up process. Sitting on the couch, Qiyang, holding a bottle of sport drinks, asked you, "Are you going to go out in the dark?" You know that Qiyang understand you very well. Know that in moment of crisis you would never waste a minute of time. Yue Zhong, with his fingers overlapping, hesitated for a moment before slowly said, "It is too dangerous out there at night. I do not know what have happened to the world. In the darkness, if you are suddenly attacked, something bad may happen." Yue Zhong's stamina through constant leveling have already more than double an ordinary person. Compared with the first day, he was not as tired. In the dark streets, it was extremely dangerous. If he encountered some S1 zombie that attacked, he might be injured. Qiyang said, "We taking the initiative is indeed dangerous, but let them take the initiative to come to die. Would that not minimize the risk?" Translator note: what he is saying is that instead of attacking the zombies, lured them to a place where you can fight them easily. Chapter 36. Night Hunting. You understood right away. His face immediately brightened. "Qiyang, what you said is great. Wear the protective garment, we will immediately set out." You didn't want to waste time. As long as he has the stamina, he wants to continue fighting and level up. The initial period of this new world is most valuable. Waiting until all those zombies are stronger, killing them would be more risky and difficult. Qiyang silently nodded and put on the protective garment. "Where are you going?" Seeing Yu and Qiyang standing up, Chun Yao couldn't help but ask. All the other girls watched Yu and Qiyang. Their eyes flashed a touch of worry. The 2 men were the core of the team. They did not know how they would survive if they lost those 2. Yu, with a serious face, instruct Chun Yao. "We're going out to hunt and kill zombies. You stay here, shut the door and do not go out. Also do not let anyone accept us in." Chun Yao, frowning, persuaded loudly. "Isn't it very dangerous to go out so late? What if you encounter some S1 zombies?" Chun Yao was greatly impressed by the S1 zombies' agility. If they didn't have Yu and Ji Qingwu, an S1 zombie could kill everyone in the room. Zhang Xian also opened her mouth to persuade. "Yeah, you, go tomorrow." Yu refused and said, "Thank you for you worry, but I must go." Yu's mind was made up. Those that opposed did not have any effect. Soon, Yu and Qiyang left the safety of the room, heading outside. At this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, although electricity was still uninterrupted, but none of the apartments were lit, as if the whole city was already dead. The only good news was the moon in the sky. Moonlight shining down everywhere so that this dark world had a hint of light. You looked up at the moon in the sky and thought of the past. "Qiyang, we haven't fought together like this for how long?" Qiyang simply said, 2 years. After squandering 2 years after high school, because something happened, you was greatly impacted. As if a changed man began to prepare for the university entrance exam. A hint of loneliness flashed in Yu's eyes. With a sigh, 2 years already? 2 years ago, also on a moonlit night, the girl that you loved left with another boy, just because the boy had a great inheritance. He had to work hard for a month to earn money for a decent gift for her birthday party. Qiyang frowned. "You, forget her. That girl is not good enough for you. She is not good girl." Yu was silent for a moment. To Qiyang laughed and said, "I've forgotten about her. The most urgent task now is to survive. I can distinguish what is important." Qiyang looked at Yu for a bit, but did not say anything. Leaving the area, Qi and you quiet down, no longer talking. You went to the sales office outside the community, pointed towards the sales office, and ordered White Bones, destroy it. White Bones, receiving Yu's order, immediately swung his axe, the axe hitting the glass door, smashing it to pieces. The sound of breaking glass in the silent darkness was extremely foreboding. The zombies neared the sales office began staggering over. In this neighborhood, there were many zombies was attracted by the school bus engine sound. After hearing the sound of breaking glass, those zombies staggered over. More than 100 zombies soon staggered over towards Qi and Yu. Big trouble. You looked at the crowded group, numbering more than 100 zombies. Zombies forming a dense formation are the most difficult to deal with. Scattered zombies can be dealt with by kiting over and over again. While with crowded group of zombies, the smallest mistakes can get you caught. Translator note: look up StarCraft kiting if you don't know what it is. Up the steps, you said to Qi. They quickly retreated up the stairs of the building. Those zombies squeezing against each other staggered over. Walking up the stairs was not easy for zombies. Many of the zombies stumbled and fell to the ground. The rest of the zombies stepping on those fallen zombies continues forward. A flight of stairs caused more than a dozen zombies to fall, taking a while trying to get up. The narrow pathway only allowed 4 people walking side by side. Those zombies, after entering the pathway, huddling together and trip over the obstacles in their way. Kill them. Seeing far fewer numbers of zombies in the pathway, you looked at White Bones and ordered. Receiving the order from you, White Bones lunges forward. Swing his axe, as if like a cyclone, decimated the crowded zombies. White Bones easily killed the zombies, while Yu and Qi were each on the side of White Bones, killing any zombies that slipped by. As an undead, White Bones can ignore the zombie virus, while Yu and Qi couldn't. Even though they are wearing the protective garment, they still had to be careful. Yu and Qi both fought while retreating. Under the coordination with White Bones, it still took over an hour of fighting. Yu was promoted to level 11, while Qi was promoted to level 7. Yu assigned his points to agility and stamina. The drops from the 100 zombies was horrible, only contributing more than 200 survival coins and 3 apple of vitality. Killing the last zombie, you let out long breath. Let's go back. The hard-fought battle against the zombies consumed a lot of stamina. You only had 7 points of stamina left. Qi, sweating, just nodded. His stamina was almost exhausted and can no longer continue fighting. When they arrived back at home, Zhongli came up and said to them, "You're back. The bath water has been heated." The other girls were looking at Yu and Qi with envy. They were still unclear about what happened to the world, so no one dared to drink the tap water. A shower was a simple thing in the past, has now become a luxury, because it was only safe to take a bath with bottled water that was boiled. In this team, the only one fighting was Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi. Only those 3 are eligible to take a bath. After all, they were the main fighting force. Chapter 37. School Bus Stolen. Really relaxing. With his body submerged in hot water, Yu uttered a sigh of happiness. Being able to take a bath after strenuous fighting was a rare treat. Not to mention the scarcity of water now. Qi was squatting in front of a bucket of hot water. Revealing a rare smile, said, "Remember when we were in middle school?" Yu and Qi remember when they were in a boarding school in middle school. During the summer, a bunch of boys bathing around a basin. In the winter, everyone took a bucket of hot water to bathe. Yu was silent for a moment, slowly said, "I wonder how Panther is now." Translator note: Baozi translate to leopard. While Bao is a feline that can be leopard or panther, I use Panther instead since that is more commonly used as a name/nickname. Panther was one of Yu's buddies. After the university entrance exam, everyone went their separate ways. Qi said, "Don't worry, they had a tough life, so they won't die so easily." Yeah. After the bath, Yu and Qi returned to their room to sleep. In a small room, Yuaning suddenly said, "Zhongli, I have my sight on you. I want him to be my boyfriend. Will you support me?" Zhongli was surprised for a moment. Yu's figure killing zombies flashed in her eyes, and hesitating for a moment said, Okay, I will help you. Yuaning looked at Lin Qi next to her and asked, Lin Qi, you will support me, right? If you become my boyfriend, I'll ask him to protect you. Lin Qi suddenly fell silent. She also had a good impression of you, though not up to the level of love. However, she is not someone that easily gives up her rights. But her character was introverted and weak, not good at rejecting other. Too scheming. Yuaning, if you like you, then use your own ability to capture his heart. What's the use of saying it here? Getting your friends to give up and reducing the competitions. At this moment, Zhang Xian, Zheng Sam, with her eyes wide, looking at Yuaning, ridiculed. Translator note, this Zhang Xian, Zheng Sam, is from chapter 33, the one that ridiculed you but ended up staying. While the other Zhang Xian, Zheng Yan, is chasing after Qiyang, Yuaning angrily retorted, This is something between us? What's it to you? Yuaning was not thinking about reducing the competitions. She is a very beautiful girl with class. But Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu was prettier than her. She was not confident that she would beat the other two girls. There was also Wang Qian and Zhang Xian, Zheng Yan by Qiyang's side. The two girls was not less pretty compared to her. Zhang Xian was also cute, which made Yuaning felt uneasy. Zhang Xian sneered and said, This is not related to me. My only pet peeve is about your approach. You don't really like you. You are only looking for a protector. Your scheme cannot fool anyone. Yuaning was flushed with anger, shouted, What you say is nonsense. Zhang Li quickly smoothed things over and said, Knock it off. We need to get a good rest. I reckon that tomorrow is our turn to go hunting and to level up. If you do not have a good rest, tomorrow you won't have the strength to hunt zombies. After listening to Zhang Li's speech, Yuaning and Zhang Xian stopped fighting, coldly snorted and then went to sleep. It was after 12 a.m., in apartment 208, when the door opened. Zhao Zhen and his team quietly exited the room, then quickly headed to the school bus. On the school bus, Zhao Zhen took out a bunch of keys and then inserted a key into the ignition. Yuni then sat in the driver's seat and immediately started the school bus. Accompanied by the roaring sound of the engine, the school bus sped out of the area. What is that sound? At the time when the engine was started, Yu's team was abruptly awoken. Dressed in pajamas, Yu immediately rushed to the balcony, only to see the school bus speeding away and a somber look on his face. Chan Yao also came dressed in pajamas, with a worried look, asked Yu, what happened? Chen Yao also vaguely guessed the truth, but she just did not want to believe it. Yu, with an ashen face, said, The school bus was stolen by someone. Yuaning, with a very pale face, said, What will we do? How will we get to Long Hai City? In the room, everyone's eyes fell on you. Besides Qiyang and Ji Qingwu, the others' eyes were filled with fear. Without a good means of transportation, traveling the 50 or so kilometers to Long Hai City would be almost impossible. Translator note, another thing machine translation won't catch. The author uses li, which is 1/2 a kilometer. 100 li equals 50 kilometers, not 100 miles. You lightly said, Don't worry. Tomorrow I will go find another vehicle. Everyone go back to sleep. Hearing you say this, the others hesitated a bit, then returned to their room to sleep. The school bus has been stolen. Even if they worried about it, it would do no good. It's really hard to predict a person's mind. You looking out and slowly sigh. He did not thought that the people he just saved would turn around and steal the school bus that was. Qiyang came over to console you and said, Don't be too angry. The school bus is gone. Tomorrow we will go find another vehicle. Yeah. You quickly adjusted his mood and went back to his room to sleep. Zhao Zhen's team was driving away from the neighborhood, heading to Long Hai City. After traveling for some distance, Li Mani hesitantly said, Zhao Zhen, should we have done that? You did saved us after all. Listening to Li Mani words, the people on the school felt a bit ashamed. The world has ended not too long, so their dignity was not completely gone. Zhao Zhen console. To get to Long Hai City, we can only use this method. If we did not do it, we wouldn't be able to get to Long Hai City. Manny, Do not worry, Yue is so powerful. He will be able to easily find a second vehicle. Another boy named Ji Yun, who was a bit resentful, said, Yeah, Manny, look at you, he only just saved us, but is high and mighty, wanting all of us to listen to his orders. Who does he think he is? He have no class at all. Precisely. The others also agreed. Belittling you can lessen their guilt. At this time, the school bus was heading to the Qingyun area, which is one of the busiest areas in Leijiang City. There were vehicles everywhere on the streets. The zombies were scattered everywhere. Yuni suddenly slowed down and shouted, Zhaozhen, there is a blockade in front. What should I do? In front of them, 8 or 9 vehicles piled up, blocking their way. Zhaozhen was shocked, acted quickly and shouted, Reverse! Reverse immediately. The school bus must not stop. Once the car stopped, it will be surrounded by zombies. They will not be able to fight the zombies. Chapter 38. More Death. At this moment, suddenly there was a crashing sound. 2 S1 zombies broke the window and jumped into the car. 1 S1 zombie grabbed a girl, then bit the in the throat. The blood immediately gushed out from her throat and drenched the zombie. The other S1 zombie clawed another girl, easily leaving a deep gash. Help! Help! Suddenly on the school bus, there was chaos in the team. The remaining girls screamed and ran toward Zhaozhen. In the midst of this small team, Zhaozhen was their leader, but also their backbone. After biting the girl to death, the S1 zombie continues to pounce forward. As if like cheetah pounced towards a girl. The zombie opened its bloody mouth wide and bit hard on the girl's neck, breaking her throat. The other S1 zombie also pounced on its prey, biting off another girl's throat. In just the span of a few breaths, 3 girls had died on the school bus. Their eyes were filled with regrets and unwillingness. If they had chosen to stay with you, at this moment they would be alive and well. Zhaozhen also saw the 2 powerful S1 zombies. It is far beyond the normal zombies. He suddenly shouted, Stop! Stop the car! Yuni, completely trusting Zhaozhen, immediately slammed on the brakes. Under the effect of the inertia, the 2 S1 zombies was thrown to the front. They quickly stood up and lunged toward the bunch of people. Just at this moment, Zhaozhen, holding the novice club, jumped out of the side window, abandoning everyone and fled away. He has judged that even all together, although they may be able to eventually kill the 2 S1 zombies, he would definitely be infected as the main fighting force. Everyone was shocked after seeing Zhaozhen fled the school bus. Prior to this, Zhaozhen had swore to protect them with his own life, but in the face of danger, he was the first to flee. The trust in all their hearts had collapsed. Li Mani was the first to react, biting her teeth, jumped out of the side window, and fleeing away. While she didn't know where she could run to in the darkness, but it was much better than dying in the school bus. This woke the others up, also started jumping out the windows of the school bus. Yun-Yi was also quick to leave the driver's seat. When he tried to escape outwards, S1 zombie pounced on his body, throwing them to the ground. The zombie then opened its mouth and bit his throat. The other S1 zombie pounced on a boy who tried to escape and bit off the boy's throat. After killing all those that were alive on the school bus, the 2 S1 zombie did not pursue the rest. They instead started devouring the flesh of the fresh bodies. The various bodies were bitten and torn. The school bus has 7 fresh corpses, enough for the 2 S1 zombies to devour. In the darkness, the zombies were attracted to the sounds of the survivor and staggered after them. The next morning, you woke the others. You quickly asked Lu Wen, "Wen, how much have you MP recovered?" Lu Wen, with a smile, said, "It has been completely restored." You quickly said, "Immediately treat Ji Qingwu." "Okay." Lu Wen nodded and placed her hands on Ji Qingwu's body. 2 white light pouring from her hands into Ji Qingwu's body. Yuan Ying and the girls gathered around. This was the first time that they saw someone use a skill to treat a person's injuries. They have never seen such magical ability before. Under the pouring light, Ji Qingwu pale-face began to show a hint of color. You asked, "How are you?" Ji Qingwu moved her body, her eyes flashing with joy, looked up at you and said, It is a lot better, Yu said to Lu Wen, continued treating her. Lu Wen used her skill again. 2 balls of white light went into Ji Qing Wu's body, the white light disappearing. Yu with concern asked, "How do you feel?" Ji Qing Wu stood up from the sofa and began stretch her wonderful body and warm up. Ji Qing Wu trained for many years to forge an exquisitely sensual body. With ample chest and wide hips, her elegant and beautiful face, valiant temperament, was extremely charming. You seeing Ji Qing Wu stretching her glamorous body, his eyes couldn't help but got lost in it. After Ji Qing Wu finished stretching, looked at you and said, "Recovered more than 50%. Should be able to fight. Good. Today is the people going to search for a new mean of transport is me, Ji Qing Wu, Qiyang, and Wang Shuang. The remaining people are to stay at home. Chen Yao is in charge." You looked at Chen Yao with a serious tone, said, "Chen Yao, remember what I said. No matter how they cried out, don't let anyone in. If someone forcibly break in, use the guns to shoot them. Understand?" "I understand," she quickly replied. After the thugs attacked Chen Yao, she already understood the cruelty of this post-apocalyptic world. With the explanation completed, Yu and Ji Qing Wu quickly left the community. Outside the community, Wang Shuang asked, "Where shall we go now?" Yu has already thought of it, immediately said, "Jiangnan District, Green Shade Street, where the flow of people is small, and they sell large vehicles. Ordinary vehicles hitting several zombies will scrapped. Only large vehicles can hit zombies without damage. Without the protection of a school bus, you can only lead the others in a surcy, in order to avoid the dense zombies in the downtown section." Heading towards Green Shade Street in Jiangnan District, the 4 people walking in remote sections was easily able to dealt with the scattered zombies. With the help of Yu, Wang Shuang successfully challenged a zombie. He finally had the courage to fight the zombie in close combat. They cautiously killed dozens of zombies while heading to Green Shade Street. Green Shade Street, the area was in the outskirts, so there was not many zombies. They successfully made it to the shop that sell Dong Feng truck. Translator note, Dong Feng truck. In front of the shop, there was 3 big blue Dong Feng truck. A sword cut off the head of the uniform-wearing zombie. You quickly search in the pockets of a zombie and found a bunch of car keys. "We taking the 3 vehicles?" Qiyang said to you. They had passed the obstacle and found the keys to 3 trucks. Chapter 39, Hunters. You shook his head and said, "We don't have the drivers. We can only drive 1 truck at this time." After getting on the truck, Wang Shuang sat in the driver's seat and asked you, "Where do we go now?" You thought for a moment and said, "Go to Xingning Road, Leijiang Bridge." Hearing Yu's words, Wang Shuang looked shocked. "We have to go through the mountain pass to get to Xingning Road of Leijiang Bridge, but that place is the shopping district of Leijiang City. The zombies there will be dozens of times more than elsewhere. Do you really want to go to that place?" "That's right," you said with a deep voice. "I understand." Wang Shuang gritted his teeth, turned the truck around and head toward the Leijiang Bridge. There were broken vehicles everywhere on top of Leijiang Bride. Even the guardrail were smashed. The whole bridge was blocked by vehicles, with the zombies wandering through lanes. This was a bustling shopping district, and the streets have been blocked by abandoned vehicles. Only those streets that are not bustling will have little traffic. When the world changed, there were a lot of people stuck in traffic, so they were bitten by zombies. On the other side of Leijiang Bride was the city's most bustling commercial district, where every Sunday more than 10,000 people gathered to shop and sightsee. The most prosperous district of Leijiang City was now the city's most dangerous areas. They had arrived at Leijiang Bridge. You saw that on the bridge, there were so many zombies wandering around. Sitting in the truck, you looked at the end of the bridge on the other side. He saw that at the end of the bridge, there stood an extremely bizarre gate that was emitting continuous particles of light. There was 4 figures guarding in front of that bizarre gate. Those 4 figures had a long tail, quadruped, body with dark brown, and 2 meters in length with an ugly and ferocious humanoid look. Level 20 Boss, Hunter Type 1. This is a being eroded by the virus infection, taking another path of evolution. They only have survival instinct left. Oppressive fighting instincts, speed and power are without flaw. Have skills, viral infections. As if they were alerted by the engine sounds, the hunter that was lying on the floor eating a zombie raised its head, then quickly abandoning its food, dashing towards Yu's team. The 4 hunters were extremely keen, speeding through the vehicle wreckage like a cheetah, jumping over the group of zombies. Their speed was extremely alarming, wildly heading towards Yu's team. Reverse. Yu's face became paled, and shouted toward Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang, without replying, immediately turned the truck around and stepped on the gas pedal, fleeing toward the rear with urgency. The Dongfeng truck knocked away all the zombies that blocking its way, fleeing far away. Translator note: they call the truck Dongfeng Daka equals Dongfeng kilocalories LOL. I'm just gonna call it Dengfeng truck. Not sure which one, but I would like to think it's this one. The 4 hunters were in hot pursuit from the rear. After chasing out of the bridge, 2 hunters stopped, and 1 returned to guarding the gate, while the other was guarding the entrance of the bridge. The remaining 2 hunters were like cheetahs, chasing after Yu's team. The 2 hunters are indeed a level 20 boss under their full speed. It was above the maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour of the Dongfeng truck. Little by little the 2 hunters constantly got closer to the Dongfeng truck. What now? You? Wang Shuang asked Yu with a pale face and cold sweat, after looking at the 2 hunters in the rear-view mirror. This was the first time that he have saw a monster speed that was faster than a vehicle. He instinctively felt how terrifying the 2 hunters were. He was definitely no match for them. Faster, you said in a deep voice. Wang Shuang nodded, and immediately drove toward the highway. It's over. Wang Shuang, his face turned white with despair and thought, as they had just gotten near the highway and saw the condition of it. The highway was crowded with all kind of vehicles, firmly blocking the highway. Apparently when the world changed, most of the drivers wanted to escape using the highway, but did not think that they would get stuck in there as well. The Dongfeng truck simply cannot get through the blocked highway. Yu's eyes flashed a touch of coldness and said, "Stop! Get ready to fight." Wang Shuang knows that the hunter's speed was faster than the truck's speed. They simply could not escape. He gritted his teeth and immediately stopped the truck. Use the gun. Do not use the novice club. You took off the Type 79 submachine gun from his chest, then jumped off the truck. Facing the level 20 boss hunter, using the novice club in close combat is simply seeking death. This time when they went to look for a vehicle, each person was carrying a Type 79 submachine gun and 6 magazines. At this point, it is life and death. Even though Wang Shuang did not have the courage, he still took the Type 79 submachine gun off his chest and jumped off the truck. Then walked to the Yu side. Only by standing next to Yu did it give him some courage. Qi Yang and Ji Qing Wu also quickly jumped off the truck, holding tightly to the Type 79 submachine gun. The speed of the 2 hunters was very fast. In a blink, they were only 50 meters away. Fire! Yu roared loudly, releasing all his fear, and pulled the trigger, shooting wildly at the 2 hunters. Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, and Ji Qing Wu at the same time pulled the trigger and shot at the 2 hunters. A barrage of bullets flying, even though their shooting skills is extremely bad, but with the dense barrage of bullets it was able to hit the hunter's body. The bullet made a hole in the hunter's body, black blood flowing out. Because the hunter's speed was too fast, the bullet entered their bodies and exited out the back. With bullets going through the body, if it was ordinary creatures, it would have slumped to the ground by now. The 2 hunters were very sharp and jumped to the side. The 2 hunters were completely different from the normal zombies. They immediately made the motion to evade, dodging to the side, executing irregular evasive movements. Even hunters, if their brains were hit by bullets and destroyed, they too will die. Also, if their joints were hit by bullets, their movements would also be affected. Their shooting were not accurate, and the 2 hunters were able to dodge. With their very high speed, Yu's team simply cannot him them. The 20 rounds cartridge of ammunition was soon empty. Taking advantage of the 4 people when changing the cartridges, the 2 hunters rushed towards them like a cheetah. Chapter 40: Serious Injuries. Without any hesitation, Yu activated the Shadow Step skill. His speed suddenly soared. He rushed forward like an arrow, slashing at the hunter's head. 30 points increased in agility had made Yu's speed extremely frightening. Almost instantaneously, Yu's sword appeared before the hunter's head. At this moment, a tongue like a bullet shot from the hunter, hitting Yu's sword. It knocked the sword aside, causing the sword to cut the shoulders of the hunters. A metallic sound rang out, and the sword was embedded in the hunter's shoulder bone. The hunter immediately opened its bloody mouth. Its tongue shot towards Yu's face like a bullet. At the same time, White Bones charged forward, swinging its axe like a whirlwind, striking down on the hunter's tongue that was attacking Yu, cutting the head hunter's tongue into 2 parts, foul blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, Ji Qingwu also activated her level 2 high-speed movement skill, and with the sword, slashed at the hunter's body. The sharp sword cut through the hunter's skin and embedded in its bones, but it is unable to cut through. Cut it off! Yu roared, and uses all his power to press down on the sword, cutting off the hunter's right paw with the sharp sword. When the hunter's right paw was cut off, it swung its tail heavily, smashing Qiyang in the chest. Qiyang was sent flying, hitting the top of the truck. He spewed a mouthful of blood, and have several broken ribs. He had completely lost his fighting capability. The other hunter rushed towards you, and with a lightning-fast claw, grabbing at you. The hunter's speed was too terrifying, you could only abandon the sword. Then, with his right hand grabbing the hunter's right claw. The hunter's right claw closed shut. The terrifying power of the grip caused bone-cracking sound to issue from Yu's right hand. If you did not wear the second-degree protective garment, he would already be infected. Taking advantage of Yu sealing the attack of the hunter for a moment, White Bones swung his axe like a tornado, cutting into the head of the hunter. Foul blood splashing everywhere, the hunter's head was instantly cut off and sent flying. The headless hunter's body fell to the floor, when suddenly a blue treasure box, 3 white treasure boxes, a precious skill book, and $200 worth of survival coin burst out. A big ball of white light flew into White Bones, causing it to be promoted to the next level. Just as Yu was able to kill the hunter, the remaining hunter swung its claws at Yu's heart. Yu was in the shadow step mode, but he only had time to twist his body slightly. The hunter struck him on the chest instead of his heart. Even though Yu was wearing the second-degree protective garment, he was still badly injured from the power of the hunter's blow, but it did not cut his body. But the hunter's powerful blow broke several of his ribs and sent him flying several meters to the ground. At this moment, Ji Qingwu extracted her sword. Once again with the sword, slashing at the hunter's head. The hunter, without any worry, smashing its tail like a hammer against Ji Qingwu's body. Ji Qingwu, like a rag, immediately flew 7 to 8 meters, as if hit by a speeding truck. She immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, not knowing if she is alive or dead. You catch! At this point, Wang Shuang had finished replacing the cartridge of the Type 79 submachine gun. He knows that he is no match for the hunter, and he could only count on Yu. The hunter could tell that Yu was its greatest enemy. It quickly rushed towards Yu, trying to smash Yu's head with its claw. At this time, White Bones appeared in front of the hunter, with its axe cleaving at the hunter's head. The hunter was like a cat, and evaded the strike of White Bones. Its tail, like a hammer, smashed against White Bones' body, sending White Bones 7 to 8 meters away. Go to hell! After seeing the hunter break through White Bones' defensive line, Yu suppressed the pain, spit out a mouthful of blood, then holding the Type 79 submachine gun, started firing wildly at the hunter. Yu's shooting technique was terrible, but the distance between him and the hunter was merely 2 meters. At this distance, it was impossible to miss. The 20 bullets shot through the hunter's body. His body was full of bloody holes. 2 bullets was lucky enough to hit the hunter's spine. The hunter then dropped to ground from the air. He was gasping for air, quickly picked up the sword. With his left hand tried to cut off the hunter's head with all his power, chopping directly down on the hunter's head. The hunter's head fell to the ground. A blue treasure box, a skill book, 3 white treasure boxes, and a $200 worth of survival coin burst out. A big ball of white light from the hunter's body flew into Yu's body, and the sweet sound rang in his mind. Congratulations! You have been promoted to level 12. You have earned 2 stats points. Congratulations! You have been promoted to level 13. You have earned 2 stats points. In a flash, the 2 sweet sounds of promotion rang out in Yu's mind. You endure the pain and made the choice. Assigned 4 points to Vitality. Vitality determines the speed of recovery for muscle strength and body. Yu was able to stand up and fight was thanks to the second-degree protective garment protecting him from the powerful blow of the hunter. His body and muscle strength exceeded Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang by 50%. Yu did not care about future development at this time. He can only choose to increase vitality so that his bones can heal faster. A small stream trickling through his body. Yu's body had been strengthened again. After the strengthening, he felt little bit better. Qi Yang, you did not stay still. Brimming with chest pain from the broken bones, quickly rushed to Qi Yang, whose face was covered with blood. Fortunately, you inspected Qi Yang breathing, and found him still breathing out a sigh of relief. Qi Yang, but his most important friend and companion. Afterwards, you then check on Ji Qingwu's conditions. He found her still breathing, then quickly took the items dropped from the 2 hunters and put it into his backpack. Then let White Bones carry Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang into the truck. Chapter 41, Choosing. Wang Shuang sped all the way, quickly returned to the neighborhood. Noticing Wang Shuang below, the girls in the room flooded out and went down. Seeing Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang covered with blood, the girls were in disbelief. In particular was Yu. They could not think of anything that could injure him so severely, especially when he can fight in a swarm of zombies like it was nothing. After arriving below, Lu Wen looked at Yu's face, which was frowning and full of blood. Her eyes were suddenly misty and full of distress, put her hands on Yu's body. Big brother Yu, how did you get hurt so badly? You wait. I will heal you right now. After resting all morning, Lu Wen had restored some MP. No. Immediately treats Qi Yang. Cough cough. I can still hold on. Holding Lu Wen's hands, you coughed up some blood and adamantly said. Chen Yao rushed in front of you and softly pleaded. You, first save Qingwu. Please, save Qingwu first. Her injuries are too serious. The hunter's power was far superior to that of the L1 zombies. With just a strike, both Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang were seriously hurt. If they do not receive timely treatment, both of them will die. Lu Wen, I will kneel here, I beg you, help Qingwu. Chen Yao holding Lu Wen's pants, crying on her knees in front of Lu Wen and pleaded. Ji Qingwu had risked her life to come to the girls' dormitory to save Chen Yao, showing how close their relationship were. Chen Yao would also make a great effort for Ji Qingwu. Lu Wen was suddenly perplexed and looked at you. You wiped his bloody mouth, gasped and said, after you healed Qi Yang once with your skill, then healed Ji Qingwu with it. Quickly, between Yu's words, White Bones caught Chen Yao's hands and pulled her away from Lu Wen. After Chen Yao was grabbed by White Bones, she cried to you and pleaded, please you, save Qingwu. Afterwards, I will listen to whatever you say. I beg you, help Qingwu. Lu Wen has the ability to heal, but her spirit was too low. The recovery so far from the morning only allowed her to use the skill once, may be able to save one person. Lu Wen by Qi Yang's side, activated her minor injury healing, releasing 2 white lights into Qi Yang's body, and soon his pale face had a hint of color. Thank you. Zhang Xian, who was by Qi Yang, thanked Lu Wen. Lu Wen lightly nodded, with a weary face, looked at you. With some distress, glanced at Ji Qingwu and said, big brother Yu, I don't have enough MP, and cannot activate the skill to save Ji Qingwu's sister. Hearing the words of Lu Wen, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with despair. Her face ashen, in desperation, couldn't help crying and cursed loudly. You bastard, I won't let you go. Whimpering. Bastard, why didn't you save Qingwu? Why is that? Wear this protective garment. Go heal her. You endured the pain of the broken bones, took off the second-degree protective garment and gave it to Luwen. Second-degree protective garment have all stats +5. It could give Luwen the 4 MP she needed for using the minor injury healing. Translator note. Seems like spirit and MP are directly related. After Luwen put on the second-degree protective garment, she suddenly felt her body improved significantly. She immediately went to the Ji Qingwu side, and facing Ji Qingwu, used her minor injury healing. Under the treatment of Luwen's skill, which was a very serious injury, and occasionally coughing up blood, was restored to normal. Apparently her life was saved. After taking off the protective garment, you felt the importance of the 5 points of vitality. With the protective garment you could still move around. But once he took off the protective garment, even breathing caused a lot of pain in his chest. Extremely difficult to bear. Go inside. You gritted his teeth and ordered, letting White Bones support him while they walked inside. Chun Yao was holding the coma Ji Qingwu, while Wang Qian and Zhang Xian was holding the unconscious Qiyang. A line of people carefully returned inside. What really happened? How could it become like this? Zhang Li went to Wang Shuang, who was the only one that was uninjured, and asked. The others also looked over. They wanted to know what kind of force could injure someone strong like you to this condition. Wang Shuang, with a forced smile, explained from the beginning to end. After we found the vehicles, you said he wanted to go to the Leijiang Bridge and see. When they heard that the hunters blew away Ji Qingwu, Qiyang, and White Bones with one hit, they couldn't help but gasp. They all knew how strong those 4 were. If instead they were to encounter the hunters, they would all be killed within the first glimpse. It seems that it is even more dangerous out there. Even you was no match for the monster. In the room, everyone's heart was enveloped in a layer of haze. It has only been 3 days since the world ended. You had hardly suffered any injury. It was the first time he was wounded. But the injuries was serious enough to the point where he could not walk. Everyone in the room was worried about the future. In the master bedroom, Luwen looked at the suffering Yu, who was occasionally coughing up blood, and with distress said, Big brother Yu, I will take off the protective garment, so you can put it on. Okay? No! Before you recover 6 points of MP, do not take off the protective garment. Cough, cough. If you do that, you will be subjected to a mental backfire. You painfully coughed a few times, gasping for air. As soon as he took off his protective garment, he became so weak. It was clear that if Luwen took off his protective garment, she would have mental injuries. I won't take it off. I'm not taking it off. Luwen looked you on the bed, with her eyes red. She was distressed while holding his left hand. Your right hand was broken by the grasp of the hunter. It was now swollen purple-black, looking extremely nasty. You ordered White Bones to protect him. He was lying in bed, gasping for breath, and could not even eat rice. If he did not add 4 points to vitality, he would be dead now. It was now nearly dusk when Luwen had recovered enough MP and used it to heal you. He soon fell asleep after the torture of the pain he had to go through. Chapter 42. Luwen Confession. At night, Yu was attracted to the scent of food, and opened his eyes. Yu, after a day of fierce fighting, was very hungry and did not have any energy left. He opened his eyes and saw Chun Yao come in with a big bowl of food. The big bowl was filled with steaming rice, covered with 4 slices of luncheon meat, and a layer of stir-fried vegetables. He could not help but show his appetite. Seeing Yu opened his eyes, Chun Yao, with a look of guilt, said, Are you awake? Sorry, Yu. I should not have screamed at you today. Yu was the temporary leader of this team, undertaking the most dangerous tasks, and also did not use his strength to force the girls to do any dirty things. Chun Yao could see this, and felt ashamed for her behavior in the afternoon. It's okay. Yu did not mind and said. He could understand Chun Yao's feelings. If their position were reverse, he would have made it worse. Yu reached out and wanted to get the bowl of rice, but the slightest movement aggravated his chest injuries, causing his face to be distorted with pain again. Luwen, sitting next to him, was somewhat distressed. She received the meal from Chen Yao and said, Let me feed you, big brother Yu.
Lu Wan was by Yu's side taking care of him since the afternoon. Even after you slept, she was still by his side. If her parents saw the little witch caring for someone, they would certainly be surprised. Before the world changed, Lu Wan was a fearless, tricky little witch and extremely headstrong. Even though she got along well with you, she still caused many difficult problems for him. Then I will rely on you. You did not force it. The bones in his right hand was broke by the hunter. Without Lu Wan's healing skill, and without medical treatment, it would take him months to fully recover. Lu Wan sat next to you, and carefully picked up the luncheon meat with her chopsticks. Then spooned soup along with rice into Yu's mouth. Chan Yao watched as Lu Wan took care of you, her eyes flashing with a strange light. She hesitated for a moment, while staring at you, slowly asked, "You, today, why did you not save Qing Wu first?" You very calmly looked at Chan Yao, and slowly said each word. "In my mind, Qiyong is more important than Ji Qing Wu. If there is a next time, I would choose the same." Chan Yao looked at Yu's earnest admission, her heart twitching, and couldn't help blurting out, "Don't you think it is too selfish and not like a gentleman?" You slowly said, "I'm sorry, I'm just one guy. Awareness is not high. I can only do so much." Chan Yao was silent for a moment with a surge of feeling, blurted out, "If today Qiyong and I suffered injuries and you could only save one person, which one will you save?" You did not hesitate and bluntly said, "Qiyong." The room was suddenly thrown into an awkward atmosphere. Chan Yao heard Yu's reply, was silent for a moment, then lightly said one sentence, You have a good rest." With that, Chan Yao then turned and left the room. Lu Wan blinked her large, bright eyes and said with a smile, "Big brother you're really dumb. Just now if you had said you would choose to save Chan Yao, then maybe she would have agreed to be your girlfriend. Chan Yao's sister is really beautiful. How can it be that simple? Chan Yao is remarkable. Why would she fancy me?" You lightly said, "And I don't want to lie to her. That does not make sense." Lu Wan, eyes blinking, suddenly said, "Yes, big brother do you and Qiyong have that kind of love relationship? Otherwise, how can you not be tempted when Chan Yao is so beautiful?" This phrase caused you to spring up. He suddenly pinched Lu Wan's face with his left hand, gritted his teeth and said, "This little demon? What's inside your head?" Lu Wan did not dare to struggle. With her suffering little face said, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong." You let go of the hand pinching Lu Wan's face, and with a helpless smile said, "I don't have that kind of hobby. Are you happy?" With the information of modern society, a variety of information is available on the internet for the world to see. Modern youths know more than ever, even more outlandish information. Lu Wan is a clever and curious little witch that know a lot of stuff. When you was her tutor, he has on many occasions experienced her amazing remarks. Lu Wan opened her beautiful clear eyes and carefully said, "Then I'll be your girlfriend. Okay?" The room's atmosphere was awkward again. You now looked at Lu Wan carefully. Lu Wan's hair was tied into a single ponytail. She has full figure for her age, small C-cup in a tight white t-shirt, and skin is of a healthy wheat color. It is because she likes to exercise. A small, delicate, and beautiful face with big eyes, looking like a youthful modern girl. Lu Wan is also a feminine girl. You carefully looked at Lu Wan as a woman. His heart can't help but move a bit. Prior to that, he saw her as a little sister, and never had a trace of feeling for her. Lu Wan leaned slightly forward, her pretty face blushing, and aggressively asked you, "Your answer? If you are a man, then seriously answer me." You leaned slightly backward, his manner somewhat weak, hesitated for a moment and said, "If you become my girlfriend, then am I not committing a crime?" Lu Wan with a laugh said, "Big brother how can it be? I'm 15. I will be 16 years old in a few months. By that time I would have reached adulthood. In Japan, 16 years old can marry and have children. Besides, the world has become like this. Who's going to care about these things? Even if I take 10,000 steps back in the previous world, if I voluntarily be your girlfriend, then it is not a crime." You hesitated. Suddenly, he was not sure how he felt about Lu Wan.
After all, before he did not have any feelings for her. Luwen looked at you, then scooped up a spoonful of food into Yu's mouth, and quickly said, "If you don't answer, I'll take that as your agreement. Eat quickly. Dinner is getting cold." You looked at Luwen, and thought back to the anxiety and fear she had when she saw that he was hurt, and carefully taking care of him. He felt slightly warm inside, and his emotion has undergone a subtle change. Chapter 43, Big Loots. Yu, Ji-Qing-Wu, and Qi-Yong were the main force fighting the hunters. They were seriously injured, and was only able to rest at home the next day. As Lu Wen recovered her MP, she used minor injury healing on Yu, Ji-Qing-Wu, and Qi-Yong. Under Lu Wen's skill, the trio's injuries were contained, and began to recover. With the trio being injured, exploring the world and the searching for supplies of the small team came to a standstill. Even though Wang Shuang was now level 3, without Yu accompanying him, he did not dare fight those zombies. The rest of the girls were even more afraid of fighting zombies. White Bones, grab my bag. Lying down on the bed, Yu looked at White Bones and ordered. The soul magic flashed in White Bones' eyes. It then picked up the heavy backpack and gave it to Yu. In the last couple days, White Bones has been guarding Yu and his backpack. Inside the backpack was the 2 skill books and treasures dropped by the 2 hunters. Every piece of treasure and skill book was extremely rare in this post-apocalyptic world. If they did not have the minor injury healing skill and could not find a doctor, Qi-Yong and Ji-Qing-Wu would have died, while Yu would be lying in bed for a few months in order to naturally heal. Sitting beside Yu, Lu Wen quickly opened the backpack. Yu took out the 2 skill books with his left hand. Level 3 skill, Weapon Enhancement. Skill description. Consuming 2 MP and 2 stamina points to strengthen the weapon, making it sharper. In the weapon strengthened state, 1 MP and 1 stamina point are consumed every 10 seconds. The weapon enhancement effect depends on the user's body. When the user has 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, with this skill, the user can attack with even a blade of grass. Translator note: was difficult trying to understand the last line. Ya fei hua, you just mean flower leaf or something. However, in wuxia they like to talk about how if you reach the expert level, you can attack with even a blade of grass. So I believe this is a correct translation. Level 3 skill, Body Enhancement. Skill description. This skill is a passive skill. After learning this skill, the user will permanently gain 5 strength points and 3 vitality points. After transferring to warrior job class, the user will gain 5 strength points and 3 vitality points. You looked at the 2 level 3 skills. His eyes flashed a hint of desire. Both of these level 3 skills are very strong skills, each is useful to him. The higher the strength, the greater the body can resist attacks. While the higher the vitality, the faster the body would recover. You did not increase strength and vitality before because even with higher strength and vitality, just getting scratched by zombies, he would become infected and dies. These 2 stats are not useless, but you was most in need of stamina, agility, and power. Those stats allowed him to survive and fight longer. You hesitated and did not immediately learn these 2 precious and powerful level 3 skills. Instead, he took out the 2 blue treasure boxes. You have only seen L1 zombie, S1 zombie, and evolved zombies dropped blue treasure boxes. Normal zombies only dropped white treasure boxes. Translator note: not sure if the author is messing up his color or typo, cause in chapter 21 it definitely say bronze and not blue/cyan. You open the blue treasure box, a blue light flashing, condensing into a silvery, thick barrel revolver. 3rd degree item. Stinger pistol. Item description. This pistol is 20 years ahead of the world's current gun manufacturing technology. 17.5 mm caliber, 3 rounds payload. Can shoot and kill a large beast. Can automatically generate a special stinger bullet every day. Drawbacks: high recoil. Great stuff. You looked at the Stinger pistol and thought. Currently the world's largest pistol caliber is the Smith & Wesson's American M500 revolver. The pistol has a caliber of 12.7 mm and can shoot down lions and tigers. This Stinger ammunition of 17.5 mm caliber is close to artillery weapons. Its power can be imagined. Translator note: The smallest artillery caliber is 20 millimeters, so 17.5 millimeters is pretty powerful for a pistol. I doubt normal people can handle the recoil. It would break your arm. You could not wait and open another blue treasure box. Blue light flashing, condensed into a blue ring engraved with ancient patterns. Third-degree treasure, thorn ring. After equipping this item, +6 spirit. Supplementary skill, thorn. Skill description. The user can raise a 3 meters high thorn from the ground to attack the enemy. Limited to within 50 meters of the user. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Can be equipped by anyone. Translator note. Not sure if it translates to treasure of jewelry. The 2 blue treasure boxes that you opened were great items. He then continued to open the remaining 6 white treasure boxes. Among the 6 white treasure boxes, 4 boxes were empty. The remaining 2 boxes produced 2 imitation Tang sword. 1. Wear this ring and heal me. Yue Zhong took the thorn ring and handed it Lu Wen. This is my engagement ring, right, hee? Lu Wen smiled and took the thorn ring. She then put the ring on the ring finger her right hand and carefully eyed the beautiful ring. The thorn ring was an exquisite jewelry, engraved with strange and mysterious runes, looking extremely beautiful. Yu with wry smile said, I will let you wear this temporary. After I recovered, I'm going to wear it out in battles. The thorn ring has a supplementary skill with strong destructive power, and if necessary, even kill a powerful enemy to save their lives. This treasure, as the main fight force, you must equip this himself. Cheapskate. Lu Wen pouted, putting her hands on top of Yu's right hand, and uses her healing skill. Under the treatment 2 white light flashed. Yu's swollen and fractured right hand began to slowly heal. Seeing Lu Wen concentrated on healing him, Yu was filled with warmth. Treatments from the minor injury healing was not all powerful. The trio's injuries was too serious. After a full 10 days under Lu Wen's treatment, Ji Qingwu, Yu, and Qiyang made a full recovery. Yu spread the items out in front of Ji Qingwu and asked, These are the items that was dropped from the 2 hunters. This level 3 weapon enhancement skill book, imitation Tang sword, and $200 survival coins is your. The rest belong to Qiyang and me. Do you have any objection? Loot distribution is critical for a team. With unfair distribution, there is the possibility of the entire team collapsing. Even though you contributed the most, he did not want to take all the loots. No objection. Ji Qingwu carefully looked at the items that was spread out and nodded in satisfaction. With her extraordinary skill, what is lacking most is power. This weapon enhancement skill enables her to have more destructive power and combat effectiveness. She did not have any objection towards Yu's distribution. Chapter 44. Clearing Xing Ning Road. You looked at Qiyang and said, Qiyang, this thorn ring, imitation Tang sword, and $200 of survival coins is for you, while I want the body enhancement skill and stinger pistol. The stinger pistol is powerful, but recoil is also great. Among the others, only you was the one with enough power stats in order to use the weapon. Okay. Qiyang did not have any objection. You seriously said, Qiyang, Ji Qingwu, Wang Shuang, Chun Yao, and Lu Wen. The 6 of us will go clear the zombies on Xingning Road. You still want to go provoke those monsters? A worried Wang Shuang said. He did not forget the 2 terrifying hunters. The 4 of them were nearly wiped out by the 2 hunters the last time. Ji Qingwu frowned and said, I think we need to raise our level first before challenging the 2 hunters. Our level are too low. Except for you, the rest of you don't even have the power to fight when facing the 2 hunters. Ji Qingwu has already experienced the terrifying power of the 2 hunters. Even though she now has the 3rd-degree skill weapon enhancement, in the face of a hunter she still isn't match. You was the only one who could compete with the hunters out of the team's fighting force. You said, I know, this time I'm just going to clear the zombies on Xingning Road, at the same time helping you all increase your levels. Leijiang Bridge is guarded by the 2 hunters. I have no plans to mess with them right now. Hearing that they were not going to fight the 2 hunters, Ji Qingwu did not oppose Yu's plan. Without any objection,
You quickly got on the Dongfeng truck and headed to the truck dealers on Green Shade Street of Jiangnan District. Chen Yao was the driver of the second Dongfeng truck, following the first truck. You now have two means of transport. The two Dongfeng truck quickly arrived at Xingning Road. The zombies on Xingning Road was immediately attracted to the two truck noises. The zombies formed large and small groups, then headed towards the two trucks. Xingning Road is the road to Leijiang City's most bustling commercial district. Although not as bustling as the other side of Leijiang Bridge, it still has a lot of zombies. There were hundreds of zombies heading towards the two trucks, which was extremely scary. Among the hundreds of zombies, 10 bluish-gray zombies took the lead, as if like a bunch of monkeys heading towards Yu's team. 10 S1 zombies? So many S1 zombies have evolved after just 6 days? Too scary. Yu's eyes flashed a touch of horror looking at the 10 S1 zombies. When he came here before, there was not that many zombies and there was no S1 zombies. Just after 6 days, 10 S1 zombies have evolved. The zombies' evolution speed is so fast that humans simply cannot survive. Retreat, Yu decisively ordered. In addition to the 10 S1 zombies, he also saw L1 zombies among the hundreds of zombies. Listening to Yu's order, Chen Yao and Wang Shuang immediately drove the two Dongfeng truck and fled away. The S1 zombies were very fast, but ultimately they were slower compared to the hunters. They were unable to catch up with the Dongfeng truck, and shortly was left behind. Driven to a quiet and safe street, Wang Shuang looked at Yu and said, "What do we do? Where shall we go now?" Yu thought for a moment. Chen Yao immediately drive back. Ji Qingwu, Lu Wen and you stay here, and responsible for our getaway. Qiyang and I will go to Xingning Road and take a look at the situation. With that, you got off the truck, looked at Ji Qingwu and spoke his mind. Ji Qingwu frowned and said, "Just the two of you? It's too dangerous." In the hundreds of zombies, not only was there S1 zombies but also L1 zombies. With those special zombies, the threat was far beyond the regular hundreds of zombies. Qiyang and Yu's strength were still too weak. You smile. "Do not worry. If the situation appears to be bad, we will immediately withdraw. As long as you protect the escape route for us." After you finished speaking, Qiyang and him headed towards Xingning Road. On the way, Yu and Qiyang encountered more than 10 zombies that were scattered. They easily killed those zombies. Without the sound of the engine to attract them, the zombies scattered, forming several groups. More than 10 groups of zombies were wandering on the streets. The two of them carefully sneaked all the way to Xingning Road. They had just arrived at Xingning Road, when 13 zombies were immediately attracted to their footsteps. The zombies then staggered towards them. You charged forward, reaching the zombies after several steps. With a sword slashed, beheaded a zombie. Just as the two zombies beside you got closer, White Bones swung his axe and cut the two zombies into halves, foul blood splashing everywhere. Qiyang had also changed his weapon to the imitation Tang sword. He quickly rushed in front of a zombie and beheaded the zombie. The trio had gotten stronger from raising their level many times and soon killed the 13 zombies. The trio killing the 13 zombies created some noise. Those zombies that were attracted by the sound staggered over. The zombies continued to merge, forming a mass of corpses. The 10 bluish-gray S1 zombies also headed toward the trio from all directions. The left. You immediately rushed toward the left. On the left, there was one S1 zombie moving towards them. This S1 zombie was the one nearest them. In the span of a few breaths, you had already rushed in front of the S1 zombie. The S1 zombie rushed forward like a monkey and very agilely leapt over Yu's head, a claw trying to hit his head. Yu's agility was in no way inferior to the S1 zombie. He evaded the claws of a S1 zombie. A sword with a beautiful arc beheaded the S1 zombie, sending its head flying, foul blood splashing everywhere. You had just beheaded the S1 zombies when 2 more S1 zombies came running over towards him. At the same time, White Bones, who had been following you around like a shadow, charged forward. With one swing, carrying the sound of the piercing wind, cut the head of S1 zombie into halves. You also took the chance to slash at the head of the S1 zombie that was approaching. The S1 zombie pulled back slightly, avoiding Yu's slash.
However, its right hand was cut off by the slash. Qiyang took the chance and got behind the S1 zombie, then beheaded the S1 zombie. After killing 3 S1 zombies, Qiyang absorbed the balls of white light and was promoted to level 8. The 3 S1 only dropped 3 white treasure boxes and $30 of survival coins. Chapter 45. Stinger Pistol Power. Seeing the trio killed the 3 S1 zombies, the remaining 7 S1 zombies were unafraid and charged towards them. The S1 zombies evolved with speed beyond ordinary human, but their evolution still lacks the emotion of fear. With 2 S1 zombies left behind, 5 S1 formed a small group rushing towards Yu's team. The group of 5 S1 zombies was a greater threat than a group of 100 ordinary zombies. Retreat! Yu shouted loudly, leading everyone back. Qiyang and White Bones immediately followed by Yu's side. The trio used speed that transcend ordinary people in retreating, distancing themselves with that huge group of several hundred zombies. The 7 S1 zombie speed are above the other zombies, and continues to approach Yu's team. After 10 seconds, the 5 S1 zombies were within 10 meters of the trio. Yu, in a deep voice, shouted, "The thorns!" Qiyang pointed toward the 5 S1 zombies. A gray ray of light from the thorn ring shot out and hit the ground where the 5 S1 zombies were. The ground in front of the zombies suddenly rumbled. A sharp thorn of about 3 meters surged out of the ground and directly impaling the head of an S1 zombie, nailing it on top of the thorn. White Bones dashed forward, swing his axe with a piercing wind toward S1 zombie, and cutting its head into 2 pieces. Almost in an instant, the 3 S1 zombies took the opportunity to attack White Bones' body. After obtaining the reinforced bones skill, White Bones' bones were no longer weak. The 3 S1 claws only left scratches, no longer able to remove any bones. While the 3 S1 zombies were occupied with White Bones, Yu approached a S1 zombie and beheaded it with his sword. Qiyang also took the opportunity and approached another S1 zombie, decapitating it with his sword. The remaining S1 zombie did not have a chance to react when White Bones struck with his axe, cutting the zombie into 2 parts. Intestines and foul blood falling all over the floor. The last 2 S1 zombies charged at the trio. The pressure that you felt toward the remaining 2 S1 zombies was a lot lighter. You facing the 5 S1 zombies alone was indeed very difficult. But facing 2 S1 zombies while wearing the 2nd-degree protective garment and having level so many times was not a difficult task. White Bones took a step forward with 1 strike, directly splitting the S1 zombie into 2 parts, foul blood splashing everywhere. You took out the stinger pistol, took a step forward, aimed at the head of the S1 zombie, and pulled the trigger. With a loud boom, and head of the S1 zombie instantly exploded when struck by the stinger bullet, like if it was struck by an artillery shell. Black brain matters and blood flying everywhere. This is an amazing gun. You could call it a portable cannon. Looking at the exploded zombie's head, Yu's eyes sparkled. With the stinger pistol, if the hunter's head is hit by the stinger bullet, it will be blown to pieces. Even if he can't hit the hunter's head, he can still shoot at any of the hunter's body part. The stinger pistol's recoil was not as great as you had imagined. The recoil was like a normal Type 54 pistol's recoil, and not monstrous. You have been promoted to level 14, earning 2 stats points. Please assign the points. After the gun blasted off the head of the S1 zombie, a sweet sound ringed in Yu's head. Assign 2 points to agility. You quickly selected. When the world changed, you has been increasing power and stamina. That is because using the novice club to kill zombies consumed too much stamina. He wanted enough power and stamina to fight the zombies. But now fighting with the evolved zombies, especially the level 20 hunters, what he need the most is agility when using a firearm. The 7 S1 zombies that were killed dropped a skill book, 6 white treasure boxes, and $70 of survival coins. You quickly picked up all the items on the floor, then retreated with Qiyang. The 10 S1 zombies were killed by the trio. The rest of the zombies were of no threat to them. Ordinary zombie is extremely slow, even slower than the average person. The speed of the power evolved L1 zombie was only that of an average person. They could not keep up with Yu and Qiyang, who had been strengthened from leveling up many times. Yu and Qiyang used White Bones as the core, first killing all the L1 zombies. Fighting while retreating, they killed all the ordinary zombies. After White Bones was strengthened, only in battle can it show its ferocity. Ordinary zombies could not hurt White Bones at all. White Bones in the midst of the group of zombies, wielding its axe, easily slaying the surrounding zombies. Without White Bones acting as a shield to draw the attacks of the zombies, Yu and Qiang would not be able to fight the zombies for too long. Fighting while retreating already consumed a lot of stamina. The trio killed more than 150 zombies, then quickly withdrew, heading towards Ji Qingwu. The stamina consumption when fighting a group of zombies is completely different from fighting a single zombie. Even after leveling many times, killing 100 zombies would be somewhat tired. But if surrounded by 300 zombies, Yu after killing 60 zombies would consumed a lot of stamina. There was no way he could kill all the zombies. Speeding all the way, soon returned to where Ji Qingwu was. Upon returning to a safe place, Yu and Qiang each ate an apple of vitality. Ji Qingwu walked beside Yu and asked, "How is it?" Yu in a deep voice said, "The evolved zombies have been cleared up. About 200 ordinary zombies left. Of course, there are more than 300 residents on crossing Ning Road. It was about 2 p.m. when the world changed. At that point in time, most of the people gathered at the shopping district on the other side of Leijiang Bridge, a street exclusive for pedestrian. Those who survived fled to the surrounding area, causing the zombies to turn to other places. At the same time, Leijiang was shrouded by a mysterious force. The zombies on the other side of the bridge could not get through, which is why there was so few zombies on Xingning Road. Ji Qingwu, with eagerness in her eyes, stared at the Yu and said, "Now we'll go clear them up?" Ji Qingwu in the past was a fencing expert. She also has a great desire to get stronger. Those days in bed had greatly held her back. Ji Qingwu alone cannot deal with 200 ordinary zombies. But with Yu, Qiang, and White Bones' help, they absolutely can kill more than 200 ordinary zombies if they spend some time. Yu nodded. Yes. Chapter 46. Touching Moment. After resting for more than 2 hours, Yu's team once again walked toward Xingning Road. Once on Xingning Road, the four of them quickly took care of the zombies that they encountered, cleaning up all the scattered zombies. Yu, White Bones, Qiang, and Ji Qingwu, each one of them is not weak. After a long time, the four of them was able to clear Xingning Road of zombies. After they cleared up the zombies on Xingning Road, there were only a few zombies left scattered around the area. Most of those zombies were trapped in apartments, offices, and shops. Having killed more than 200 zombies, Ji Qingwu and Qiang were extremely tired and could no longer fight. Yu did not force it and returned home with both of them. Yu was lying on top of the bed on the 4th day, when Leijiang City's power grid stopped working. The electricity in the apartment building was completely shut off. In the afternoon, they had to retreat into the apartment. Translator note: they are talking about the 4th day that he was healing, not 4 days after he just killed hundreds of zombies. Back home, after supper, Yu sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the skill book in his hand. Level 1 skill, Critical Strike. After using the skill, 7 points of stamina will be consumed. The next attack will have double the destructive power. Weapon damage is not considered. You looked at the Critical Strike skill book and slightly frowned. The skill's power is good, but compared to 2nd and 3rd tier skills, it was far worse. 7 points of stamina consumption was too much. You also could not afford to squander it. This skill was of little value to you, who had the Stinger pistol. Is anybody here? I'm begging you. Please open the door. Accompanied by the sound of knocking at the door, came the voice of a woman pleading. Chun Yao took a look at you, seeking his opinion. At this time, with the fighting force in the small group present, also with guns in hand, among the apartment building, there was no threat to them. Seeing you nodded, Chun Yao went to the front door and looked through the peephole. Through the peephole, Chun Yao clearly saw that outside the door stood a plump and demure-dressed young woman standing next to an 11-year-old boy. A woman and a small child. Before opening the door, Chun Yao reported to you. After being attacked by the mob of thugs, Chun Yao was now more careful. You frowned, thinking for a moment, and slowly said, "Let them come in." Chun Yao opened the door. "Hello, miss. My name is Zhao Li. Would you give us something to eat? We have not eaten for 2 days. Zhao Li grabbed Chun Yao's hand and pleadingly said. At this point, Wang Fong was eating a cookie and walked over. She was curious to see Zhao Li and her son. "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat cookies. I want to eat cookies." The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the cookie in Wang Fong's hand and noisily pleaded while grabbing Zhao Li's dress. Zhao Li's eyes were red, with tears running down her face, pulled out a stack of bills and handed it to Chen Yao. "Miss, please, give us something to eat. I'm not asking it for nothing. Here is 10,000 yuan for you. Please give us something to eat, or else we are going to be starved to death." Translator note: Yuan is the name of the Chinese currency if you did not know. $1 US equals $6.21 yuan currently. So about $1,611 US. Seeing the 10,000 yuan in Zhao Li's hand, Wang Fong's eyes lit up. She came from an ordinary family and have rarely seen a bundle of 10,000 yuan. Chen Yao, after all, is still a kind girl even after experiencing the thugs event. She still was not able to get rid of her kindness. "Sister, you don't have to do that. Wait a bit. I'll get you something to eat." Chen Yao was stopped by Wang Fong, with a serious face said, "Wait a minute. Chen Yao, we don't have much food. How can you just give it to others?" In Chen Yao's apartment there was 3 rooms. There were more than a dozen people in 2 of the rooms. The food consumption of a dozen people was not small, especially Yu, Jiqingwu, and Qiyang, whose enhanced body consumed a lot of food. Over these dozen days, the supplies that they gathered from the 2 small supermarkets was almost used up. With such unrestrained consumption of supplies, at best they can only hold on for 5 or 6 days. On hearing the news, the others gathered in the room. Chen Yao's eyes red with anger towards Wang Fong said, "Wang Fong, how can you say that? They are mother and son that have been hungry for 2 days. Don't tell me that you want them to die and not help." Wang Fong harshly said, "It's just their story. Chen Yao, all of these supplies are hard to come by. You just give people food. Did you ask everyone? You know our food reserves, at best, we can only have enough for 5 days. You are a good person to give away food to others. Do you want us to starve?" Listening to Wang Fong's words, Chen Yao and the rest of the girls that were going to help all shut their mouth. They are afraid that if the food runs out at that time, they would not know what to do. Deep down, they are not willing to feed others, but saying no like Wang Fong cause their consciences to feel guilty. So they can only choose to be silent. The world have not changed too long ago. They have not gone through too much suffering, so their conscience have not disappeared. Seeing the other girls were quiet, Zhao Li's eyes filled with fear. Her son and she have been hungry for 2 days to the point of exhaustion. Otherwise, she did not dare to take the child out of the safety of the room. At this point, you came over with 2 bags of instant noodles in hand, under the gaze of everyone, and said, "For you, you should go back." Seeing you, Wang Fong did not dare to say anything else. She is a very wise person and don't want to be kicked out of the team by you. Zhao Li took the 2 bags of instant noodles, with eyes full of tears, constantly said words of thanks. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are a good person. Come, Xiao Bao, thank Big Brother." With the 2 packets of instant noodles to eat, it enables them to live a little longer. The 11-year-old little boy looked up at you and in a young voice said his thanks. "Thank you, brother." After saying their thanks, Zhao Li took the bundle of 10,000 yuan and put it into Chen Yao's hands, then took her son and quickly headed toward the stairs. Seeing Zhao Li act like that, the girls in the room were touched. Under the protection of Yu, Jiqingwu, and Qiyang, they have been well fed the last dozen-plus days. Seeing Zhao Li begging and crying over 2 bags of instant noodles left a tremendous impact on their minds. Chapter 47. Incineration. Anonii. My first time editing a chapter. Hope I did all right. Surprisingly, it took longer than I expected, though I said I was doing this for fun. It took me an hour. Chen Yao took the bundle of money to you and asked, "What about the money?" Her pedigree was excellent. The 10,000 yuan was not much in her eyes. You, without looking at it, said, "Whatever. Whoever wants it can have it. Now that the world has changed, even if you have money, it cannot be used to buy anything. Even if used as toilet paper, you would complain that it's too rough. Now it's just paper. But Wang Fong quickly said, I want it. Give it to me. Chun Yao glimpsed at Wang Fong, then threw the bundle of money to her. Wang Fong looked at everyone, and in her mind she sneered, a bunch of fools. The government has established a survivor enclave. You will know the pain of having no money when you get there. Money represents the trustworthiness of the government. If there is no government, then the yuan is equivalent to worthless paper. With the existence of the government, the yuan is not worthless and still has the power to purchase. How much it's worth, however, is the question. Ji Qingwu went beside you and asked, we don't have enough food supplies. When will we search for more? You unhesitatingly said, tomorrow. Early the next morning, you convened everyone in the apartment. Zhang Li, Lin Qi, and Su Rushui were left behind to guard, while you led the others to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. They've set off again. On the 6th floor, Zhao Li looked out the window, watching with envy as you left on the Dongfeng truck. She did not have the ability to go out and gather supplies with the others. Using the 2 Dongfeng trucks, you cleared the zombies around 2 nearby convenience stores. After loading all the edible provisions, they returned home. This time, no one complained. Besides Chun Yao, Lu Wan, and Ji Qingwu, all the girls were involved in handling the supplies. Compared to Zhao Li, they were very lucky to not have to worry about food. Back home, the girls moved the supplies to the apartment. You killed any zombies that interfered, but otherwise did not help the girls with their job. These girls were afraid of fighting zombies, and you also did not have sufficient ammunition to convert them into marksmen. Their only role right now was to transport supplies. After they finished, you took Chun Yao, Lu Wan, Wang Shuang, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. He led them to a gas station to fill the 2 trucks and containers with all kind of gasoline and diesel. They even filled water bottles and loaded them all onto the vehicles. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu's strange behavior, frowned and asked, what are you planning? Yu, in a deep voice, said, I will kill the 2 hunters today. Why? Our levels are still too low. Fighting the 2 hunters will be very dangerous. Ji Qingwu argued. After yesterday's battle, she had also advanced to level 8, but she understands how terrifying the 2 hunters are. Even if she were to use her high-speed movement skill, she would still be slower than them. You slowly said, the zombies are evolving too quickly. The city will be a more dangerous place, so we have to leave as soon as possible. Even a minute earlier would be better. Yu and his team were able to kill swarms of zombies, only because they had leveled many times and therefore were strengthened. Their power was far above normal zombies. But Yu, who has been observing the zombies, was able to clearly see that they were constantly evolving. The world had changed for less than a month, but the zombies have already evolved into S1 zombies, L1 zombies, and even terrifying hunters. If they stayed in Leijiang City in terms of 100,000 zombies, even if one zombie evolved the ability to command the other zombies, all of them would die without having a place to be buried. In addition, the searching for novice village mission was very tempting to you. He wanted to get the rewards first and then immediately evacuate. Qi Yang, who was a person of few words, came up and said, I agree with you. We're surrounded by zombies, but are currently safe. Once there are intelligent zombies, we will be the first to be eliminated because of our aggressive hunting of their kind. Ji Qingwu frowned and thought for a moment, then said to you, okay, tell me about your plan. The Dongfeng truck drove near Leijiang Bridge, and the roaring sounds of the truck attracted the 2 hunters. The 2 hunters were like cheetahs hurling towards them. As the 2 hunters moved, the truck also began to retreat. You sat there quietly watching the situation. He observed that the 2 hunters did not stay at the bridge, but after rushing out for 500 meters, they returned to their post. Compared to pursuing the enemies, it seems that guarding the gate was more important. You, noticing the 2 hunters turned around, immediately said, go back! Wang Shuang once again drove the Dongfeng truck near Leijiang Bridge. Seeing the truck returning, the 2 hunters came hurtling towards them once again. Reverse. You, Ji Qingwu, and Qidian took the loaded containers of gasoline and diesel and crazily poured them out on the road. Lu Wan and Chun Yao also squeezed in, throwing the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel out the back of the truck. The Dongfeng truck, driven by Wang Shuang, then began to retreat. This time, under the command of Yue, the truck got very close to the bridge, so that two hunters would quickly rush out and approach them. As the hunters rushed out of Lijiang Bridge, droplets of gasoline and diesel splashed as they sped through the road. After seeing that the two hunters had covered 200 meters, Yue immediately lit up a homemade torch and threw it at them. The torch fell on the gasoline-soaked ground and immediately began to burn. The flames burned along the road and quickly caught up to the two hunters. The hunters with gasoline and diesel on their limbs were engulfed by the flames. In the midst of the fire, one of the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel exploded, blowing thick smoke into the sky. Are they dead yet? You stared at the flames and hoped that the two hunters had been incinerated. Chapter 48. Fierce Battle with the Hunters. Anonii edited. Immediately from the flames came the sound of explosions. The two hunters were burning and the odor wafted through the air. The two hunters rushed out despite this. Different from the normal zombies, hunters have evolved vision, smell, and pain sensation. They would not die when hit by bullets, but they can feel pain. The pain can help them avoid fatal damage, unlike the ordinary zombies, and were not as stupid to get beheaded without evading. Lu Wen looked up at the still burning body of the two hunters, her eyes filled with horror. How can this be? They actually didn't die. If ordinary people were in those kind of flames, they would have long been charred. Wang Shuang looked at the two burnt hunters, feeling extremely tensed, and stepped on the pedal hard. Chun Yao, use your skill. Attack the hunter's head, you said while facing a hunter. Chun Yao nervously nodded, then pointed toward one of the hunters, and unconsciously started chanting a mysterious mantra that she did not understand. Chun Yao mantra chanting lasted for 20 seconds. A strange magic flame then appeared before her fingers out of thin air. The next moment, a fist-sized red fireball flew toward the hunter's head. The ball was too fast, and the hunter only had time to move away slightly. The fireball struck the hunter's body. As if hit by a rocket artillery, the hunter's right shoulder was instantly blown off by the fireball. The blast was so powerful that it pierced through without dispersing and flew directly to the ground. Such powerful magic! He was slightly surprised. The magical power released by Chen Yao was greater than he had expected, but the drawbacks of the magic release was also very obvious. The cast time was too long, so Chen Yao could only cast a limited number of times. After releasing the fireball, Chen Yao became somewhat sluggish. Stop the truck! You shouted in a deep voice. Wang Shuang stepped on the brakes, causing the Dongfeng truck to come to a stop. Once the truck stopped, Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qiyang took their Type 79 submachine guns, then quickly jumped down from the back. The hunters quickly headed towards Trio. They were within 40 meters. The trio immediately pointed their gun at the hunters and started wildly shooting. The shower of bullets caused the two hunters' bodies to be full of bloody holes, but they chose to continue advancing. The hunters were blazing fast, their bodies flashing a couple times before appearing in front of you, with a claw outstretched, trying to grab him. When you activated the Shadow Step skill, his agility increased tremendously, to the point where it was on the same level as the hunters. He then held the Stinger pistol up toward the hunter and fired. The hunter premonition of danger was extremely sharp. The moment that you took out his Stinger pistol gave birth to a feeling of extreme danger, so the hunter twisted its body slightly. With a loud bang of gunfire, the hunter's right shoulder and arm was completely blown off from its body. If it did not make an attempt to avoid in advance, the gun would have blown off its head. Under great impact, the hunter was thrown backwards. As it was flying back, it opened its big mouth, and its tongue like a sharp arrow shot towards Yu's head. At this time, White Bones, who was standing beside you, got in front of him. The hunter's tongue immediately pierced into the body of White Bones, while Ji Qingwu activated her high-speed movement skill and weapon enhancement skill. The imitation Tang sword was covered in a layer blue light. As a master of martial arts, She took advantage of the situation that appeared before the hunter, striking the hunter's leg with her sword. The hunter swung its tail while in midair, aiming for Ji Qing Wu's head. Ji Qing Wu's head would be crushed if it was hit. In this time of crisis, Ji Qing Wu bent her body slightly, sword twisting, and slashed at the hunter's tail. The imitation Tang sword enhanced by the weapon enhancement skill was very powerful. The sword cut off the hunter's tail like it was tofu, splattering blood on Ji Qing Wu. Qi Yang had used this time to change the Type 79 submachine gun's magazine. He began to shoot wildly at the escaping hunters, emptying the magazine after 20 shots. Most of the bullets missed. Only a few hit the hunter but did not cause much damage. White Bones grabbed the hunter's tongue. Taking advantage of it while it was in midair, White used his power to pull the hunter towards you. Editor: why is the hunter still in midair? Straight face, translator note: it's still in midair from the impact of the gun. You calmly stood there without moving. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he was extremely calm. When the hunter was pulled in front of him, he quickly brought the Stinger pistol up to the hunter's head and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, when the hunter's head was shot by Yu's gun, foul blood splashing everywhere, a big ball of white light flew into you. A skill book, a red gem, for white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins appeared next to the dead hunter. You have been promoted to level 15. You have been promoted to level 16. After killing the hunter, two sweet sound of leveling rang out in Yu's head. Distribute all to agility. You decided to put all 4 stats points into agility, then quickly rushed forward. The hunter that got its shoulder blown off by Chen Yao, at this moment was rushing over like a speeding cheetah. Qi Yang pointed toward the hunter and a light flashed from the ring on his hand. Afterwards a yellow light fell upon the ground. A 3-meter-tall spike rose out of the ground, piercing towards the hunter. The hunter's reaction was extremely fast, coiling its tail around the spike. Relying on its tail to stop, it escaped unharmed. The hunter released its tail from the spike and jumped down. You rushed at the hunter like an arrow, aiming his Stinger pistol at the head of the hunter and pulled the trigger. The hunter has already seen the Stinger pistol's power. It smacked its tail on the ground and flew to the side. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the right side of the hunter. With crushed bones, shattered internal organs, foul blood splashed everywhere. Ordinary creatures that receive such damage would have died long ago. However, the hunter was still not dead, with its tail curled around the spike. The hunter shot towards you like an arrow, aiming a claw at his heart. Chapter 49, 6th Degree Treasure. Anonii, edited. At this time, White Bones, who was beside you, wielded his axe, creating a sharp wind which cut the hunter into 2 pieces. The foul blood and entrails splashed all over you. A big ball of white light flew into White Bones' body, raising its level. Scattered around the hunter was a green treasure box, a skill book for white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins. Translator note: I don't know what is up with the color LOL. After the 2 hunters were killed, you heaved a sigh of relief. Their options had run out. If they had not gotten rid of the 2 hunters, they would have all died there. You picked up all the items that were dropped by the 2 hunters. 3rd degree item, Magic Gem. This is a magical gem. It is necessary for upgrading weapons. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame. Activating the skill will consume 5 SP and 5 MP. After the skill is activated, 2 SP and 2 MP will be consumed every 10 seconds. The Devil Flame's power is dependent on the user's spirit, stamina, strength, and vitality. Translator note: I'm going to just call stamina point SP from now on. MP is spirit point. I would have called it SP, but MP is a more common terminology in RPG system. Level 3 skill, Plant Manipulation. Activating the skill will consume 3 SP and 3 MP. After the skill is activated, 1 SP and 1 MP will be consumed every second. The power of manipulation is dependent on the user's spirit and stamina. You open the green box, a ball of green light surged out, condensing into a 2 meters long green spear engraved with strange patterns. Third degree item. Green Devil Spear. The spear is extremely sharp. It can cut through gold and jade. You open the white treasure boxes one by one. Between the light flashing, 8 white treasure boxes had just turned into 2 imitation Tang swords, while the rest dissipated into thin air. You looked at the 4 treasures dropped by the 2 hunters, thinking for a moment, and then chose the Devil Flame and the Magic Gem. I want the Devil Flame skill book and Magic Gem. The skill books and items dropped by the 2 hunters were high quality. You had to carefully consider before making a choice. Qiyang looked at both the skill book and the Green Devil Spear, then said to Ji Qingwu, "You can choose first." Ji Qingwu checked out the Green Devil Spear and plant manipulation skill for a while, and finally looked up at Chun Yao while holding the skill book and said, "I want this. You guys can have the rest." Qiyang stored the imitation Tang sword behind him, and quietly picked up the Green Devil Spear. Edited up to this portion. Just putting this here so that I know where to continue. You looked at the bizarre gate on the other side of the bridge. His eyes flashed with a burning desire and said, "I will go over there to complete a mission. Wait for me here." After he finished saying, Yu and White Bones set off toward the other side of Leijiang Bridge. There were vehicles' wreckage everywhere. Even the guardrails were broken and shattered. Everywhere were stained with black blood. But there were no zombies' corpses. Even in the vehicles, there were no zombies. You rushed all the way, looking at the strange sight, and thought in his mind, did the 2 hunters eat all the zombies? You did not think too much about it, and quickly rushed to the other side of the bridge. The bizarre gate with the particles of light appeared before you. He could not see the boundary of those particles of light. He saw an ocean of zombies crowded together in that particles of light. A crowd of hundreds of zombies was paled in comparison. You could only feel helplessness even though he had leveled many times. Translator note, it seems like the particles of light encompassed a huge area, and within that is the gate along with an ocean of zombies probably on the other side. The ocean of zombies was covered in a mysterious force and did not pay attention to you getting closer. Otherwise, you would not dare get even half a step closer to those particles of light. You stepped towards the bizarre gate, his body abruptly disappearing before everyone. With a flash of white light, you emerged in a bizarre, fantasy-style place, brimming with strange symbols. Congratulations, you have completed the novice quest, searching for Novice Village Leijiang. You have been awarded $1,000 of survival coins as a quest's reward. As the first to complete the quest and discover the existence of Leijiang, you have won a treasure raffle prize. It's a prize wheel. There are treasures from 2nd degree to 6th degree. With a voice sounding in Yu's head and a flash of light, a round roulette board rose up in front of his eyes. On the roulette board, each golden section is engraved with a number, ranging from 1 to 999. Please select the number you want. A message automatically sounded in Yu's head. You took a careful look at the roulette board. After not being able to discover any clues, he then picked a number, 536. The golden section lit up. That golden section with the number 536 flew out, a light flashing, then condensed into a black ring with ancient and mystical runes, falling automatically into Yu's hand. 6th degree treasure. Storage ring, spirit plus 15. This precious ring is created by spatial technology. Within this ring is a 3x3x3 storage space. With this ring, you will be able to better store your personal items. Translator note, it just listed a 3x3x3 space with no units type. I guess it's probably meters. This is truly a great treasure. You put the ring on his finger and stared at the storage ring, his eyes flashing with joy. With this storage ring, he would be able to store many treasures and supplies. After the storage ring fell into Yu's hand, the golden roulette board immediately disappeared into the ground. After the golden roulette board disappeared, the alert sound did not disappear. Since you were the first to complete the novice quest, the system will award you a 3rd degree protective garment. In addition, you have received the title of Leijiang Village Discover. Leijiang Village Discover effect. Power +1, agility +1, vitality +1, stamina +1, spirit +1, strength +1.
Third-degree protective garment. Can resist the infections of level 30 or below 50 times. Can also defend against 12.7mm caliber bullets. Bonus: power plus 10, agility plus 10, vitality plus 10, stamina plus 10, spirit plus 10, strength plus 10. Bonus stats will not stack with other protective garments from the magical system. Durability 50-50. Magical system sell price, $1,000 survival coins. You looked at the third-degree protective garment, his eyes full of surprise. The third protective garment is amazing. With the defense against 12.7mm caliber bullets, it would mean that even heavy machine guns cannot penetrate its defenses. You took off the second-degree protective garment and put on the third-degree protective garment. After wearing the third-degree protective garment, he felt much lighter than in the past. This mysterious area was just like the earth. Rays of sunlight shining down from the sky. The ground was all made up of marble. It was bright, clean, and beautiful. Underneath Yu's foot was a huge magical array filling it with a magical atmosphere. This mysterious region was filled with buildings. Yu's current location was an empty square. Hanging over the square was a strange crystal ball. Inside that crystal were burning flames forming the words for 24. The streets were empty with no sign of human population. Yu was the only one. Yu looked around a bit, then walked into nearest bar from the square. The bar and the outside world was completely different. The bar was filled with metallic rock music, colorful neon lights, and bartenders serving drinks. On the stage were dancers dancing, wearing only bras and panties. There were loud cheer from the audiences on the side, and majestic bears drinking big mouthful of beer with the temperament of a mercenary. The whole bar was filled with a weird and fantastical atmosphere. Most people only glimpsed at Yu after he entered the bar, then ignored him. Chapter 50. Gathering information. Yu went straight to the counter and sat down. A middle-aged man wearing a bartender uniform walked by. Yu was handed a copy of the menu. He then smiled and said, "Young man, welcome to Lijiang Bar. This is the bar's menu." Yu took the menu and carefully looked at it. He saw that the menu was filled with a wide range of alcohol. There were Chateau Lafite and Flying Moutai. They were precious alcohol worth several millions as well as ordinary alcohol, but here it was only $1 survival coin for a large glass. Translator note: no idea what he is talking about. They are expensive wine and liquor, but definitely not worth several millions. Not the one he listed anyway. In addition to the various alcohol from the real world, on the last page of the menu was two bizarre drinks: Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice and Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 SP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 MP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Translator note: remember, SP equals stamina points. MP equals spirit/mind points. You had no interest in the alcohol, pointed to the two fruit juices and asked the bartender, "Can I pack the fruit juice to go?" The bartender laughed and said, "Of course not. You can only enjoy these fruit juices here. However, for the other alcohols, as long as you can pay, you can package them to go. You must pay for the drinks first." You pulled out a $20 survival coin and threw it to the bartender. A glass of Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice. Bartender took Yu's money and retreated to the back, then soon handed Yu a green drink. You drank the Stamina Recover Fruit Juice slowly, a sweet and sour taste spreading throughout his taste buds. He soon drank the juice in one gulp. A warmth feeling flowed throughout his body, and he was able to feel his body recovered. After finished drinking the fruit juice, you started at the bartender and asked, "Are you human?" The bartender smiled and said, "Of course I am human." You continued to ask, "You are a human of this world?" The bartender's eyes shrank slightly, still keeping that smile. "Your gaze is pretty good. I'm not a human of your world." You curiously asked, "What world are you from?" The bartender smiled wryly and said, "System restriction. No comment." You continued asking, "The existence of the magical system of the gods. Have you seen it?" The bartender sighed and said,
In the face of that kind of existence, we are nothing but ants. How can we see it? You thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "Why did you come to our world? Your strength is not weak." Translator note: the word for strength here is different than the stats. Yes, there are many words that translates to strength from Chinese. / Yu's spirit after increasing several times had become more sensitive. He could feel that the very nice bartender was like a fierce beast, with strength far above him. The bartender with massive strength smiled, with long sides said, "Back in my world, the living environment is 10 times worse than here, and the enemies are more frightening. In our world, even at my strength, must struggled hard for a full meal each day, in constant fear becoming a slave, entirely at the mercy of others. Although I have now become a subsidiary of the system, similar to a NPC in your game, and is subject to the system. But life is 100 times better than in the past, and this kind of life have been very satisfying." Listening to the bartender's words, you felt a sense of urgency. The bartender's strength was far above him. Even such a strong person was willing to become an NPC of the system, can show us how cruel and terrifying that world was. You asked, "In the square, what does that flaming number in the crystal ball means?" Bartender stretched out his hand and said, "Information cost $5 survival coin. You must pay the appropriate fee in order to get any information from me. This is a system regulation." You pulled out a $5 survival coin and threw it to the bartender. "It represents the end of the time limit. Now that you have found the novice village, then 24 hours later, the system that have been restricting the zombies inside the shopping district of Lijiang City will be lifted. They will be wandering Lijiang City in accordance with their instinct. Various zombie evolutions will be lifted at that time. Hunting zombies in Lijiang City will be 10 times more dangerous than in the past." After listening to the bartender's words, you had gone cold. The zombies was already terrifying enough now, and its evolution was restricted. Once their evolution is lifted, he does not know what they would evolve into. You frowned, and slowly said, "Don't tell me that the restriction is lifted because of me?" The bartender shook his head and said, "No, the system was going to give 1 month time. After a month, the restriction on the zombies everywhere will be lifted. A month after that, searching for the novice village mission will end. Novice villages that are not found will disappear. The people in those areas will not have the opportunity to change their job or purchase a variety of items beyond the technology of this world." Hearing the bartender's words, you relaxed slightly and immediately asked, "What are the requirements for the appearance of a novice village?" $10 survival coin. You threw the $10 survival coin to the bartender. The bartender said, "Each of the city's busiest shopping district with a population surpassing 1 million will have the appearance of a novice village." You asked, "How much does it cost for the information on zombies' evolution?" The bartender shook his head and said, "The system does not permit the sale of this information." You once again asked about issues that concerned him. "The system does not permit the sale of this information." The bartender only answered with that one phrase when asked with various important questions, just like an NPC in the game. Looks nothing like a flesh and blood human that comprehend. You pushed a $10 survival coin in front of the bartender and said, "Finally, I want to buy a piece of advice. Do you have any good suggestions?" After taking Yu's money, the bartender with a solemn look said, "You have reached level 10. Go change jobs and buy all the items you need to survive. Then immediately escape Lijiang City. When the zombies evolved, you currently do not have the capability to deal with them. Changing job is necessary because not only does it come with a skill, but you can also use survival coins to buy job skills in the career center. You should already know the power of a skill. One more skill mean more abilities and hidden trump card. Before level 30, most people can only learn 3 active skills. But learning job skills have no limits." You nodded, then immediately stood up from the seat and quickly walked outside.